Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 11. Anna flipped through some papers in her hands that she had brought. Wait a second, she said. This isn't one of the boats registered for the tournament. That made some amount of sense. It was a pontoon party vessel. There were no fishing poles or any fishing gear on it that I could see, other than a long-handled fishing net. It was a double-decker. The pontoons underneath were bigger than most canoes. That's one of ours, Camden said. I'm sure of it. That's one of our research vessels. It was just at the docks before we left. I continuously filmed between those who were talking. Are you saying that this boat was abandoned in the last hour? Antoine said. He was at the front of the boat steering the trolling motor, so getting a good shot of him was easy. I swear it was there. I sent my secondary team out on it, Camden said. Get me up close. I need to get up there. Antoine did as requested. Maybe we should leave it alone, Cassie said, speaking up for the first time. You shouldn't disturb the vessel of the dead. Oh hush, Camden said. We don't know anybody is dead. He jumped from the front of our boat onto the pontoon deck and quickly made his way to the pilot's seat. I smell a blown engine, Antoine said. Blown engines. I smelled it too. It really was so easy to blow an engine by movie logic. I zoomed in on the vegetation that had wrapped itself around the boat's propellers underwater. It was so thick I could see the yellow flowers all throughout. They were taking samples, Camden said. They must have been interrupted because they didn't even close their kit. Then he paused for a moment as he clearly tried to remember the names of his assistants. This is Isabel's, and that's Dieter's. All the others, he made those up. They must have gotten so little screen time that he hadn't thought to remember them. Which was ironic for a guy who could literally remember anything if he chose to, through Carousel's magic. Maybe Isabel and Dieter were real. What did I know? I shut off my camera when we went off screen. I had to change the battery. Then I had an idea. Carousel must have liked it too, because we went on screen almost as soon as we had gone off. I plugged in the new battery and said, you know, the place we were fishing this morning must have been right in view of the yellow boat we found earlier. I think I'll go over some of our footage to see if we caught anything. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I powered on my camera, flipped out the viewing screen, and started fast-forwarding through all the footage I shot. While we were going through the interviews, something I noticed was that of all the people at the docks, only a fraction of them were wearing life jackets. And one of those people happened to be Robbie, the drunkard who had survived whatever monster had attacked. I looked over on the boat toward the stowing area where all of our life jackets were stored. It was such a silly thing to overlook. In Carousel, you couldn't really drown unless you wanted to or something else wanted you to. Grit helped you hold your breath. Hustle allowed you to maneuver easily. And you hardly needed metal to paddle because you were basically using plot armor as a flotation device. That was just movie magic. I made a mental note to put on a life jacket, seeing as my low plot armor was about to become really relevant. Finally, when I had passed all the interviews I had taped, I saw footage of us out fishing. Stepping ahead, I found footage from the cove where we had filmed most of our successful work, pulling in catfish after catfish. Because of the nature of how we had to work together to pull in those big fish, a lot of it wasn't on film, and I had to point the camera away at times, leaving it on its tripod. But sure enough, we got lots of footage of the cove where the yellow boat had been discovered. I wondered which happened first. Did we happen to catch footage of that area because that's where the yellow boat was? Or did Carousel put the yellow boat over there because that's where my camera kept pointing? I would never know. It looks like it's already abandoned, Antoine said as he stared down at the yellow boat. It's not moving. Whatever happened must have happened just after sunrise. Yeah, looks like we got to our spot too late. We had meandered a bit, I said, but then I saw it. We may not have caught what happened to the yellow boat exactly, but we caught something. A human arm reached up from the water, not 50 yards from our boat. Then another arm, and the beginnings of a human head, and able to break the surface tension of the water, splashing and struggling. All while Antoine was giving some speech about how to catch catfish as best he could with the information he had. We didn't hear anything because we were focused on catching fish. There was no screaming. I probably wasn't even looking into the camera when this was being filmed. It was up on the tripod. But there it was. What appeared to be a young blonde woman struggling to stay afloat. That looks just like Joanne, Anna said as tears started to flow. That looks like any blonde girl, I said. It's too far away to tell. There are like 6 pixels there, but Anna seemed convinced. And if the ghost of a drowned teenager wasn't enough to make that footage freaky, what happened next did. The arms stopped flailing. The head stopped fighting to reach above the water. It didn't go back down. Instead, the arms stayed straight up in the air. The wrists were limp. The hands just stayed there, perfectly still, no bobbing, no trying to struggle. They weren't sinking. And when they finally went back down underwater, it was slow and deliberate. What in the world just happened? Antoine asked. We didn't even have words for it. It was such a switch to inhuman behavior that we didn't know what to say about it. It was like that humanoid thing realized it wasn't going to get our attention and stopped pretending. About that time, Camden hopped back down onto the boat. No sign of where they might have gone, he said. Looks like they were more interested in studying the local flora than rescuing any fish. Holy hell. Who's that? We looked up from the camera and saw him pointing over in the distance. And just as we did, we saw hands and a head sticking up out of the water, flailing, looking exactly like a young woman drowning. It can't be, Anna said. She jumped up on the front of the boat and took over the trolling motor, maneuvering us out toward the other side of the cove we were on, to where the apparently drowning young woman was. I quickly put on a life jacket and encouraged the others to as well. We didn't all have last one alive to keep us safe. The little motor did its best to get us across the cove quickly, but it wasn't exactly designed for speed, as much as Anna wanted it to be. When we arrived, Antoine jumped up on the front of the boat and grabbed onto Anna to give her an in-character reason why she didn't just jump into the water or do something stupid, as grieving sisters are known to do. What I saw when I looked overboard made the uncanny valley look like any town. It was convincing at first. The young woman with blonde hair, a pearl necklace, and flailing hands. Anna was screaming her sister's name, and all I could do was stare at the little girl. I could understand why someone would jump down and grab to pull her up if they saw her. Cassie started to say something about how her spirit is angry, but then she thought better of it. This isn't her, she said. Cassie had a few vague information gathering psychic tropes. I didn't know which one of them told her that the thing that looked like Joanne Reed wasn't actually her, but one of them did. The power I used was my two human eyes. Because if you slowed down and really tried to look at her, things didn't make sense. The face looked human while it was moving under the surface of the water, but at any moment it stopped. You'd notice that the eyes were too far apart, or that the mouth was crooked, and that the nose didn't have any nostrils, just two dark marks. The hair was stringy. The right color, sure, but not the right texture. All of that disappeared when it moved. If I weren't playing the game at Carousel, I would have reached for her immediately. But just as the one had done in the video, when no one went to help her, it stopped trying. And when it stopped moving completely, it became clear that whatever this was, it was never human. The arms were colored correctly, but they were woody and poorly articulated. The hair was like roots or tendrils floating in the water. The head and face had a celery root texture. This thing in the water that slowly sank down out of our vision wasn't human. It wasn't a fish or a mammal. It was a plant. And as I stared down into the water, lit by the setting sun and a flashlight Antoine had thought to grab, I saw little yellow flowers as the last remnants of whatever it was sinking down below. It didn't even register on the red wallpaper. It clearly had a trope to disguise it. We're getting out of here, Antoine said. He pulled up the trolling motor, then jumped into the boat's cockpit and powered it on. But the moment he tried to put on the gas, the engine made a horrific sound, and black smoke poured from it before it blew. One look over the backside, it was clear that those same yellow flowers and vegetative matter had wrapped around our propeller until we couldn't even see its shiny metal. That doesn't make sense, I said. That motor wasn't even on. How did we get tangled up? But I knew the answer. Something had tangled us. Something that could look almost like a human unless you stared at it up close. Something under the water with little yellow flowers. It's no use, Antoine said. We're on a leash. He tried to power the little trolling motor forward. The vegetation that had ensnared the propeller of the main engines was still attached. And try as we might, we couldn't pull away from it. What did you do to this lake? Cassie asked Camden. What were you trying to cover up? Cover up? Camden asked. Carousel wasn't trying to cover up anything. We were just cleaning up after ourselves. We weren't even forced to. We did it of our own accord. I don't know what's going on here, but it has nothing to do with us. Listen to the water, Cassie said. Do you hear any engines? Sound travels fast at night. There are no boats on the water right now. None that are running at least. We may be the only ones left on the lake. The rescuers are probably. She couldn't even force herself to say the words. The sun had set while we attempted to make any forward progress toward shore. Whatever that thing was that didn't show up on the red wallpaper, it was some sort of monster, not a ghost, and as a result, Cassie's role as a psychic shifted. We figured she could stir the pot and create some antagonism. We needed to work at making her more relevant in non-supernatural stories. Why are you asking me? All we did was leak some heavy metals in it, Camden said. It was before my time. We cleaned them up. And we restocked the lake. That was it. What I want to know is why that thing looks like your sister, he said. Looking at Anna. That wasn't Joanne, Anna said. Maybe I hoped. I don't know what I hoped, but it wasn't her. You saw it. I saw that it bore a remarkable likeness to your dead sister. If anyone here has to explain what's going on, it has to be you, Camden said. All I did was sit back and film the person who was talking. Occasionally, another copy of Joanne would pop up in the water, and I might film her, but beyond that, we were just busy giving Carousel some lines to work with. Those fake drowning victims were some of the freakiest monsters I had seen in Carousel. As far as I could tell, we were trapped, and trapped good. We were at least 20 meters from shore in any direction, and I had no doubt that whatever this plant creature was, it could pick us off before we got there. This is useless, Antoine said. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. We don't know what this thing is. Let's start there. Now, you said that your team was gathering plant samples. What did they find? Camden gave Anna one last glare and went to where he had stored the samples from his team. They were bladderworts. I told you that, Camden said. A shot of penicillin should fix them up real quick. Then, I said. Was it too late for a little humor? Bladderworts, he said again angrily, trying not to laugh. The plant with the little yellow flowers. We had seen them all over the lake. We thought nothing of them. They didn't show up on the red wallpaper. Bladderwort is not an explanation, Anna said. Tell us what it is. Camden huffed and puffed, but he answered anyway. It is a small carnivorous plant that lives in water or mud, he said. Actually, it is a fairly interesting plant. Despite how common it is, carnivorous, Antoine asked. Like a Venus flytrap, Camden shrugged. That is another carnivorous plant, but personally, I find the bladderwort far more interesting. It has the most sophisticated structure of any aquatic plant. Heck, of any plant. You see, it's got a little trap, a bladder. To our eyes, it might look like a tiny bean casing, but it's completely hollow. And I don't mean filled with air. I mean, it's pulling a vacuum underwater. When small aquatic animals trigger the trap, it opens a door, and everything nearby is sucked in by negative pressure. The trap closes, and digestion begins. He was holding a book on aquatic plants in his right hand. Antoine and I looked at each other, lit up by the boat's deck lights. You have to be making this up, he said. How come I've never heard of this? That sounds absolutely crazy. Camden rolled his eyes. Because the plant feeds on microbes, you know. Tiny shellfish that you can't even see. Bacteria, detritus, maybe some mosquito larvae. It's tiny. That's why I was telling you that this has nothing to do with what is happening right now. We kept bickering back and forth, and it felt like we were going nowhere. Eventually, we went off screen. What we're doing isn't working, I said. Camden, we need you to switch tack here. He paused for a moment. So, you want me to say that this is definitely what's at fault? Like a mutant? Well, if excluding it as a suspect doesn't work, then maybe that is the way to go about it, I said. The needle on the plot cycle hasn't moved forward in an hour of discussion. He nodded. All right, he said. Let me get this set up. He took out the samples that he'd collected from the pontoon across the cove and set them out. Then he took out a magnifying glass. Ready for the next moment he went on screen. It would seem that the evolutionary pressures of the pollution, combined with the need to adapt and find new food sources, may have triggered a mutation or adaptation beyond our imagination, he said. You've got 5 minutes before you're on screen, I said. I'm practicing, he said. We had narrowed down the possibilities. We had given Carousel all the lines it needed to tell the story of some sort of ancient plant lost to time, or perhaps a strange cryptid, or a plant-based mermaid. Mutant was the next angle. We would have gotten there a lot faster because of the pollution detail, but the fact that it looked so much like Anna's sister complicated things. The mutant angle didn't explain that. At that point, I was ready to point a finger at Anna's dad having rigged up some sort of submarine monster designed to imitate his daughter and trap the people he believed caused her death. But that theory was a long shot, and we were all out of Scooby snacks. On screen, it's strange, Camden said as he held up a light and a magnifying glass to stare at the plant samples. I see much of the plant structure is identical to what you would expect, but I can't find any of their bladders anywhere. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. I bit my tongue to stop myself from telling a joke. What are the implications of that? Hannah asked, really trying to get some mileage out of her lead-in-line trope to give narrative weight to the information Camden was revealing. The implication is either that they have evolved to no longer have their bladder, which would be absurd because it is one of nature's finest mechanical feats, or the structure is simply located elsewhere on the plant. We may be looking at a completely new kind of bladderwort. I had to bite my tongue again. I had already done a bladderwort joke. Besides, I was a little distracted because the moment he said that, the moment it left his lips, the little piece of plant matter that he was looking at appeared on the red wallpaper. Utricularia mutant plot armor, Tropicin discovistes. This creature is unknown to man until its status as a novel species is recognized. No meat insight can be gained from it. Its powers can grow until they are defined. Intelligent adaptation. This creature has several abilities, making it ideal for hunting players and undermining their efforts. Animals are psychic. The creature demonstrates knowledge that it has no logical means to acquire, an instinct to kill or survive. Animals are not evil. This creature is merely meeting its needs or feeding itself. It has no malice or ill intent. Compensatory direction. Staging directions and camera tricks will be used to hide this creature's immersion-breaking appearance. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. The blame game in the finale. One of the survivors will be revealed to have caused, created, or aided in the horror at hand. Well, at least that gave us some answers. It wasn't a supernatural threat. It was a super predator. Its tropes were a who's who of creature feature carnage. Animals are psychic effectively eliminated the plant's need for savvy by endowing it with instincts that made its actions seem intelligent. It was thoroughly dispersed, which meant it didn't need any hustle. Or at least it didn't need to chase us. While the others didn't see the tropes, they definitely saw that it was an enemy all of a sudden. I wished that we had had time to discuss things off screen. But now that Camden had moved the plot forward by establishing that this was a mutant, an entirely novel species, Carousel deemed it time to move forward with Second Blood, the beast, which before relied on people hanging over the edge and grabbing onto it in order to hunt its prey, suddenly adapted. The boat shook so hard I almost dropped my camera. Luckily, I had clipped it to my life vest, and luckily, no one was holding onto Cassie when it happened, because she fell off the side of the boat before anyone could grab her. Help! She screamed as she surfaced in the water. Behind her, an imitation of Joanne Reed appeared, flailing about as if it were waiting for Cassie to reach out and grab it. Help! She screamed again as she swam toward the boat, grabbed onto the side rail, and tried to pull herself up. The boat shook again, sending her back into the water. This time, two more imitation Joannes popped out of the water, flailing desperately, looking like really convincing drowning women, hoping beyond hope that Cassie would reach out for them. The boat drifted away from Cassie as the flailing plants surrounded her. Why isn't it attacking her? Anna asked. Because it doesn't know how, Camden said. That's not how it targets its prey. There was something so deeply disturbing about a creature that could imitate a human without having any notable intelligence. Surely whatever mechanism allowed it to pull fishermen out of boats would allow it to grab onto Cassie as she panicked in the water. But it simply hadn't evolved that hunting method yet. It lured its prey into its mouth. It didn't grab it. It kept Cassie surrounded as it continued to knock her on the boat with some unseen appendage. Antoine grabbed a fishing pole and tried to hold it out toward Cassie to help pull her aboard. But she was too far away now. The knocking of the boat had let us drift. It was time for second blood. Maybe the reason the plants weren't attacking was that Cassie wasn't next on death's list. After all, I had the lowest effective plot armor, and for as good and flexible as our setup was, we didn't have much blood control. I stood up, grabbed the fishing pole, and held it out toward Cassie like Antoine was. I really reached. I wasn't even trying to film it because I knew that wouldn't be believable. I let the camera rest on the boat next to me. It was still clipped to my life jacket. Cassie was trying her best to swim between the flailing figures that blocked her off, but was finding limited success. The flailing stopped. Suddenly, one of the imitators started moving closer to Cassie. The thing was learning, adapting. I didn't like what was about to happen, but I knew my job. I reached out as far as I could, trying to hand the pole to Cassie, but then, as if by accident, I touched one of the imitation Joannes with the pole. Suddenly, the humanoid creation lurched and latched onto the end of the fishing pole, pulling it and me into the water. I didn't know what I was expecting. I hadn't gone through a lot of water-based horrors. The first thing I noticed was that I could see remarkably well underwater. Even though it was dark outside, even my camera was picking things up well. Its clear plastic case kept it waterproof. The next thing I noticed was that, holy hell, there were giant pods underneath us. Pods was the only term I could think of. There were things inside them, half-digested things, including one or two of Camden's assistants. If I had to guess, Isabel and Dieter were done for. I didn't get to look at them for long because, with a slurp, I was sucked through a hole and crammed into one of them. Camden had called them bladders. What a terrible way to die. It just so happened that not all of me fell into the pod. My right hand and the camera were crammed outside, but it didn't matter. It felt like I was trapped inside a wrestling mat. I used the insert shot on the camera in my hand, panning it around to make sure it cut good footage, but not in a super deliberate way, as if maybe it was catching footage on its own, dangling from the cord that connected it to my life jacket. It was a hard feat to pull off, and then, as the bladder started to crush me, I realized I had to hurry up and take off my life jacket, because otherwise I was not going to be able to get it off. I squeezed my hand down and unclasped it, and then, in an effort that felt like wrestling with a python, I managed to wiggle it off my upper body. My lower body and guts were being squeezed so hard I felt like I had a bad case of the bladderworts. My lungs screamed for air, but I told them to shut up. With great effort and a whole lot of finesse, I managed to push my life jacket out of the bladder, where it and the camera attached to it began to float to the surface of the water. I did all of this while holding my breath. Months ago, I had devoted far more points to grit than made sense for my build so that I could use willpower as magic to go on a walking tour of the theater out west. As a result, I could hold my breath for a very long time, but not forever. Luckily, I also had my cutaway death trope equipped, so as soon as I got sucked into the water, my character was dead. In fact, I started being able to use Death Watch on the red wallpaper before I even began to drown. I didn't plan on going out that way. My character may have been dead, but I still had some use left in me. I reached into my hoodie pocket and pulled out one half of my head shears. In a perfect world, I would have been able to pull out both halves and then assemble them. But being crushed and digested by a bladder was not a perfect world, and fortunately, my metal wasn't so good. The head shears, however, had the Shawshank trope that buffed metal. But in order to trigger that, I had to brandish them like in the movies, where they flick a weapon, and it makes a sharp, high-pitched sound before cutting down foes left and right. Brandishing half a head shear while being crushed by a bladder was harder than it sounded, but I did my best. I moved that thing around, trying to make it look even the slightest bit cool. like it was a katana or something. I moved it with all my might. Then I reached it outside the small crack of the opening of the bladder where I had shoved the life jacket. And then I flicked my wrist. And even though I was underwater and off-screen, I heard it dashing on the red wallpaper. I watched as Antoine and the others recovered my life jacket and the camera attached to it, just as I had planned. But I had other things to focus on. I had to trim some hedges. Cutaway death was a very powerful trope. Being able to walk around and help with the story even after being second blood was like getting to have a sixth player waiting in the wings. The only catch was that there was no guarantee I would actually survive my apparent death. There was no protection from being killed other than the dead status itself. All that the trope guaranteed was that at the moment it looked like I was about to be killed, the cameras would cut away, and my character would be treated as dead if I were, say, trapped inside of a man-eating plant at the time of my apparent death. I could still very much die even after I managed to cut the thing to pieces with half of a pair of head shears. After I got the metal boost from Shawshang, it was easy enough to slice through the plant. I needed to get out as fast as possible because that plant wasn't just trying to trap me, it was trying to digest me. And even with my grit, it had a pretty good start. My shoes and pants were coming apart at the seams. My hoodie tore off of me like it was made of tissue paper. And that was good, because the longer the digestive enzymes inside of that bladder were touching me, the more they burned my skin. Getting my clothes off was life or death. The enzyme didn't feel like acid. There was little burning sensation. It felt like the inside of my mouth did after eating too much pineapple. The water cooled my skin to the touch while I could still feel it. But as I swam away from the pod that I had managed to shred, I noticed a faint trail of blood following me where my legs had become cracked and blistered from the digestion process. It was a good thing I was underwater. That way, whatever smell was wafting off of my cooked skin and hair was indetectable to me. But that was not my chief concern. Just out of shot was still active and allowed me to see where the cameras were looking. And as best I could tell, they were looking above water. I could see the footage of the finale, with Antoine Camden and Anna reviewing the footage I had caught underwater. I realized that if I swam up for air, there was a chance I could get caught on screen. And I didn't know the consequences for that, except that they would be terrible. Wallflowers had plenty of tropes designed to get their characters written off. And even though under those circumstances their character's reappearance was often plausible, there would be harsh narrative consequences. And that was just for written off. I didn't know what would happen if I came back from the dead. I didn't want to, though to be fair. It's not like the audience would know I was dead for sure. I tried to think of what to do with the limited air supply I had. Was I seriously going to drown after all that effort to get out of the acidic bladder? I looked around at the floating graveyard where fish and people alike were being digested all inside their various pods. My heart sank as I realized that one of those pods was right next to where Cassie had been. Apparently, this massive plant had figured out that it didn't have to wait for people to reach out and grab the drowning decoy. Because Cassie had been caught, she only had to grit. She liked to keep it low so that her anguish trope would be powered up. And fortunately, it meant that if she ever came close to death, she would make it over the finish line really easily. I tried to focus, to drown out the feeling of my burning lungs. I tried to watch the story playing out above me on the red wallpaper thanks to Deathwatch. They were examining the plant's structure from the shoddy video I had managed to take on my camera. It was a pretty neat deal. There was a main plant somewhere down deep at the bottom of the cove, with all sorts of tendrils shooting off of it. At the end of a tendril was one kind of decoy or another. It might have been a joint-shaped decoy or just an ordinary fish for the smaller ones. That was something that Camden seemed to notice. "Look at this," he said. "This pod, this smaller one over here, has what appears to be a fish that's struggling to swim at the end of the tendril. Do you see it?" Antoine and Camden locked eyes. "The largemouth bass," they both said in unison, which was a very inorganic thing to say in unison. We wondered why the base kept going missing, why we couldn't get their numbers up, why they never got to legal size. But the catfish were just fine, Camden said. Bass hunt with their eyes. They'll bite anything that's moving. That's what all their lures are designed to imitate, smaller fish, injured fish. Antoine said, but not catfish. They hunt by smell. That explained the whole largemouth bass conspiracy. Wait, what are you saying? Anna asked. Are you saying that this plant learned to fish? This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. I was glad that they were laying it out so simply for any part of the audience that was drunk by this point in the movie. But that doesn't explain why it looks like my sister, she said. It's mimicry. Camden said. Whatever this thing is, it clearly has the ability to see and copy things to change the shape of its lures. This wasn't natural selection. It happened too fast. Anna got quiet. What is it? Camden asked. Nothing, she said quietly. We have to find a way to get out of here. Good luck with that, Antoine said. Our best bet is to try to wait it out till morning when they send out more rescue boats. We try to warn them off before they come close. This whole thing could be a disaster. Rescue boat after rescue boat getting fished into the lake. I have to wonder why this didn't happen until the tournament. Well, no one was allowed on the lake until the tournament, Anna said. No one except for Camden's team. Good question. I've been trying to think of it myself, Camden said, as he dared to look over the water at another decoy pretending to drown. As much as I loved watching, I had to get air, grit or no grit. I was about to die, and there was no indicator for it because my dead status was already fully lit. The best I could do, I figured, was swim up somewhere where I wouldn't be seen. So, a little while before they started their whole finale talk-through session, I started swimming to the other side of the cove. My hustle made me quick, and my grit allowed me to do it without breathing for at least a little while. Luckily, the cove was fairly small, and I managed to get to my target just in time. I was headed toward the pontoon research vessel. And like a normal boat, it had two hollow pontoons underneath it, which meant the space between them was dark and empty. When I swam up in the middle of them, the chances of my being seen by a camera were almost non-existent. I barely made it there, but when I did, I ducked under the boat, swam up so hard that I almost hit my head, and gulped air. Suddenly feeling the pain my lungs had been in, I rested my hand against the inside of one of the pontoons while I peeped across the cove at my co-stars. I noticed that I was leaving a bloody handprint. I couldn't even feel the texture of anything. My skin was so raw and spongy. I didn't want to look at my face or anything else. It was just about then that Camden had a revelation. My team and I didn't go out on the lake for recreation. We were doing science, trying to see how many fish of different species there were in different parts of the lake. He said, "Okay, but why didn't any of these drowning human lures try to get your attention?" Antoine asked. "Do you know how biologists check how many fish are in a lake?" he asked. "We don't use fishing poles. We use electricity." He gestured across the lake at the pontoon I was floating under, and I quickly ducked down underneath the water. "You see those poles with the strange-looking wires hanging off the end?" he asked. "Yes," Antoine said. "They kind of looked like antennas." "That what you're talking about?" "That's what I'm talking about," Camden said. "Those are used for electrofishing. Anytime we would come out on the lake away from where the boat ramp and docks are, we had those in the water, running a low voltage, enough to stun any nearby fish. Then we could scoop them up in a net and get some data on them. Measurements, sex, breed. We even scanned them for microchips that we used to track them. Then we released them and harmed electricity," Anna said. "You think that could be the reason that your boats were safe? But all the fishermen weren't. That my dad wasn't. Anna's poor dad. Not only was he probably dead, but he likely died being dragged into the lake by a copy of his dead daughter. It's the only difference I can think of," Camden said. "However these creatures work, these pods, I imagine that the electricity causes them to trigger prematurely. Then the plant will have to reset. And while they're doing that, they're not going to be fishing for a manwich. So if we're going to survive, we need to get back to the other side of the cove," Antoine said. "That would be our next dilemma," Camden said. "Oh great. I wanted to stay out of view of the cameras across the cove. But now it looked like they were about to come over here anyway. It might have been a pipe dream." There was at least 50 yards of open lake between where they were and the pontoon, and while I could make the distance without getting attacked, that was because I had the dead status, which in its own way was the most powerful status in the game. Monsters were not inclined to seek out the dead unless they were the ones that killed your character to begin with. The rules were fuzzy, funnily enough. These pods were easier to avoid while underwater. but I doubted Carousel would let them swim the whole way like that. It would be a weird choice for the characters. Even if it made sense, it would be hard for Carousel to cover up the movie magic. Luckily, Camden had a plan, and it only took them a few minutes to enact. First, he rigged up the small boat anchor to some high-test fishing line and condescendingly asked Antoine if he could launch it that far. Of course he could. Because this was a movie, he grabbed the fishing reel, tilted it back behind his head, and then launched the anchor, which soared until I heard a thud on the boat above me. He softly pulled it back until he got the anchor to hook onto one of the side rails of the pontoon. Then they used the high-test line to pull both boats as far toward each other as they could. Both of them were connected in some way by the plant, which had disabled their propellers. But they had lots of leeway since the plant itself had long tendrils. They managed to close the gap to no more than 20 yards. Meanwhile, I had to do my best to stay underneath the pontoon so that I could breathe. I might even be of some use. Unfortunately, I only had half of a head shear to work with, because the other half was inside my magical hoodie pockets somewhere at the bottom of the lake. Still, I was going to help if I could. Once they started pulling the boats closer together and the attention was all on them and their efforts, I decided to swim between the boats underwater and clear a path for them. It would take forever if I wanted to actually destroy the plants, but I didn't have to destroy them. I just had to disarm them. I swam up to a nearby pod that would be directly in the way of them being able to get onto the pontoon, and I grabbed it from behind while reaching around and stabbing it near its trapdoor. It was actually quite easy. The doors were on a hair trigger by their design. As soon as I triggered them, the negative pressure inside the pod would release, sucking in a bunch of water and disarming the trap. I couldn't do it to all of the pods, because Carousel would punish that, but I thinned out the forest of traps between the boats as best I could, giving at least one or two of them a clear path across. The fact that I did it in my underwear while bleeding from pretty much all parts of my skin made it slightly more impressive in my mind. Not that I was going to brag to them. Now, all I had to do was wait for one of them to draw the short straw. Someone was going to have to take the plunge. And so the finale was set. The surviving players would race across 20 yards of man-eating plants to get to the pontoon on the other side and do a little shock therapy with electrofishing equipment. I could make that distance a little smaller by slicing through the tendril that had been used to disable the propellers on the pontoon, but I felt that would be going too far. The last thing I wanted was for Carousel to grant this mutant plant even more powers because I took advantage of my dead status. All I could do was float and wait as Antoine volunteered to be the one to make the swim. He stripped down and jumped into the water, swimming as fast as he possibly could to get all the way to the pontoon, but unfortunately for him, he was not actually the main character. While I had managed to clear out some of the pods, I couldn't get rid of all the obstacles, or there would be no tension. The finale may not have had scripted deaths, but it would be foolish to assume there wouldn't be any in a creature feature like this. No sooner did he get halfway across the water than he swam directly into the path of one of the lures as it popped up, flailing its arm. There was no way he could have dodged it now that the plant had learned to grab for its food. He tried to scream an expletive, but the trap pod beneath him triggered, and he, along with all the water around him, was sucked into it at a speed so fast that anyone watching the movie would call it bad CGI. I wanted to go help him, but unlike me, he didn't go off screen and get the dead status the moment it looked like his character was doomed. He actually had to go through with it. He had to struggle. Carousel wanted the footage, though he fought and cut with a knife he had found in his tackle box. It didn't quite work. The positive part of High Grit was that it made death painless. The downside was that it made it last forever. Carousel would get plenty of footage. The biggest problem was that Antoine just would not give up. He struggled and stretched and pulled his way out of the bladder, refusing to let himself succumb. It was a physical challenge, after all, and overcoming it would give him some peace of mind and healing thanks to his mountain as a metaphor trope. Free of the trap and still the focus of all attention, he swam the rest of the way across the path toward the pontoon, blood trailing off of him so thick it could be seen by moonlight. His injuries were even worse than mine because he had taken his clothes off before getting into the water. That extra layer, it seemed, had saved me quite a bit of pain. I could see why he might think that was a smart thing to do. Not knowing about the digestion part, he made it to the pontoon, but just before he could pull himself up, something happened that I didn't see coming and had no words to describe in the moment. Basically, the lake fell out from under me. I was under the pontoon that he was climbing onto, but there was something even bigger underneath us. A trap pod so large that when it triggered, it sucked all the water out from under the research vessel for a split second, causing both Antoine and me to get vacuumed into its massive bladder. Luckily, the pontoon itself didn't get sucked in, but it was sucked underwater and emerged in a big splash as it basically shot out of the lake and landed a few yards closer to Antoine's boat, where Anna and Camden watched in horror. As for me, I was inside a giant bladder again, this time bumping up against the rapidly digesting body of Antoine, who was even more confused than I was. We were off-screen. No one who saw that would expect him to survive, given how much he struggled with the first one. More than that, no one would want him to survive at that point, not with his partially digested skin. A quick death would have been kinder. Unfortunately, now off-screen with me, a quick death was not available. A slow one, where we had to pray drowning beat out melting, was ahead of us. I was about to live up to my dead status. Quickly, we locked eyes and began struggling toward the door of the bladder. We needed to get out as soon as possible because the digestive enzymes of the pod were rapidly trying to break us down, and the walls were closing in to squeeze us as we were absorbed. While we worked to get out of the pod, I saw Anna make a desperate swim for the pontoon thanks to Deathwatch, where she was almost sucked into a pod but managed to get away. Thanks to my efforts to clear things out and Antoine's sacrifice to give the audience its final pound of flesh, she had a mostly clear path to swim. The blast from the large pod trap triggering had moved the pontoon much closer to Antoine's boat. She fought her way there, reached up to the deck, and hoisted herself up just as an imitation Joanne came up behind her. "You have to lower the metal arms down into place," Camden yelled as the base boat he was on rocked violently. "I've got it," Anna screamed back. She pulled a cord that had bound two large, antenna-looking objects to the sides of the boat. They gently lowered until their ends were barely in the water. "That's it," Camden said. "The panel is next to the driver's seat. You just have to flip it on and dial it up. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement." Anna followed his instructions. She found the panel, which had been equipped with one of those little switches that was covered so it couldn't be accidentally triggered. My eyesight was getting murky as my eyes were literally being broken down. Antoine and I struggled to get the bladder open again so that we could swim out. No matter how hard we pulled or how many times I poked at it with my head sheer half, it just wasn't budging. It was too thick. I looked at Antoine, or at least I thought that's what I was doing. I couldn't tell. I was basically blind by the end. I knew the game was up for both of us. Anna looked out at the sea of Joanne imposters with a twinge of sadness, then flipped the switch. Sparks rang out from the electrofishing arms, which did not seem realistic. Electricity spread around the entire cove. Suddenly, the trapdoor to the bladder relaxed, and Antoine and I were expelled from its inside. In fact, every single pod in the area was triggered, and a camera shot from above captured the disruptions in the water as the bladders released their contents and partially digested human bodies floated to the surface, leaving one last horrifying shot. The needle on the plot cycle switched to the end. I didn't know if I made it out of the lake. I wasn't sure whether I was in the water or not after being digested twice. But I did watch as the movie ended with a flashback of Anna's sister's death while Anna quietly contemplated what had happened that night. Joanne, a beautiful young girl, accidentally inhaled lake water when she and Anna went for an illegal midnight swim in the fenced-off lake. She started to struggle to stay afloat. Anna, her older sister up on the shore, didn't notice at first. Drowners are quieter than most people would imagine. The poor young girl continued to struggle to move her arms and lift her head above the water. To no avail, she died. It was a brutal depiction of death. I got the sense it may have been the real one that started this storyline. The camera focused on a shot of a perfectly still Joanne floating in the water just underneath the surface. Then there was a shot from below. A much smaller version of the giant plant we had just struggled with was framed beneath her, as if it could see what was happening. It couldn't have been sonar. not with how it matched her blonde hair and pink skin. Joanne was face down. And there was this moment where the plant and the deceased girl were facing each other in the moonlight. While the plant didn't have eyes, it reacted as if it could see her, and it began to wiggle in excitement as Anna jumped into the water to swim out to retrieve her sister. That was the moment the plant learned how to attract a human into the water. All it had to do was look like a drowning young woman, just as it had to imitate a dying fish to attract a largemouth bass. It just had to look like Joanne. The camera faded away as some of the plant matter, some fine strands that almost looked like roots, changed color until they mimicked blonde hair. Quickly, the footage of Anna dumping her sister into the city swimming pool was played. There was no conspiracy. Just tragedy. Anna and Camden made it to shore, with all the traps disarmed. There was nothing to stop them. Even the waving imitations of Joanne were no longer dangerous. Anna turned around on shore and stared back at the monster's rendition of her sister as tears flowed down her face. While she wasn't as good an actress as Kimberly, she portrayed the guilt flawlessly. Then I needed air. A pain I had been able to ignore until that moment sprang up in my lungs. I swam upward, suddenly able to see. My clothes were back on, which became an annoyance as I swam to the nearby shore and climbed up the bank to solid ground. Antoine was already there. His clothes were just as wet as mine. He nodded at me as he took his shoes off to pour water out of them. "Did you die?" I asked. He shrugged. "I think so," he said as he poured water from the other shoe. "How do you think we did?" I shrugged. "Pretty well. Guess we got saved by Camden investigating his character's job." He laughed. "Yeah, he did well. Would have sucked to not have that. I'm still going to give him a hard time. He didn't get a drop of water on him." We started walking back around the lake. Good on him. The monsters were in the water. I would have liked to stay dry too, I said. I began filling him in on my off-screen contributions so he would know I wasn't just loafing around. I also explained why the monster looked like Anna's sister, which was not explained until the final reveal. We met up with Cassie on the shore across the cove. She was completely dry. We talked a bit more about the movie, but our conversation couldn't really continue under its own steam. One victory didn't erase the pain we had just endured. Kimberly was dead. Andrew was dead. Ramona, Isaac, Kelsey, and Bobby had jumped into the river. I needed to check on them. I quickly equipped coming to a theater near you. It would be nearly at its strongest now, with me having just finished a storyline. If I had used it in the storyline, it would be better, but I couldn't justify that. I didn't need to know huge spoilers about any potential storylines going on. I only needed to know whether any storylines were underway. There was one. A trailer began playing on the red wallpaper. A camera panned in on an old country house covered in snow. It looked like it might have been opulent once, with some ambiguous European flair. "What did the old lady die from?" Kelsey asked somewhere off-screen. "Any number of things," Bobby answered as the camera still panned over the house. By then, it seemed like every organ in her body was trying to kill her. "Ages and kind, that way. Anyway, Jules," Bobby's NPC companion, said, "do you want a tour or what?" The camera now followed a group of people as they were led through the house in a short montage, showing the major locations. The house was beautiful, but old. Once the tour montage ended, they were all back in the foyer, and it was revealed that Kelsey was not the only one being given the tour. Ramona and Isaac were there too, along with a few NPCs. "So what now?" Isaac asked. "We divided up. Each gets a share. That's what. 2 bedrooms and 3 or 4 baths apiece, right?" "Not exactly," Bobby said. "Her last will and testament was a bit unorthodox. You will not be sharing this home nor the late Sigrid Haraldsson's vast wealth." "You couldn't tell us that before the tour?" Ramona asked. Bobby put his hands up in a defensive posture. "Well, wait one moment. I'll lay it to you straight," Jules said. "Only one of you can keep the inheritance. The one who completes Miss Haraldsson's challenge." "Like a competition?" Kelsey asked. "What's the game?" "The game is simple," Bobby said, as the camera left to show the elaborate house, revealing mechanical levers and springs hidden in the walls. "The last one to leave wins." "The last one to leave the house or the property?" Isaac asked. "Because my things are in the car. Your belongings will be brought to you," Jules said. "Starting now, anyone who leaves this house is disqualified. The last one remaining wins the estate." The camera quickly moved through the house until it found a room on the first floor at the end of a long hallway. "There is just one other rule," Bobby said. "It's a strange one. It's no big deal, really. You cannot, under any circumstances, enter or use the sauna. Not until you've won." "That's going to be difficult," Isaac said. "Is that where the treasure is buried, the sauna?" The camera arrived at the door to a sauna, but before it could move through and reveal anything, the screen cut to black. "No," Jules said. "It's just about seeing if you can follow the rules." The screen faded to black. Inky black and green letters appeared. "The hatching house." A narrator's voice boomed over the end, "Coming soon." We had to walk all the way back around the lake to the loading ramp, where Anna and Camden were waiting for us. That didn't even make sense, because at the end of the movie, they were climbing onto the shore across the cove from where we were. But as it turns out, there was an explanation. The pontoon boat, which had been used as a research vessel, was tied up at the docks right next to the wooden rowboat we had floated in on. I would not realize the significance of that until Silas, the mechanical showman, arrived. He had chosen the front deck of the pontoon as the place he would appear, so we had to climb aboard to get our tickets. Camden was the first to push the big red button. While he did not get any tropes, he did get to stat tickets and a license for the research vessel, including the gear aboard. It had not even occurred to me to hope for a boat upgrade, but as I walked over the vessel, I was sure glad to have it. Not only was there an abundance of seats, but there was shade, dual pontoons, and dual engines. We stole the oars from the wooden boat in case we needed to push off any rocks later on down the line. Antoine did not get any stat tickets, but he did get a TROP. Clean living type, healing archetype, athlete spect, health nut, stat used. What's the point of seeing a character make a getaway from a near-death experience only to die from bleeding out right afterward? If the user manages to escape captivity or an ongoing attack, they will heal life-threatening and seen injuries. A clean getaway deserves a clean bill of health. Or near enough. That was probably a direct result of his escaping the initial trap pod but being so injured in the process that he likely would have died even if he had not gotten caught in the second one. It would build off his mountain as a metaphor trope very well if he chose to use it. Anna got to stat tickets and one trope, maladaptive daydreaming type, insight action archetype, final girl, aspect, stat used. The job of the main character is to walk the audience through the story, but sometimes that movie has important elements that take place in the past or even in the protagonist's imagination. The audience will have to follow them there. The user can daydream about some part of their backstory or current torment on screen to trigger a scene involving the memory or horror, either for a full flashback or a simple imagined fake-out. The camera follows you wherever you go. There is no escape. This was a Final Girl staple. Being able to visually see the antagonist tormenting the protagonist through daydreams or other types of fake-outs or memories was an essential horror movie trope. Cassie did not get stat tickets despite being underleveled. She had technically been part of the second blood killings, but she shared that with me. And since the story appeared to allow for no psychic powers at all, her tropes were less than useful. It just so happened she got another trope to help fix that. And scene confirmation. Type, ruler type, psychic aspect, stat used. Even a movie without confirmed supernatural forces can be ruled by forces of destiny, even if no one knows it. When this trope is equipped, most supernatural tropes will still have some effect that does not confirm the presence of the supernatural to the characters. Predictions become instincts, curses become metaphors, and mental powers are replaced by the human spirit. The audience might see the forces of destiny at play. The characters will be none the wiser. This seemed complicated and would involve a lot of trial and error. Never being able to confirm her psychic powers would certainly be a handicap, but it would allow her to actually use the powers, if only for the knowledge they might give her. I got nothing but the normal money we usually received. I was very overleveled, and despite my character dying and me taking massive damage, it was not a particularly challenging storyline for me. Camden did all the heavy work when it came to planning, stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Just as we had hoped, we had the opportunity to rest at the setting for the storyline. I had hardly ventured up into the campgrounds and marina area where the story took place, and for good reason. Any scene that showed all of the docks and boats would undercut that this was an abandoned lake just reopening. There was even a restaurant at the marina, but we had to pay for it. Luckily, there were no omens around that I could find. The area should be safe, at least for a while. Even as we toured around the campgrounds and looked at the cabins they had for rent, in my heart, I knew we would still end up sleeping on the pontoon. It was not comfortable, and it was not enclosed by itself. We had to put up a tent we had gotten at Eternal Savers Club, but the fear that we would have to make a dash back for the water in the middle of the night after getting ambushed was too real. While helping maneuver the large tent onto the back deck of the pontoon, between the benches, I happened to look up at the gizmos and gadgets that were attached to the boat because of Camden's character, a wildlife scientist. There was a big screen with lots of green circles and dots that, to my eyes, looked like a radar. "Wait a second," I said. "If we had taken your boat instead of the base boat, would we have been able to see those big things under the water before the finale?" "Probably," Camden said. "But that is not the sonar. That is this over here," he said, pointing to a much smaller screen. It was a fish finder. "Then what is this thing?" I asked. "I believe that is the radio tracking equipment for when we would tag big fish. We could see where they were in the lake. Of course, they kept getting eaten, and the trackers would disappear. But that was the idea at least." It was wise of Camden not to reveal that information early in the storyline. At the end of the day, we needed a reason our characters could get out on that lake without looking like idiots. And if he had revealed that all the large fish they were tracking had disappeared and the trackers were destroyed, it would have been hard to justify entering the lake after the fishermen disappeared. I went up to the marina restaurant to get some to-go food for the others and to stock up on other necessities at the convenience store. But I was not really the one doing the shopping or the thinking. I was just there looking for omens. By that point in time, it was second nature. I could do it while lost in thought. And I really was lost in thought. I was lost in guilt. I was lost in regret. And I was hoping beyond hope that no one was going to point out how all of this was somehow my fault. How I should have been the one to predict it. Of course, we were always going to be put in a position where we had to do the right thing by choosing to spare Cassie. And of course, we were going to be punished for it. For all I knew, this was the best outcome of the choices we could have made. But at least if I had not suggested we hit the river to try to save Cassie, whatever bad thing happened would not be my fault. The convenience store had those little popsicles that were so deformed you would never be able to guess what they were meant to be originally. Mine looked like a single-celled organism blown up about 1,000 times its size. It was not until we were eating dinner, which was just fried catfish, macaroni and cheese, and dry rolls, that I worked up the courage to bring up what I had seen using my coming to a theater near you trope. I told them everything I could see, basically giving a play-by-play while replaying it in my head. "So they are going to die?" Antoine asked. It was a fair guess. A good portion of the time that I checked up on people using that trope, the trailers would spell doom and gloom for whoever was involved. "I don't know," I said. "They have a pretty good team." And Bobby brought in Jules. I was going to say more, but I felt silly. Did they really have a good team? They had a final girl and a comedian as their main characters, and then a hysteric and a wallflower. Who would be their planner? Well, whatever type of team they have, I think they can do it. I didn't get the sense that the storyline was doomed from the trailer, but it is possible that the information I got from my trope was outdated. I didn't see any scenes from later in the film, so it's possible they just hadn't gotten that far yet. "What are we hoping for?" Camden asked. "Whether they live or die, they're still stuck in enchanted Carousel. How are we supposed to get to them? They're alive," Anna said. "I can feel them. I can see that they're scared, and Bobby is frustrated. I think they're still in the storyline. Maybe they will be for a while." "You said it was about trying to stay in a house for as long as possible. That could be a really long storyline. Maybe things will be okay. Maybe they would be." She had a point. A storyline about waiting out the competition in some sort of trap house could last a while. But then what? Something worse comes along to kill them. I felt so conflicted. Because in a strange way I almost wished that they had died in some storyline where we could save them. Knowing that they were out there alive meant that any terrible fate in the many worlds could befall them. Death was finite, its risks were known. But life had so many possibilities, so many terrible turns. What a terrible person I was, wishing that my friends were dead just so I didn't have to keep worrying about them and could focus on other problems. There was no way I could save them. No way we could even find them. The rivers of Carousel ran everywhere, and we had no way of navigating them. Even with Camden having memorized much of the map that made no sense, we had no way of understanding where they were. I decided to leave the pontoon and take a walk. It was a nice enough place with the storyline over. No one was freaking out about missing fishermen. It was a world of eternal summer, of children playing in the water even though it was late at night. But I wasn't going to fault Carousel for that. This area wasn't finished. It had rough edges. For instance, there was no entrance or exit to the park. People would drive away and simply come back a few minutes later to start their day over. Surely that, too, was an oversight. Some kids were playing catch with one of those sponge balls that were supposed to be safe and soft. But the truth was, if they had enough water in them, they could slap the side of your face as hard as any hand. I was angry at Carousel and at myself. And somehow the anger at myself took center stage. Our time in Carousel was filled with hectic moments, impossible choices, and long stretches of boredom where nothing even happened worth reporting on or remembering. And yet the boredom never felt like peace, because we were always wondering what was going to happen next to ruin everything. Our plan to spend the apocalypse in a safe castle was just never going to work. Carousel needed footage. And the bigger our defense, the bigger its siege. But it wasn't trying to simply slay us. It was like it was trying to challenge us, to prod us, to force us into some bigger narrative that would be more entertaining. I watched as the children played with that fabric-covered sponge, as if they were having the best time in the world. One of them threw their ball, and it passed right by their target and landed upon a large rock next to the shore. But it didn't stay there. The rock was tilted, so it rolled back down into the water and was easily retrieved by one of the kids. And suddenly it struck me that maybe all Carousel wanted from us was to be proactive. I could do that. I reached into my hoodie pocket and pulled out one of the trope items we had received after beating Redwood. It was a cue ball with the trope boomerang physics attached. A comedic trope that allowed it to land exactly where you wanted it to through some convoluted Rube Goldberg machine shenanigans. It could even be instructed to find its way back to the sender. I looked out at the children playing in the lake, and suddenly I knew what we needed to do. I was so excited that I ran all the way back to the boat. The others were trying to figure out how we would all fit inside one pop-up tent, squeezed between the padded benches on either side of the pontoon's back deck. The truth was, as afraid of being ambushed on land as we were also afraid of being ambushed on the water. There was no winning, no safe option. Staying on the boat made a quick getaway possible. The tent was one more layer of protection so that nothing could touch our feet in the night. I ran down the dock, jumped onto the boat, and said, "How exactly do those trackers work?" Camden popped his head out of the door of the pop-up tent. "The fish trackers?" he asked. "Yeah, those. Do you know how to operate them? I assume you got some training or read a manual, maybe." He looked over at the cabinet with all of the equipment for the lake research vessel and then crawled out of the tent to go find the trackers themselves. "What exactly do we need these for here?" he asked once he had found them. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the cue ball. "I might have a way for us to find the others," I said. He glanced at the ball, seemingly reading its trope and remembering what it did. And then he looked back at me and opened up the bag of trackers quickly. "So what are we saying? We throw this and hope it rolls to them. Maybe toss it in the river?" he asked. "I figure we build a sort of floating system for it. Like a bag filled with air, maybe some cushioning. Throw in that tracker, this ball, and then we tell it where to go and to come back to us afterward." It was a perfectly normal plan. "Wait, what are we talking about?" Antoine called from inside the tent, where he had dragged the fabric up onto one of the benches so that he could sleep off the hard deck. I explained my plan, with everyone else listening. I was excited. I had no idea whether or not it would work. There was a bit of a difference between using a magic cue ball to trip a monster and using it as a tracking device across the vast dimensional chaos of Carousel. "Just think about it," I said. "It's an exploit. Sure, but that's nothing new to us. I mean, oblivious bystander wasn't designed to let me Mr. Make my way out of all danger. And yet I can use it that way. I think this will work to. It's savvy-based. It was rare that I was this excited, but it felt like I was onto something. It fit our circumstances so well. It gave us a way to fight for the people we cared about. We discussed it for a while. First thing in the morning, we tested out. Camden said, "Well, sure." I said. It was dark. We needed to sleep. As excited as I was, I worried I wouldn't be able to sleep the natural way. But I could always use out like a light. I took the tracker that Camden had grabbed and the cue ball and put them in my pocket. There wasn't exactly a lot of room in the pop-up tent, but it felt safer than any other place we could be. I had to unequip my scouting trope so that the crybaby would be on full alert for omens. In the morning, we would test my plan out, and if it worked, that cue ball might be one of the most valuable items we ever acquired. Test 13, Camden said. Freezer bag with reflective orange water wing and duct tape. Commence. Go to Antoine and then come back to me. He tossed the bag, which included the cue ball and the fish tracker, into the water. And there it floated for 15 to 20 minutes, as the slow-moving currents of the lake moved it under the docks, where it bounced from piling to piling, until eventually it landed right on the ladder in front of Antoine, before getting swept up in some wake from a ski boat and finding its way back to Camden on the shore a few hundred feet away. It was working, at least for a short distance. A trope like boomerang physics relied on having lots of kinetic energy and things to bounce off of. And what could have more to bounce off of than a river? This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. That pretty much proves it, right? I asked. Yeah, Camden said. It's the world's slowest remote control boat. Fate is a slow motor, my friend, I said. He waded out and grabbed the bag. All right, so that's what we do, I said. We just add a note inside of it, and they could probably send a note back to us. And it goes back and forth. And the whole time we can be following it in the boat, getting closer to where they are. Camden wasn't as enthusiastic as I was. He threw the bag back into the water, sending it on its slow journey down the shore toward Antoine. Look, he said, we don't know if this is going to work. For all we know, this thing might go a mile, and then the magic will cut out. Or maybe it can take a path because of its size that we can't follow. Or maybe it will get eaten by a sea monster with such high plot armor that my savvy can't match it. Or maybe it goes so fast that we can't chase it in the boat. Yes, but if none of that happens, I said, it'll work. He laughed. There was something that Camden wasn't taking into account. Heroes, as in protagonists, have one responsibility in a story: to be proactive, to push the story forward. As much as I agreed with Camden about the flaws of the plan, I thought there was a larger force at work. Carousel wanted to see what happened enough that we would make some level of progress. Sure, there was no easy way to find Ramona and the others, but it would be a step in the right direction. It would be a pull of the thread. All right, Camden said, but now we have to test the radio tracker, and I can already tell it's going to be a pain. After about an hour of figuring out how to set the thing up, it turned out that his prediction was correct. The problem wasn't so much tracking the floating bag as it was figuring out how the radio interface worked. There was a small antenna, and in order to check for the radio signal, it had to be turned out in real life. It might have been simpler, but the Carousel version required someone to manually turn the antenna to search for the strongest signal, which corresponded to the direction we had to go. The technology was designed to guide a boat on top of a fish in a lake, possibly with the goal of using electro-fishing equipment to cause it to float to the surface. Paralyzed, it was not designed to chase a floating object down a river. We tried the obvious things, like tying the bag with the cue ball in it to the front of the boat. Would it lead us where we wanted to go? The answer was no. As long as it was under our control, the cue ball would not activate, and it would just float aimlessly. Okay, so what happens if the left turn we need to make to steer closer to the others means that we have to activate a powerful storyline? Anna asked. First, I said, we hope that won't happen, and second, we consider running the storyline if at all possible. Otherwise, we just let the ball go. Eventually, it'll come back to us. And we're supposed to just wait it out? Camden asked. If it fails, we give up, I said. I'm not going to ask us to endanger our lives here for an experiment. Maybe it's a bit of a gamble, but that's something we're used to. All right. Hey, I'm just asking questions, Camden said. I think it sounds like a good idea. No way it could go wrong. I don't know why we're still waiting here. Maybe there were some logical disadvantage to my plan. I couldn't blame him for expressing doubts, but I felt the pros outweighed the cons. There was a good reason to stay. The campground so far had been a safe place to wait out the apocalypse, but it still wasn't ideal. We were vulnerable. Things could change in an instant. Still, if we were on the river and needed to rest, we would have to find a place without any omens or lairs, or else we might even have to run a storyline. I couldn't blame the others if they wanted to stay as long as Carousel let us. You think this can help us find Isaac? Cassie asked. You tested it, right? It seemed to work. It went to Antoine, so it can go to Isaac. With one of her brothers dead, it was not a hard sell to convince her to try to save the other. I can't make any promises, but I can tell you that this is the way forward if we are going to find Isaac. Ramona, Bobby, and Kelsey, I said. Well, I say we do it, Antoine said. Besides, so what if we run into a strong storyline or two? The plan is to level up, right? We have fast zombies to kill. That's right, I said. That needs to be our attitude. In Carousel, a growth mindset meant something different than on Earth. Hey, I'm not complaining about running more stories, Camden said. I didn't even get hurt in the last one. That was 3.5 votes for yes. All that was left was Anna. They're still alive, Hannah said, scared and stressed. But alive. That makes this urgent. We have to do it. Anna never had a problem with bravery, but it still sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Heck, it sounded like we were all trying to convince ourselves, except Antoine. He had a fire in his eyes. After what happened to Kimberly, he just wanted to feel like he was fighting for her. So after replenishing our food supply with Lake Marina convenience store food, we headed out on the water. There was no way to look cool driving a pontoon boat. It was almost as if the seats were designed to resist the notion of cool. It certainly didn't have the speed we needed to set the aesthetics of a rescue mission. But that wasn't an issue. By triggering the omen for breathing deeply, we had found ourselves in a basin lake. Now there were several other directions we could go. This was like a four-way stop for the river. The path we would choose wouldn't be determined by us, though. It would be chosen by a cue ball. Camden threw the bag with the ball and the tracker into the water and said, "Find Ramona and then come back to me." The bag floated, but didn't move in any particular hurry. "Quick, follow that bag," Antoine said as we floated alongside it. "Did we lose it on the radar?" I asked, pretending that I couldn't see it any longer. The bright, reflective orange water wing made it very visible against the water. We could at least try to make jokes. It took us nearly an hour to get off the lake, and we never lost sight of the bag. But eventually it floated ever so slowly toward an outlet that wasn't even on a map for the lake. And once we set sail to follow it, the water got faster, and the bag moved swiftly, bouncing off every rock and log on the way. We had to chase it now, knowing that if it ever took a turn down a shallow creek, it was as good as lost. I didn't even know what would happen if we needed to trigger a storyline to open up the right path. We followed the bag, and the bag followed the river. Where it would take us, we did not know, but the journey, some said, was more important than the destination. But then, it was also more dangerous. Do the braids make it more powerful? I asked as Cassie tied a makeshift bracelet to my wrist. In fact, they do make it more powerful, she said. The braids are important because if something ends up tugging on this thing, the more layers of cording, the less likely it is to cut your hand off. However, the beads are the real source of power. I noticed I didn't get so many of those, I said as I looked around at the other's wrists. Anna needed them more than you did, Cassie explained. Fair enough, I said as I examined my new friendship bracelet that she had made from fishing line, an old t-shirt for ribbons, and fishing weights. But you know that these plum weights are made of lead, right? I asked. I do. That's why I chose them, Cassie said without missing a beat. Lead is a powerful spiritual metal, known to the ancients for its properties as an anti-ghost and anti-demon charm. I looked over at Camden. Did you hear that? This thing will fight off ghosts and demons because of the lead. It makes sense, he said without looking up. Why do you think the old lead pipes groan so much in haunted houses? It's because the ghosts keep running into them. Even Antoine laughed at that one. He hadn't been talking much because he had the stressful job of steering while Camden watched the radio receiver to make sure we were following the cue ball that would lead us to Ramona. And the others. We could still see it in the distance. It hadn't outpaced us that much. Still, practicing with the radio tracker while there was still daylight was important. While the pontoon probably was not the fastest boat to navigate a river with. It just so happened that a long while ago, Anna had picked up a trope called along for the ride, which imbued any vehicle she traveled in with extra grit and hustle. We were already performing maneuvers I was confident could not have been done outside a movie, such as drifting around tight corners whenever the bag we were chasing made a sudden left. I examined the bracelet Cassie had put around my wrist. It was probably a good idea in general for us to wear those. She had a trope called Wards of Affection that allowed her to give gifts to people that would help defend them against spiritual powers, and that had become very relevant on the boat because spirits haunted the river as much as any other monster. Sure, I expected the occasional pirate ghost, but it was much more than that. We found that out when the spirit of a drowned man attempted to sink the boat. We withstood it well enough. It turned out that Antoine's willpower's magic trope had effects outside of storylines that we had not yet experimented with. It didn't exactly allow us to manhandle ghosts. No, it just allowed us to interact with them and resist them using grit, which was to say we could ward them off, but the pain would be extreme. That was always the downside of that trope. Being able to resist things by grit essentially gave power to pain. We figured Cassie's method would be preferable. Got some more up ahead, Anna said. She was lying down on the top deck of the boat above the cockpit, holding onto the rail for dear life. It gave her a little bit more height so she could see further down the river. But I couldn't imagine how scary it was to not have a seat to sit in. I looked ahead of us. I could still see the bright orange water wing inside the bag with the cue ball and tracker. But I also saw the women on the riverbank. They were mostly women. The ghosts that haunted the river. They wailed and cried for their own reasons. And while most ignored us, those who saw us passing often became angry. They were women and a few men from all different time periods and cultures, many of whom I did not recognize. They wore long dresses and black dresses and occasionally nothing at all as they cried. Many of them walked on the water. Others walked through it. They were not all from the same type of movie, but they did match the theme. Mixed among the ghosts were others. NPCs who didn't seem to notice the ghosts but who were doing essentially the same thing. Mourning loved ones. It was the saddest part of the Carousel River, and it had been going on for hours. We hadn't even seen an omen in a while. These poor women, Anna said. Is this their whole afterlife? Always mourning their loved ones. They did seem to have Carousel's patented stuck-in-a-loop behavior. No one answered her because no one wanted to think about it. Carousel must like grief, Cassie said. To collect them all here like this. One woman who wore a black veil walked over the water in our direction. But she wasn't aiming for us. She couldn't really see us from what I could tell. Not until she got up close. And she looked Cassie in the eye as we passed. There are enough of these ghosts for an apocalypse, Camden said as we passed on through, watching the rich and the poor alike work through their grief. Maybe that's exactly what they're for. You think maybe that's why it keeps them all here together on this part of the river. I looked out at the women. Even those who looked back at us with anger didn't always try to attack us. There were so many different types of grief going on around us. Grief that became rage, grief that became tears, and grief that ended in hopelessness. A river symbolizes washing things away, right? Anna said. Maybe that's why they're here, washing away their pain. That was a beautiful take. That these people were eternally working to overcome the pain from their lives. I wanted to believe that was the case. That Carousel really cared about that. I just couldn't. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. You have to wonder why there are so many women, Camden said. What is this, like an 8-to-1 ratio? Everyone processes grief differently, Cassie said. Maybe whatever it is that Carousel was looking for was something found in women more than men. Why was it that lady ghosts were usually grieving and male ghosts were angry? Yeah, maybe, I said. And maybe there's a haunted pub somewhere with all the ghostly men. I wasn't trying to make light of the pain around us. If Carousel grouped its ghosts together like this, there must be some place with the grieving men. It was such a depressing section. And yet there was beauty in it too, because many of the ghosts could see each other and they would hold hands. Some of them, those who had not turned dark by grief, comforted each other. Some of these ghosts could kill us without even thinking about it, Cassie said. Look at their levels. Grief is so powerful here. Indeed, it was useful too, I said. If you need a character to do something irrational, there's no better way to coax them into it than grief. The audience will understand. A grieving woman can be powerful in a horror movie, whether she was living or dead. Yeah, well, I think the Carousel is just taunting us, Antoine said, showing us a bunch of weeping women because of Kimberly. For as much as I didn't like that interpretation, I couldn't deny it as a possibility. Unlike the man who tried to drown our boat, the women kept their distance, possibly because of the bracelets Cassie had given us. We sailed on through until eventually we didn't see any more ghosts on the side of the river, eternally caught in a loop of weeping and mourning and worse. Eventually, it was Camden's turn to drive, so Antoine got to take a break. Only then did he start speaking his mind, and it wasn't about the river or the ghostly apparitions we had seen on it. Can you believe that fishing storyline gave me to whole points toward adventure? He asked. He didn't seem particularly excited about it, but the curiosity he had developed through his own grief and tiredness came out in the form of a lackadaisical question not aimed at any particular person. We had all gained at least 1 point in the adventure A on the throughline tracker. Antoine had gained 2. That puts you up to 7 now, doesn't it? Camden asked. Yep, he said. Almost there, you know. It's strange how this thing works out the tracker. Was that fishing story really such an adventure? We explored a new place, I said. Found the unknown. I would say we battled the monster, but that was more of a monster hunter type thing. It was an adventure. Strictly speaking, yeah, it's strange, he said. And not a pip on Monster Hunter. How does that work? It was true. The whole advanced archetype tracker system was quite bewildering. By logic, any given storyline that we entered might cast us into a role that was relevant to any number of advanced archetypes. And yet the tracker didn't show us any of that. It seemed to reveal progress for the different archetypes arbitrarily. I have a theory on all of it, I said. I think it's tracking tons of different things at once, but it only shows us things in a cinematic way. Right now, we're on the river, literally adventuring out into unknown lands, and there's some force that wants to encourage you to keep going. So it shows progress on the adventure archetype. That's my theory, at least. It's Carousel trying to push us one way or another, to encourage us to keep pulling a thread. That's well and good, Camden said. Then explain to me about that mystery advanced archetype. He was referring to the advanced archetype that showed only 3 question marks. I had already completed 7 out of 10 pips, and I still only had guesses about what it was. That's why I said it was a theory, I said. You may be right, Anna said. Maybe the reason that you can't see what it is that Carousel wants you to keep moving forward. Maybe it will end up being whatever it is you choose. What you interpret it to be. Yeah, maybe, I said. I didn't want to believe it worked like that. I wanted it to all mean some specific thing, because the alternative seemed arbitrary and pointless. But we didn't have time to discuss that doubt up ahead of us. We heard a roar long before we saw the waterfall that was causing it. Be careful up there, Anna, Cassie cried out with great concern, giving her best performance, which triggered her empathic shield ability, buffing Anna's grit, which in turn increased the power of Anna's along for the ride trope, which in turn increased the grit of the boat we were riding in as part of a large chain reaction. I'm holding on, Anna said as she wrapped her arms around the short rail that ran along the upper deck. We had stowed everything that could possibly fall off the boat. All that was left was to make sure that none of us got knocked off. That was easier said than done. We'd used anchor rope to create a system of loops through the railing so we could use them as rudimentary seat belts on the benches we sat on. How big is it? Antoine asked. I can't see, Anna said. We had ridden over several small falls that had been harmless, but I could tell from the sound of this one that it was going to be large. We probably should have tied Anna down to the pontoon, because if she got knocked off, her trope would stop buffing it, and the boat might just fall apart. Up ahead of us, the bag with the cue ball tracker went off the falls, which meant we had to follow right after. All I could do was hold on as we approached what could be our doom. We would have to go off the edge, not knowing whether we were going to survive. And so we did. First, the front half of the boat got to the edge of the raging waterfall, and the pontoons underneath us caught on the rock of the riverbed as we tilted forward like some sort of demented roller coaster ride, giving us a look at the fall we were about to take. For some reason, we were each overcome with the uncontrollable urge to scream, "Hold on!" as if no one else had figured that out. I must have screamed it at least twice as the pontoon tipped and began moving forward down the waterfall at a higher speed than I felt comfortable with. Camden gunned the engines just to get us off the last little bit with enough momentum that the motors might not hit the rock below. And his maneuver worked. Now we were free falling downward at a straight angle that seemed impossible, almost as if we were riding the falling water as it fell, and fell, and fell. Well, it fell forever. It fell until the roar from the water quieted. We didn't hit the water below. What is happening? Cassie eventually screamed, as if we would know the answer. It was a while before my brain started working enough for me to piece it together. The waterfall wasn't on the river. The waterfall was the river. Just like the river had been composed of various water pipes, dungeon canals, and swimming pools, it was also composed of an unending waterfall. We weren't falling down into a pool below. We were sailing down water that never stopped falling. We went past the cliff the initial waterfall had poured over, until eventually, all around us, there was nothing but sky, and we rode the falling water deeper, further, for what felt like forever, as if it was just part of the river. The water fell through clouds where little imps played and sprayed us. The water fell past airplanes caught in eternal freefall, with passengers on board screaming. Dozens and dozens of planes were going down without ever hitting anything, just like the ghost women who mourned those they had lost in life. And Carousel had stored these things on one segment of the river. We were at a part of the river that Carousel stored the falling airplanes, and the people falling off buildings, and the people caught in the jaws of flying creatures I could hardly describe, with bodies longer than the Empire State Building. I knew that because we fell past that building, too, along with a few dozen sorry souls who fell forever with us. The river went onward even through the air, and all we could do was sail along with it. Bobby Gill stepped back and surveyed the destruction that he, or at least his character, had helped to foment. The house was gone, all except for, ironically, one of the stalls of the sauna. The oldest one, the one that had been there before the house, Sigrid Haraldsson, a woman of great means and with a deep spiritual connection to her ancestors, had hired him to find the child she believed had been stolen from her at the hospital nearly 30 years earlier, under the guise of being stillborn. What a sad story it had been. His character had searched for every single child born on that day in any hospital within 100 miles and lured them to the house. But when Bobby himself dug a little deeper, he discovered only that his character had lied, that there was no plot to kidnap Miss Haraldsson's child. The child truly was stillborn, and yet, as she died, she used the magical power of a sauna to prolong her life and give her power over the mechanized house that lay in splinters around him now. Such a sad story would probably be undermined by the concept of magic saunas. But how could he be sure? The greatest gift the movie could give was the chance to live within its world. Bobby had believed that with his whole heart, and that was before he came to Carousel, where it became true in the worst way. He climbed through the wreckage. In his final moments, he had managed to distract Miss Haraldsson before she could kill everyone in the house. Had it cost him his life, he wasn't sure. The movie had ended shortly afterward, and he woke up covered in rubble. "Hello," he called out. "Ramona, Isaac, Kelsey." No answer. He even cried out for Jules, though he wasn't hopeful. She had sacrificed herself in her typical badass fashion. Jules was a great companion, but if she got the opportunity to have an epic fight or an epic death, she would take it. Bobby rarely had epic deaths. Usually, his death happened off-screen and might not even be mentioned. That was the life of a minor archetype, unless you just happened to be named Riley Lawrence. Ramona had been the first player to die, which was quite the twist, as she had the greatest connection to the house and to the woman who was offering up her soul to control it. When it was confirmed that she was not actually Sigrid's daughter, she had been sucked through the plumbing of a bathtub, which meant she could reappear anywhere, Bobby reckoned. Mechanical parts and steam pipes lay every which way throughout the wooden wreckage, and the snow was beginning to cover it all. In the distance, he heard the sole survivor, Kelsey, returning to the scene of the movie. "I guess that means I lose," she had said after revealing she had clogged up the steam-powered mechanisms of the house, causing it to explode before leaving through a hole in the exterior she had to squeeze through. The storyline had been a contest to see who could stay the longest. The winner got the house. "Bobby," she asked. "Oh, thank God. I had to run away from the house before it exploded, and Carousel kept me on screen running through the blizzard for like 15 minutes. I don't know how much footage it needed. That damn thing." It was still snowing harshly. Bobby was wet and freezing. "It wanted you to jump in the lake," Bobby said. "It was the title of the last scene. Something like watery escape. Well then, it was out of its mind, because there was no way I was going to do that. I don't care if I get rewards for this or not," she said. He shrugged. "Still no sign of Ramona or Isaac," he said. "Well, they have to be around here somewhere," Kelsey said. "They did good for their level, don't you think? Ramona almost made herself the main character with that one trope of hers where she split the party." Bobby shrugged. He didn't think that it was always obvious when someone was instrumental to a victory. Even Carousel didn't always acknowledge how difficult it was to be a minor character when everything was going to hell. "As far as I can see, the only thing that survived was that old sauna. And there's smoke coming from the pipe up top," he said. "I say we go look there." "No better place to start," Kelsey agreed. They began trudging through the blizzard toward the ancient sauna building. Their team had very little research capability outside of Bobby's metatropes, so they barely understood the magic that was going on. It hadn't mattered in the end. The little building looked ancient, and if it wasn't so cold, Bobby would never want to go inside it. But when they got there, and they opened the door, they found Ramona and Isaac warming themselves against a 100-year-old furnace. "It's about time you made it out here," Isaac said, before anyone could respond. There was a cracking sound in the air, and Silas the mechanical showman appeared in the very small amount of floor space in the little shack. They were all quick to get their rewards, if only because of how cramped the building had become. To Bobby's surprise, everyone did very well. It wasn't the kind of story his usual team would want to tell. It was far more desperate, and they had won by putting everything on the line at the last minute. That was fine for a horror movie. Bobby himself got to stat tickets, and as he pulled his rewards out of the dispenser, he noticed that he had gotten something he never would have expected: a writ of habitation for the sauna itself. Carousel was throwing them a life raft. They could just stay there, and everything would be okay. They wouldn't have to worry about omens or monsters. The only thing that might be a danger is if the circus could spread all the way out there. He almost cried out in joy, but then he thought about it again and quickly vanished the writ into thin air. "You know, it really was a dick move of Carousel to make our clothes wet again after the storyline was over," Isaac said, "especially in this climate." "We're lucky we found a storyline we could beat," Ramona said. "That was like finding a piece of hay in a needle stack." "Hey, I'm the one who saw this place," Isaac said. "Somehow, wherever we are." Bobby couldn't take the bickering. As soon as Silas, the mechanical showman, found his way out, Bobby went to the opposite corner of the room that the others were in, stripped his clothes off as much as he could, and hung them up to dry. He noticed that the furnace, if that was what it was called, stayed hot with no effort. He wasn't even sure how it operated, but a glance at his writ said that it would always work. It never needed fuel or maintenance. Such a good reward. Maybe he had gotten it because they had decided not to choose one of the players as the big bad's descendant. Maybe if they had chosen Kelsey or Ramona and changed the story around, it would have been them who got the writ. That was what Riley would have done. He would have chosen a player to be the descendant and taken control of the story, rather than allowing it to degrade into chaos. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. It didn't matter. Bobby's instincts had helped them survive. He knew how stories like this were supposed to go. Either everyone died, or they got some corny ending where the final girl managed to punish the bad guy in some unrealistic yet hypothetically satisfying way. Forcing the house to blow up had worked well enough. He switched his writ over to a different ticket. A ticket that he didn't want any of the others to know about. And he stared at it much as he had every night since he had acquired it. The narrator, Lucky, had given it to him just in case. Just in case what? Bobby had asked. Just in case you can get your friends to change their minds. Lucky had said, they aren't going to accept my through line. Maybe you can convince them. Bobby had found Lucky when they had first learned that the Carousel River was the path chosen to get to the NPC sanctuary. It had been a short meeting. And Bobby had said something like, even if they don't want to go, I do. He didn't want to think about it. He had pleaded to the narrator about his dead wife and the strange notch on NPC she had returned as. He kept believing that if he was sincere and emotional, eventually someone would care about his plight. It hadn't worked out, it never would. His loss was just something he would have to live with. Everyone else accepted Jeanette's fate. Why couldn't he? He was only her husband. The ticket didn't look like the tropes Bobby was used to. The text was older, much fancier, and strangely, it looked like an advertisement, like a coupon for services. Coffee with a guest was what it offered, Old Alley Cafe. A trip from anywhere to her cozy hole in the wall. Bobby stared at it while his clothes dried. Luckily, he had brought a jacket. Once everything was done drying, he got dressed and walked out of the sauna, ignoring the questions about where he was going. He was going to find a door. He wasn't sure if the sauna door would work since there were people inside it. It took him a while to find one, and when he did, it wasn't standing. It and the entire wall it was built into were lying on the ground. But as far as Bobby knew, that wouldn't matter. He took his ticket and ripped it in half, hoping that he was doing it right. Moments later, he bent down, turned the handle on the door, and opened it. And what he saw beneath him was the most amazing, most magical coffee shop he could have ever imagined. He couldn't exactly walk into it because the entrance was lying on the ground. He had to crawl through the door. It was a strange sensation as gravity shifted when he was on the inside, and the door swung shut behind him. He looked around at the busy store. A few people were staring at him because of the way he entered the establishment, but for the most part, he was ignored. He was used to that. He realized that the people around him were likely immortals or otherwise came from worlds connected to the enigmatic sweepstakes that Riley had talked about. He had trouble breathing just from thinking about it. He watched as the patrons went about their lives, reading newspapers, having jovial conversations, and cracking open a good book. They dressed fancy, but he couldn't put his finger on what style he was looking at. Something old, something proper, and yet something he had never seen before. He watched as the others walked up to the counter and were given a cup of coffee without even having to order. The place looked like some sort of magical candy shop he might have dreamed of going to when he was a kid. Highly polished wooden features, glass cases, and lots of different desserts in those cases. He walked to the bar, and as he did, the woman working there handed him a large cup of coffee. He immediately took a sip and realized that, while there might have been coffee in there, it tasted more like hot cocoa, which he was thankful for after standing in the snow looking for doors. Speaking of doors, there was only one in the entire building, and it was the one he had crawled through. That didn't make any sense until he looked outside through the intricate windows and saw that, as best he could tell, he was inside some sort of snow globe. The streets outside reminded him of scenes from a Charles Dickens story. Cobblestone streets, horse and buggies, women in big, elaborate dresses, and men in coats and top hats. It struck him as some sort of performance piece, almost like he was staring at NPCs. But even as a wallflower, he wasn't able to read their script. He could vaguely see that there was something there, but that was it. It was snowing there too. But not the u single quotes ll dash die dash of dash u dash stand dash still dash for dash to dash long kind he had just walked through. The gentle, beautiful little wisps of snow, like something from a painting. There was no way to get out of there. It was just meant to be stared at. Bobby took his coffee to the corner of the establishment and waited. He didn't have to wait long. After 5 minutes or so, Lucky opened up the only door in the building and walked through with a sour look on his face. He went up to the counter and grabbed the coffee handed to him by a woman there, and then walked over to Bobby. "This isn't why I gave you that ticket," he said as he sat down. He was dressed casually, with a dress shirt that was halfway unbuttoned. "Things have changed," Bobby said. "I don't think they have," Lucky said. "Unless you're telling me that your team has decided to run my through line." Bobby almost lost his nerve, but he stayed the course. "You don't need them," Bobby said. You just need me. And those with me. Did you see what happened? How we had to jump into the river? Yes, Lucky said. I'm sorry that happened to you. But there is no way that the four of you can find the sanctuary. It would take a team of highly skilled players running dangerous storylines to track it down. Your way, Bobby said. It would take a team of skilled players to find it your way. One of the women at the cafe suddenly noticed that Lucky was there. Is that Lucien Graves? She asked her friend. They whispered together as if they couldn't be heard, and eventually came to the conclusion that it was, in fact, Lucien Graves, which was Lucky's stage name. You have a better way? Lucky asked, ignoring the whispers. Your path was difficult because it was a treasure hunt, a safari, Bobby said. But my team and I are not on a safari. We are desperate. We're refugees. Basically, swept away by a river and looking for a place to be safe. And can you think of a better place to be safe than the sanctuary you described to us? Lucky seemed to consider his argument, but didn't say anything for a time. Look, I've learned a lot about thread pulling in my time, Bobby continued, and I have to assume that refugees finding refuge is a shorter, more sympathetic, and simpler thread than what you were suggesting. We are in real trouble. The old Bobby would never confront anyone like this. But the old Bobby was useless. He let his wife die, and then he let her walk away again after he had almost gotten her back. This time, he wasn't going to blink as he stared the immortal across from him in the eye. Who's that with him? Is that a player? One of the women asked. Maybe, another answered. I don't recognize him. Bobby did his best to ignore them. When you put it that way, it's not a bad idea, Lucky said. If you're searching for a place to stay safe. But that's still no picnic. Refugees searching for the promised land still run into obstacles. But they have more sympathy from the audience, right? Bobby asked. I suppose. Lucky said. Of course. There's one problem with your theory. A problem? What problem? Bobby asked. You already have refuge, don't you? Lucky asked. You were given a writ that would keep you safe while the others come to save you. I didn't ask for that, Bobby said. And even if we have a writ, it's for a little shed in the middle of a blizzard. There's no food. And we are probably going to be covered in snow soon. We're still in danger. What he was saying was true. But at the same time, he knew how damaging it was to have received that writ. Anger flashed over his face, even though he was trying to look confident and cool-headed. If only he hadn't gotten it. I did notice that you didn't show your teammates the writ. Any particular reason for that? Lucky asked. Bobby thought for a moment. I'm hiding it because I don't want them to know staying is an option. Because I know that staying will eventually mean death from starvation. I'm taking the decision out of their hands. That happens in stories. And I think the audience would understand it. It does happen, Lucky said. But it's not the good guys that do that sort of thing. I'm not a good guy, Bobby said. I'm a background character. I'm allowed to make bad decisions that put the heroes in convoluted dilemmas and dangerous situations. I'm a wallflower. A smile crept over Lucky's face. That's how you're willing to play it? He asked. I'm willing to do anything, Bobby answered. Well, great. I think you're onto something, Lucky said. There's only one condition. You have to make sure that Ramona Mercer stays with you as you make your voyage. Bobby thought that was an odd condition. It wasn't like he could leave her behind. She will, Bobby said. But why her specifically? Maybe it's best you don't know that, Lucky said. I'm a narrator. I've been doing this a long time. If you're willing to be that guy, willing to sabotage your allies' temporary safety in order to get them permanent safety, then maybe I can use you. I'm willing to, Bobby said. Lucky reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a ticket and a pen, and began writing symbols. He then took out a hole punch and punched a hole in the ticket. Silas, the mechanical showman, appeared right beside the table they were sitting at. Bobby looked out and saw that the crowd in the cafe had grown. And when Silas, the mechanical showman, appeared, they went wild. He and Lucky were being watched. He looked out at the people who were waving at him and smiling. And he couldn't help but smile too, for a moment. Which guy is this? One of them asked. It's the guy whose wife died, another whispered. I hated her. I almost stopped watching just because of her. The first man responded. That was a gut punch. Bobby pretended he didn't hear them. As he reached up to press Silas's button, Lucky had one final thing to say. Just know that sometimes tropes in Carousel are earned in a storyline and won afterward. Other times, the price comes after the prize. Bobby nodded as he pressed the button. He stared down at the trope that appeared in Silas's dispenser. It was a powerful wallflower trope titled The Quiet One. Bobby read quickly, and soon he understood what his job was. They say that you don't feel the fall itself, you feel the acceleration. Well, they were full of it, because as our pontoon fell down the endless waterfall, I could feel my stomach in my throat the entire time, and I never lost the sensation. It took me minutes to even start thinking again. I was afraid to even look around to see how the others were doing. It wasn't the type of fear that lived in the head. It was the type that permeated the entire body. I could feel my muscles loosening and tightening in an unending cycle as I held on tight to the railing of the pontoon boat. After 5 minutes, I was finally brave enough to lean out and look back at the others. Cassie had tied herself to the boat, maybe fearing that she didn't have the metal to hold on. Camden held on to the steering wheel with white knuckles, his body lifting off the seat ever so slightly. Antoine, though, stood in the back, grabbing onto the high railing beneath the hard upper deck. I didn't know if that was some sort of macho thing or if he had been caught off guard. But it was Anna's scream that caught my attention. She was still up on top of the second deck, a place we had intentionally placed her so that she would be just a little bit more in danger than the rest of us to activate Cassie's empathic shield ability. I craned my neck to look up at her. I could still see her hands and arms wrapped around the railing. I could see her mouth moving as she was trying to tell us something. She must have seen something up ahead or down below, depending on which words were appropriate for our current orientation. It was time for me to be brave. I stood up, holding on to whatever rails I could get my hands on as I moved up off the seat I had been sitting in. Left. That's what Anna was yelling. Go left. I did my best to look ahead and see what she was talking about. And that's when I saw it. There was a left turn coming up. The falling waterfall diverged as a normal river might. It wasn't clear why she was telling us about the left turn until I saw a flash of light from ahead and realized that the reflective orange water wing we had put in the bag with the cue ball and tracker was shining back at me. It had taken a left turn down the waterfall. Against all instinct, I turned myself around and threw myself in the direction of the driver's seat. Turn left, I screamed, trying to be louder than the sound of the blood pumping through Camden's ears or the roar of the water around us. And do what? Camden screamed. How am I supposed to steer when we're falling? Camden was going to spout out the logical problem with trying to turn while falling down a waterfall, as if physics were somehow in charge despite all evidence. Just turn left, I said, pointing ahead. He looked where I was pointing and squinted to get a good view. We still had time to get over to the other side of the running waterfall, assuming our motors would let us and that the pontoon wouldn't topple the moment it turned a little bit sideways. The boat had 2 motors, and while no pontoon boat of this type was particularly powerful, it was buffed by Anna's along for the ride trope. We had to hope it would be enough. Everyone get on the left, Camden yelled after my intense, scared looks had convinced him that we had to try to turn while falling. I was holding on to the rail on the right of the boat for dear life while talking to Camden, so I had to basically jump over to the other side, and fortunately, Cassie was in the seat right next to me. If I understood what Camden was saying, it was that we had to get on the left side of the boat so that when we turned left at this speed, the boat wouldn't barrel roll. I tapped Cassie on the shoulder and pointed to the other side of the boat. She looked back at me, wide-eyed. What? She screamed. Go to the left side, I said. She didn't respond. But at least she was untying herself. I went ahead and did the jump back to the left side, grabbing onto the railing and then reaching back toward Cassie so I could grab onto her. She eventually worked up the courage to make the leap. Antoine saw what we were doing and also moved to the left at the back of the boat. There was no chance we could communicate this to Anna in time for her to actually pull it off. All that was left was to hope that movie magic could save us. The turn was approaching, and as I stared at it, my mind refused to understand what I was looking at exactly. Because while the waterfall was falling, the path to the left that we were trying to follow looked like an ordinary river. In fact, it looked like the waterfall joined the river right at the end of some rapids. We weren't going to hit the waterfall. It looked like we would transition straight from the fall to the river like they were stitched together. As we approached, Camden turned the wheel to the left and gunned the engines. Even though the boat was falling, the propellers were technically in the water. But I had no idea how effective they would be at pushing us in any direction. It turned out they were pretty effective. Not as much as they would be if we were on a lake. But the boat did begin to turn left. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. And it began to tilt to the right. I instinctually leaned off as far to the left of the boat as I could, hoping that my meager weight would be enough to stop the boat from tipping. It wasn't clear if that had any effect at all, but as the boat reached the junction, we barely made it to the leftmost path. As we did, exiting the waterfall and skidding forward onto a section of the river that had been connected to it. The boat tried to tip over but never quite did. It did bounce a few times, though, and while the water we were now on was flowing quickly, it was nowhere nearly as quick as the waterfall had been. I looked back behind us, and in the place where we had entered the new river, there was no waterfall, only a few white water rapids. Woo! Antoine screamed from the back, unable to stop himself from laughing. The adrenaline from that drop was enough to put a smile on anyone's face. Along with a smattering of tears and snot, we had made it. Camden slowed the engines as I struggled to get to my feet under the new gravity and found my way to the radio tracker, just to make sure that our target was still in range. While I couldn't see it up ahead because of a bend in the river, when I pointed the antenna in the right direction, I saw its blip on the screen. "I need a break," Camden said as he stumbled out of the driver's chair, and I replaced him. We were all tired at that point, though the waterfall had been a great way to wake us up. "You still up there, Anna?" I asked. "I think so," she said with a laugh. And so we sailed onward, chasing the tracker through the river, not knowing how long it would take us to get where we were going and hoping that there were no more waterfalls on the way. It was another hour on the river before I could get visual confirmation of the cue ball. It had been moving fast off the waterfall, and we had to move a little bit faster to catch up. We had seen the normal montage of storylines as we went along, but for the most part, we were left alone. The further we sailed, the darker things got, not because of the sun going down or anything, but because the sky became overcast and then stormy. The last thing I wanted was to have to navigate this river in the rain. The others had moved on to more mundane conversations. "I actually like it when the ketchup soaks all the way through the bread like that," Cassie said as she examined a bologna sandwich we had made from stuff we bought at the marina after the last storyline. "Plus, the cheese slice gets watery somehow, and it's like a sauce. Reminds me of being a kid." "Can't say we ate a lot of bologna sandwiches growing up," Camden said. "My mom wouldn't have allowed it if she didn't pack our lunch with at least 12 ingredients, not counting the protein. She felt like she was letting us down. But she did teach you manners, right?" Anna asked. "Yeah," he said, "but not well." "You asked if I liked it. I thought you really wanted to know." It had taken a while after the waterfall before we could start having normal conversations again. We even let Anna come down onto the bottom deck to walk around like a normal person instead of one of those Viking carvings of a woman in the front of their long boats. "Does anyone hear singing?" she asked. In fact, I did hear it once she mentioned it. It was a beautiful melody that almost sounded like the wind from a distance, but got louder and more pleasing the closer we got. "It's probably going to be sirens," I said. "We can't listen to their song." Luckily, I was one step ahead of Carousel on that one. The marina we had shopped at had earplugs, the kind that kids would wear to prevent ear infections when swimming. Before we got close enough to even tell what the mermaids were saying, let alone what they looked like, we all had our ears plugged, just like the heroes of myth as they avoided being lured against the rocks. And it worked for a while. We sailed down the river, and then we saw them. They were like sunbathers on the bank, singing to themselves at first, but then, once they saw us, they slithered down into the water and swam toward our boat, encircling us like giggling schoolgirls around the K-pop idol. And when they got close, the earplugs made no difference at all. Their song vibrated through my skin and teeth, and I could hear it as if I wasn't wearing any protection at all. And the song was a beautiful melody, a promise that I couldn't help but believe. And while it wasn't clear what they were promising, it was happiness. My natural instincts fought against the thoughts, but they couldn't block the feelings. Whatever their promise was, it was a blissful existence. All I had to do was jump in the water with the half-fish women and swim away. But I never did. The voice of doubt was stronger than the song. Resisting the melody gave me a headache and burning sensations in the muscles of my arms and legs as I tensed them to prevent myself from jumping overboard. It was painful, but possible. I couldn't say the same for everyone. Camden was absolutely panicking. The temptation was strong, and he was holding on to the side rail across from me with all his might for fear that he might jump into the water. Antoine didn't seem affected at all. He grabbed Camden by the shoulders just to be sure he didn't get any funny ideas. Anna was a little worried, but still didn't fall for the trap. But Cassie did. Whatever she heard was everything she wanted to hear. Luckily, Anna seemed to pick up on this, and before Cassie could jump over the side of the boat, Anna had dragged her to the floor. If anyone was saying anything, I couldn't tell because the earplugs blocked that sound. I looked out at the women in the water around us. They were smiling and singing, and while they could definitely be called beautiful in the way a flower was, they weren't quite beautiful in the way a human woman was. A picture of one would never fool someone. We sailed on, with the sirens growing increasingly upset with us until they finally stopped singing and struck the boat harmlessly with their fists before swimming back to the river's edge. We sailed onward, and I tried to make sense of what had just happened until it hit me as I watched Cassie slowly come down off whatever spell she was under. It was strange. You might almost expect a psychic to deal with a magical song like that better than others, but maybe they were even more receptive to it. As I glanced around, I noticed a pattern. The amount the song affected us seemed to be based not on our archetype, but rather on our grit. Cassie only had 2 grit, while the rest of us had at least 5. Normally, grit wouldn't help with something like that. Magic was the weakness of tough guys, after all. But then Antoine had his willpower as magic equipped, and a picture started to form in my mind. That trope was extremely useful in many storylines, but it wasn't known to have many uses outside of them. In fact, the Atlas recommended not equipping it outside of storylines, and yet, if I didn't know better, his trope had already saved us twice. It had helped us ward off the first ghost we found on the river, and now it had helped us resist a siren song, all from a trope that was never supposed to work outside of storylines. It occurred to me that storylines were not part of what Carousel originally was. They were part of the logic that the Manifest Consortium had added when they gamified the magic of this world. We were on an adventure, a real adventure, a plot. I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe tropes were powered by story, not just storylines. The implication of that got my mind racing so much that it took me an hour to remember to take out my earplugs. When a foul smell entered my nostrils, I snapped out of my contemplation. We had entered a swamp area. There was no telling what monsters hid in those waters. As we navigated it slowly, Camden reported that the tracking device had stopped moving. We approached it to find it stuck in the mud by a strange device that looked like some sort of communication device about the size of a parking meter with a blaring red light. The device was an omen for a story called Familiar Grounds. Its poster featured a group of people in futuristic biohazard suits walking down a trail at night. The cue ball, in tracking down Ramona, needed to make a left turn where there wasn't one, and fortunately, we knew how we were supposed to change that. The storyline was at the "this is scaring me" difficulty level according to my scouting trope. The second highest of the ordinary difficulties. It was a risk. It was intimidating. It was the only way forward. We scouted the storyline as best we could from the boat. There was no mention of it in the atlas, but using my old location scout trope told me that the storyline took place over a long trail, with places called Terradome Calvers Bay, Miller's Crossing Outpost, and Terradome Mountain Seat as major settings, along with various other stops along the trail that didn't have names and barely had descriptions like Hitching Post or Old Well. While the names of the shooting locations weren't entirely useful, they did paint the storyline as fairly straightforward sci-fi, which aligned with the poster and its hazmat suits. After we found the remains of an old water tower jutting out of the swamp near the Omen, where we could tie the boat, we started working through our strategy, which was not a long conversation. Look around, make a plan, execute. Another short conversation was whether or not we should even continue in our current course. Antoine, for one, was all for it. "You say it's high difficulty?" he asked after we had gotten the boat secure. "Yes," I said. "Good." he responded as he looked out over the wetland terrain. If we're going to risk our lives, there had better be rewards on the other side. I wasn't even sure if he cared about getting to Ramona and the others so much as he cared about leveling up so we could eventually save Kimberly. At least he had the decency not to say one way or the other. It made things less complicated. Cassie, of course, was all for it because by every indication we had, the only way to continue on the path toward her brother Isaac was to run this storyline. She didn't talk much. As soon as we got the boat in place where it wouldn't float away, she immediately began using her unblocked trope to try to figure out what we were dealing with. At the time, I was skeptical that it would work, but it would still be useful information. All signs pointed towards science fiction, which could entirely exclude psychic abilities or incorporate them as mutations or evolutions. Only time would tell, and until it did, she sat on one of the front seats of the boat with her eyes closed. "So how about you two?" I asked Anna and Camden. "Sci-fi is a place where a scholar can shine," Camden said. "I mean, even if I disagreed with taking on a challenging story based on nothing but a hunch that it'll open up the right pathway, it's not like I could say it, right? I'd already be outvoted. That's the spirit." I said. "Well, I am a team player," he said. "And you?" I asked Anna. She was contemplative, maybe a little scared like the rest of us. "I'm ready," she said eventually. "Good," I said. We took the opportunity to rest while we waited for Cassie to finish scouting out the storyline. There were outcries from the swamp around us, and there were quite a few times, as I tried to get some shut-eye, that I would wake up to a strange rumbling sound and wish that we could just pull out and go back on the river. But then there were plenty of dangerous things that direction too. What I really hoped was that this storyline would have a long party phase where I could get some rest. "I hear you. Go ahead," Cassie eventually called out. "You sound faint," she added later. "Can you repeat that? We can send assistance soon." I don't know why we always watch her like we're going to learn something from only her half of the conversation, Camden said. "At least it's entertaining us," I said. "And she might try to float away again." Cassie continued on for a while, sounding like she was talking to someone over the radio. She kept saying things like "you're breaking up" or "over and out," as if she were trying to squeeze out a few more drops of dialogue from whatever entity she was speaking to by playing along with the theme. It was a bit strange that the psychic entity she was communicating with was talking to her over a radio. The connection she was supposed to make was more mental, but she sounded like a dispatcher having trouble contacting someone in the field. "We will send supplies," Cassie said. "Just hang tight." Then she tensed up like she heard a high-pitched noise and said, "I'm blocked." "So what do we got?" Antoine asked, not giving her a moment to think about it. "People in a settlement asking for help," Cassie said. "They said that their communication equipment was almost down and they needed evacuation or maybe resupply." I couldn't quite tell. I looked out over the wasteland. Her information, combined with my knowledge that there was a long trail involved, started to paint a real picture. "Wait a second," Camden said. "Wasn't she supposed to be talking with the enemy? Isn't that how her trope works?" "It sure is," I said. "And it's also supposed to only work in storylines that have psychic or supernatural power." And yet it sounded like a perfectly mundane cry for help. We discussed our thoughts on what we had just learned, and then we did our best to rest for a few hours. But there was no putting it off forever. We were trying to track down Ramona and the others, which meant time was of the essence. It could be moving, and if that happened, we might lose our chance to intercept them based on the path that the magic cue ball was taking us. We climbed down from the boat onto the only solid land available, which led us to the strange device that served as the omen for this storyline, called Familiar Grounds. Triggering it was actually quite simple. We just had to hit the red button. That was a pretty familiar action by that point. And so, as we stood there, we all looked at each other in the dim light under the overcast sky. And then Antoine reached out and pressed it. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. His aspect is filmmaker. The filmmaker understands how movies are made and uses media insight and media rule tropes to subtly manipulate the environment, relying on high hustle to stay in scene while shaping the story behind the scenes. Riley has a plot armor score of 46, metal of 4, moxie of 13, hustle of 7, savvy of 15, and grit of 7. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift a background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. Just out of shot allows him to see cameras when sneaking near an enemy to avoid being seen. Cutaway death sends him off screen before the moment of his character's implied demise, and allows him to exist behind the scenes written off if he survives the encounter. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Call sheet gives him a timer for when he will be on screen next. Raised by Television buffs the user to do one big meaningful action if they establish their inspiration from film and television to establish it. Props Department Requisition allows him to requisition story-appropriate props. Intermission grants Deathwatch at his demise and allows them to pause their viewing of the film for a break and start back a few moments earlier. Camden Trine is the scholar. No aspect has been chosen. Camden has a plot armor score of 36, metal of 3, moxie of 3. Hustle of 9, Savvy of 16, and Grit of 5. Current trope limit. Eureka helps him find important information within text. Right tool for the job buffs Savvy and Metal when fighting an enemy with their weakness. Zippos are cheap boosts Savvy for plans that expend a Zippo lighter. Hide and Seek allows him to use Savvy for hustle in a chase with lots of hiding involved. Photographic memory allows him to display visual information committed to memory on the red wallpaper and recall information he has seen, even if he didn't focus on it. Battlefield Intuition allows him to use Savvy to perceive enemy combat tactics. Sweat, blood, and chalk buffs his Savvy and Grit when he is scathed, hobbled, or mutilated. Red Thread Theory gives the user a visual summary of known information and helps them know what threads to follow next. Fall Like Dominoes buffs the user's plan based on how well they represent it visually when pitching it to the audience. Bury the Lead guarantees he finds a smoking gun clue once he has collected enough complex or unimpactful pieces of evidence to solve the case. Antoine Stone is the athlete. His aspect is Health Nut, which prioritizes holistic wellness. Using sharp Savvy to make smart choices and strong Grit to stay resilient, adaptable, and enduring under pressure. Antoine has a plot armor score of 42, metal of 13, moxie of 4, hustle of 9, savvy of 8, and grit of 8. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Jimrot buffs metal and hustle by revealing an athletic backstory. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Everyone loves a winner ensures the user's character will have some previous success that endears them to NPCs. Failure reverses this. Timeout allows him to send a fight scene off screen for a set time. Fight or flight buffs metal if escape is not possible, or hustle if victory is not possible. Buffs metal if neither is possible. The mountain as a metaphor boosts allies' uses of grit and savvy and allows the user to conquer maladies through metaphor by tackling physical challenges. Calm in the Chaos allows the user to channel savvy into their next physical feat through a slowed down shot of them planning things out on screen. Time will appear to slow down while planning. Blood to the Brain provides a passive savvy buff from regular exercise. In a storyline, the player's savvy will be highly buffed during strenuous, meaningful activity. Gut Instinct gives him a heads up about nearby danger both in and out of storylines, though he may have to investigate to find the source. Willpower as Magic ensures all applicable enemy technology or magic is now resistible through sheer effort. Results vary, effects vary. This will hurt. Cassie Hughes is the psychic. No aspect has been chosen. Cassie has a plot armor score of 32, metal of 3, moxie of 13, hustle of 8, savvy of 6, and grit of 2. Current trope limit. We Are Not Abandoned can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Reflective jump scare allows her to get a glimpse of the enemy when she looks in a mirror, giving her some small insight into what is in store. Clarity of purpose lets the user substitute moxie for grit when enduring tasks that cause constant pain, like handling dangerous objects. The English lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. It's speaking to me. Lets the user detect vibes and weak visions from evil or supernatural objects, which become important if attention is drawn to them. Empathic shield buffs an imperiled ally's grit by expressing genuine concern for them on screen. Words of affection allows her to gift allies totems of spiritual protection. It is written codifies all spiritual or similar information in some kind of text that the user will have access to and gives them information about accurate to their character. Déjà vu FM allows her to gain psychic insight over the radio, especially hearing things before they happen. Anna Reed is the final girl. Her aspect is girl next door. The girl next door is a genuine, relatable emotional anchor whose high moxie and grit fuel connection, resilience, and quiet strength that protects others and uncovers unexpected solutions. Anna has a plot armor score of 34, metal of 8, moxie of 11, hustle of 6, savvy of 3, and grit of 6. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Last one alive prevents death until the rest of the party is killed. Who's with me? Buffs allies' efforts during the finale. Let's not fight buffs allies' savvy when she diffuses infighting. A kind face makes NPCs more likely to reveal important plot information. The heart allows her to end the game when she is the last one alive and to participate in her own rescue. Buffs those who protect her. Not hers to bleed temporarily debuffs the moxie and grit of an enemy that injures her. Lead in line gives the user narrative momentum when they actively facilitate exposition by high-savvy characters. Buffs the use of that information. Are you okay in there? Allows her to sense all allies' emotional states on the red wallpaper. Maladaptive daydreaming lets her gain insight about the antagonist in her daydreams that the camera can see. Increases tension and emphasizes her relationship with the enemy. At first, it didn't look like anything had changed. I was still standing in the mud right in front of the strange-looking beacon. It didn't feel like I had moved at all. But Antoine and Camden had. They were gone. Anna and Cassie, however, were standing right next to me. And despite the fact that Antoine was the one who pressed the button, it was Anna's hand that rested on it. We each looked at each other. They were covered in mud, wearing thick rubber boots, but other than that, they wore gray sweatpants and t-shirts. I was wearing the same thing. Congratulations, Team Echo. You have made it to the checkpoint. A voice came on over the beacon device. A communique has just come in from command. They instruct you to disregard the rally point, but instead to come back to base for a briefing. Okay, Anna said with a shrug as she looked from me to Cassie. We were off screen, so performance didn't really matter. And that was good because we had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, I heard a dinging noise coming from my left arm. I looked down to find I was wearing a large, bulky wristwatch with a very minimalist map on its readout, including a dotted line and an arrow. It didn't take that long to figure out that it was a navigation device. The arrow was blinking. Anna and Cassie had one too. So, I guess we go this way, I said, pointing in the direction that the arrow did. Even as I moved my arm around, the arrow stayed constant, pointing in the same direction, which was a few degrees left of the sun, which barely managed to shine through what I first thought was the same overcast sky we had seen before. But it wasn't an overcast sky. I realized it was too uniform to be one. It was a dome. A giant dome that must have been big enough to cover up a city or even a county. I couldn't tell if it was made of glass or some sort of force field. It looks like we're very sci-fi today, I said. I think we're military or something, Anna said as we began walking on our way back to base. I vote for something, I said. It wasn't clear where we were going. While the arrow was constant based on the device's orientation, I noticed that as we took the path back through the wetland in the direction we were being told to go, the arrow would shift. It wasn't just directing us in a specific direction. It was directing us down a path with turns and twists. And as we crossed them, the arrow would guide us around the trail we were on. As we went on, I found that little device on my arm to be the most useful piece of equipment I had ever been assigned in Carousel. I no longer needed to look for clues about where I was supposed to go or what I was supposed to be doing. NPCs didn't have to suddenly guide us in awkward expository phrases. We were off screen for most of our journey, though Carousel captured footage of us as we scaled one hill and as we walked toward the city on the other side. There were high-rise buildings and apartments, along with the expected smattering of office parks and warehouses. The architecture reminded me of any small city back on Earth. It wasn't the size of Chicago or London, but rather struck me as the biggest city in a small state kind of layout. It wasn't sprawling or particularly impressive, other than the fact that it was all under a giant dome. More quasi-cadets like us were out doing drills in the wetlands, wearing the same gray t-shirt and sweatpants. Once we got out of the fields and into the streets of the city, a few sci-fi touches could be seen. They clearly had hologram technology, but it wasn't used for advertising products as I had always imagined it would be. Instead, there were directives and missives written all around. The normal kind of dystopian propaganda you might expect. Calvers Bay is your home. Treat it with the respect it deserves. Be a good neighbor and report malfeasance. There was also a ticker tape style readout showing the prices of various food items based on how many food credits they cost. While it was easy to look at this place and assume it was far in the future, it actually looked closer to the 1990s, just as the space program and its storyline seemed to have occurred in the 70s or 80s. Despite the city's appearance, the year was 2312. According to a readout posted on the building we were directed to enter. It also included a weather report that predicted cloudy weather. Why would you need a weather report under the dome? It wasn't clear. I didn't know if this was a new storyline or an old one that was just placed way out of the way. Had Carousel adapted this setting to an aesthetic that was more familiar to us? Or was this what it was really like back when this story was more than a story? I didn't know. Most business venues had been cleared out and were being used for other purposes, including housing. I didn't know how many people there were, but I knew it was somewhere around too many. Into the building we went, up an elevator, rising higher and higher. So far so good, I said. We're communists, Cassie said. I think we're post-apocalyptic survivors, I said. It doesn't count as communism if society has collapsed. It's just sharing with urgency. At that point, I hadn't actually seen any evidence of the post-apocalypse, but that was one of those things where you knew it if you saw it. There was never this much gray in a pre-apocalyptic world. Following the arrow on my arm device did not lead me directly to the next scene. Instead, it split me away from Cassie and Anna and led me to my character's living quarters. Or should I say living eights? Because the room was just tall enough for me to stand up and just wide enough for me to lie down in either direction. In truth, I didn't mind that at all. There was something very comforting to me about a nice, secure door and a little den I could curl up in. Cassie was totally right about the communist thing, though, because my character must have had maybe 10 items of personal property. And most of those were made of paper, mostly magazines and books, which were kept in little plastic bags as if to protect them. Since I was off-screen, I know I was supposed to flip through all of those materials to learn about my character. There was not much to know. He had a notebook, which, to the best of my understanding, was some kind of dream journal with hundreds of entries. I would have to examine it later, because at least one of the entries would be prophetic in some way. Other than that, I found something called a directive, which was almost like a resume, except my character had not written it. Some bureaucrat had listed all the jobs I was qualified to perform, from trash collector to documentarian, which was the highest value application of my skills. I had to assume that was why I was being buzzed in for a briefing, unless the storyline just happened to be about picking up refuse. Each task I was qualified to perform had a preset payment structure. Unlike in the real world, trash collectors did not make much money here. As a documentarian, though, I was worth approximately 5.5 trash collectors. That profession was where the real meal credits were. I found the communal showers and got cleaned off before stepping into one of the only sets of clothing I owned, other than the gray workout clothes, which was a very simplistic gray jumpsuit that looked like it denoted rank. After I had a solid idea of who my character was, or at least the tasks he could perform, and the dreams he thought were worth writing down, I made my way out toward the elevator, where I found Anna and Cassie waiting, wearing very similar jumpsuits to the one I was. "What was your most profitable job?" I asked. I was just making polite conversation, maybe getting a little competitive. "Birther," Anna answered, with a look of disgust on her face. I was not expecting that. "Same here," Cassie said. communications expert was a distant second place. I had not been prepared for that answer, and while it made sense that a society like this would value a woman's ability to procreate, the ache was strong. We got on the next elevator car, and it began to rise toward the skyscraper's highest level. When the elevator doors opened again, it was to a lively, futuristic command center. Dystopian, sure, but futuristic. Like all proper dark visions of the future, the lighting situation was inadequate, the computers were advanced, and yet the graphics were minimalist. The little arrow on my arm device guided me through the chaos of bureaucrats with readouts. Having technical conversations. Eventually, we arrived at a big door worthy of a commune's overseer. Except I quickly learned that they didn't call him an overseer. They called him the arbiter, which was a much gentler substitute for dictator. When the doors opened, we found Camden and Antoine standing at attention in much more impressive jumpsuits than ours. Where ours were gray, Camden's was blue and Antoine's was a copper color. They were the real hot shots. We quickly lined up beside them. "You guys get behind us," Antoine said. "We outrank you." We quickly followed suit. "The way you said that sounded like you think you earned it," Anna said. "I'll earn it later," he said. "I'm sure you will," she said. "We've got 90 seconds till on screen," I chimed in. We stood nervously at attention. I used the time to glance around at the arbiter's suite, which was far and away the most beautiful room I had seen in the entire apocalyptic city. The furniture in there was actually made of wood, and there were ornate brass fixtures around the room. None of that compared to the grandeur of the view. I had not seen a window since I had entered the skyscraper. They must have existed, but the way that the building had been divided up for efficiency had hidden them from me. This view was quite good, showing the entire city and various farming operations in the distance. Most of the land was devoted to agriculture. From this high up, I could see the dome we were under just a little bit better. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. I couldn't quite understand what I was looking at. It must have been very thick glass, but at this height, I could tell there were intricate support systems within it. I couldn't imagine what it would take to build or what laws of physics would allow it to exist. We waited and waited as the 90 seconds elapsed, and we went on screen. And then he entered. He was not as tall as I would normally assume a dictator to be, but he did have an intensity and a permanent scowl that made everyone in the room nervous to make eye contact with him. The room was so silent I could hear generators somewhere in the distance and radio consoles from the outer office area. He was bald, heavily jowled, and his eyes bore an intensity that I associated with high school principals who took their roles as disciplinarians way too seriously. He stood in front of us, with several of his lackeys flanking him. He didn't have to wear a jumpsuit. He wore a more military-style outfit, with a large green blazer and boots that reached his knees. "You all know why you're here," he said, as he looked each of us in the eye. I didn't actually know why we were there, but he was looking at Antoine mostly when he said that, so I figured that's who he was really talking to. For centuries, we believed we were alone, a single terradome, a single answer to the end of the world, he said. His voice was deep, and his words lingered in the air. He gestured out the window toward the city below. He totally fit the strongman politician stereotype. He looked us in the eye, each one of us, one at a time, as if looking for weakness, but he found none. We were at the beginning of the party phase. The time to show weakness was later, but we were wrong, he said. The world is bigger than we knew. We may have allies yet. He was looking for reactions. Maybe our characters should have been relieved to find that out. I decided to play it as if I was hanging on his every word, which I was, because he spoke so slowly, so full of character. He didn't have a name. He was just called Arbiter, and he was an NPC. Nothing about him was unusual. The old world built many answers to the fated crisis, he said. Titans of industry, military commanders, and world leaders all had their different ideas about how to survive when the bombs fell. They dreamed of cities carved into mountains, of tunnels under forests, and spires that could reach so high into the air that they'd be safe from the fallout of the advanced and formidable bioweaponry our ancestors developed. Our answer to the problem was, of course, the sunken city, Culver's Bay. As I looked out the window, I realized what was so unusual about the dome. It wasn't a force field. The reason it might have looked like that was the inconsistent lighting. The actual reason was that the dome and the city were underwater. No wonder so little light got through. It also made sense why this storyline was on the river. Now we may have proof that another one of those answers to the end of the world might have also been correct. He looked behind us and nodded. And one of his various minions started playing audio that indeed sounded like a woman calling for help. The voice was garbled, and the details weren't clear, but the cadence was easily recognizable. I glanced over at Cassie, and I began to theorize that this was the very voice she'd heard when using her unblocked trope. These signals, the arbiter continued, aren't constant, nor clear, but they're deliberate. They're being sent out on our frequencies by someone who knows we're here. We believe they originate from another terradome, perhaps built into a mountain or atop one. It isn't clear. Pre-war misinformation has poisoned our knowledge pool. Even the geography and history we were all taught could very well be wrong. We have conflicting information and inconsistent records, but be assured, this isn't a flaw. This was the ultimate defense, to ensure that proprietary information never got leaked, and if it did, it never got believed. It was this misinformation campaign that likely saved us from being overrun by scared citizens when the bombs fell. And fortunately, it isn't clear which geographic information is correct. Our outposts have given us some insight, but their reach isn't far. Your mission is to follow these radio signals and find whatever terradome might still be operational. He nodded again, and some other jumpsuit-wearing bureaucrat came around and fiddled with the devices on our arms. I assumed that they were just uploading coordinates or mission parameters. Once they were done, the arbiter continued, if the dome still stands, you are to establish contact, stabilize a relay, and share frequencies. We will rebuild civilization one wire at a time. He paused for a moment, clearly making eye contact with Camden. If it doesn't still stand, we study the remains and extract any technological or historical data, Camden said. Very good, the arbiter said. When the council chose me as the leader of this civilization, they were choosing this classified mission. My predecessors believed that our interests were best served by focusing inward. But this was a folly. I argue that the only way for us to succeed is to learn from the success of others and to find the truth in the chaos. For that reason, you've been assigned a documentarian. He glanced back at me. I felt important. If it turned out there was also some trash to pick up, I might get double pay. Once you pass our outpost, we have very little useful information about the terrain or obstacles you may face. But your Argus has been updated to slowly exclude false geographic information until we figure out which of our many maps of the wasteland might be accurate. Stories like this always needed a reason for why these secluded survivors didn't know about the pre-war society. Usually, there's some riot where the records are burned, or a corrupt leadership that doesn't want people to know the truth. I found it a bit amusing that the reason this colony of survivors didn't know about the surrounding world was that they had so many falsified records that they no longer knew what was true. Where did Carousel find a world like that? We stand at the precipice of a second beginning. While our terradome solved many problems of long-term survival cut off from civilization, it didn't solve all of them. Maybe some of these other terradomes had solutions we could implement to fix our most vexing inadequacies. We would be fools not to follow the signals. And I am no fool. That last part was delivered with a bit of extra intensity, almost like he was trying to convince himself. His speech went on for a little while longer, but seemed to hit the same talking points over and over again. I couldn't find a reason why Carousel was doing this. It could have easily been scripted tightly, but then I realized there was a chance this storyline had never been run before. Perhaps Carousel hadn't yet refined the script. When the arbiter was finished, finally, he bid us farewell. Go carefully, he said. The world beyond is calling. When he said this, his voice broke for only a moment, as if he were exasperated or even desperate. I didn't know if that was because the NPC had never performed it before or if it was some sort of character clue. What was clear was that he had a lot riding on this mission. Not as much as us, though. We were worried that the NPCs might be a little inexperienced. But as two men gently dressed me in an advanced hazmat suit without saying a word, it struck me that perhaps these NPCs might be doing well because their ordinary life didn't depart that much from what they were doing in the movie. They had roles and assignments in both. What was the difference? To its credit, The suit was actually pretty comfortable. It was climate controlled, and the helmet that covered my entire face to keep out unwanted air was much less restrictive than I expected. It was also removable. Inevitably, there would be a moment where someone, probably Camden, determines that the air is safe to breathe, and then we could all take them off. Still, the movie was being filmed in an odd way. Very little footage was ever captured of the actual Terradome itself, at least not footage with us in it. We were almost all the way out of the tunnel leading to the surface before we went on screen for a few reaction shots of the new world. The immediate area around the Terradome was, as I had seen, a marshy wasteland where only bacteria and some algae seemed to survive. The tunnel walk was long, with several doors we had to pass through. And when we got all the way out, what we discovered was amazing. While it was claimed that the city was built underwater, that wasn't entirely accurate. From the looks of it, a city near the water was lowered down into the ground, and water poured over into it. It was probably only a few dozen feet deep at the top of the dome, but it was hard to guess. There were still remnants of roads leading to the city that cut off abruptly, and we walked along them. Do we have an estimate on how long this is going to take? I asked. 3 days to the outpost, Antoine said. After that, who knows? Luckily, my suit had a built-in camera, so I didn't have to worry about angles or anything like that. The camera was the only thing that made my suit different. It was a strange shoulder-mounted unit, which was probably going to cause pain after a few miles of walking. Carousel was taking its time getting shots of us walking over the old, broken road through the wasteland. The further inland we walked, the more trees we began to see. Actual, living forests were popping up all over, along with wild grasses and several other forms of plant life. It was slowly transitioning from a wasteland to an abandoned frontier. We were really feeling the burn as we walked for miles, more on screen than off, until eventually, Camden picked up on something unusual. Look at this, he said as he stared down at his ARGIS. We just spent half an hour taking the long way around that last stretch of road. I looked back the way we had come. We had just taken a long, curved trajectory onto smaller roads and trails. It looked like what he was saying was true. So why didn't we just take a straight line? Anna asked. The Arbiter told you, Antoine said. Our devices are working with multiple contradictory sets of paving data. It's trying to learn which set is correct, so it sends us on tangents. And when we don't meet an obstacle, it learns that the new path is accurate. Antoine was playing his character very seriously, and he was probably right to do that. How much personality could you give to someone who grew up in a society like the one our characters did? Would they have tolerated buffoonery, let alone chicanery? I understand all that, Anna said. But if we're supposed to be going a lot further than any group has before, sending us on tangents seems inefficient. Antoine stopped and turned around back toward Anna. We will take the path given to us, he said. That's final. Calm down, I said. It's not like we could do otherwise. We can't even zoom out on these maps, I said as I held up my ArcGIS. In fact, the map that we were shown covered an area about the size of a football field. We had no idea which direction we were going to go just a few dozen yards ahead, and the computer sent us going left or right in seemingly arbitrary ways. Carousel was very careful to ensure those parts were filmed. Now, I didn't mean to act like some sort of YouTube film critic, but if I didn't know any better, it looked like this storyline might be a metaphor for misinformation. Given the speech that the Arbiter gave us, a bunch of arbitrary directions fit that theme. We never knew where we were going. It's almost like they don't want us to be able to find the way back, I said in a jokey cadence. But I meant it quite seriously. All these twists and turns would make it nearly impossible to retrace our steps. I had to hope that that wasn't the reason it was happening. All I knew was that the official reason sounded like an obvious lie, even within the world of the story. Many people had already taken this trip, at least as far as the outpost we were headed to. There should be no need to double-check any paving information, especially given the importance of this assignment, but it continued. We went way out of the way to pass abandoned towns and small plots of forest that we could have easily walked through. And Carousel got shots of every bit of it until the sun went down, right around the time we went off screen for a couple of hours to set up camp. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. I have a theory, I said. I think they're just trying to create fancy footage to be used on treadmills so that people think they're running somewhere. This was the first time we actually had a chance to talk uninterrupted, so we needed to get each other up to speed. Anna was carrying the tent. Luckily, it self-deployed with a whooshing sound. We just had to stake it down. "So what do we have?" Antoine asked as he climbed inside the tent. We all followed. "My character has been hearing voices over the radio and intercoms for months," Cassie said. "That's why she signed up for this assignment. She thinks there are people out here that need help, and we know that those cries for help are somehow related to the antagonist." I said, "It looks like we're headed into a trap. I don't really care as long as we get to sleep for a full night." "It is definitely a trap," Antoine said. "My character signed up because his brother is supposed to be at the outpost, but he hasn't received any mail from him or messages. He was able to intercept what appeared to be Morse code that he thinks is his brother talking to him." "How long have you been here?" I asked. 6 days, Antoine said. "That sounds miserable," Cassie said. "If I had to stay in that boring gray bunker for one more minute, I was going to scream." "I spent most of my time sneaking around," Antoine said. "Camden got there not long after me. Speaking of, did you ever find what you were looking for?" "Nope," Camden said as he let himself collapse onto the floor of the tent, which was shaped like a very large burrito. "I thought it was information I was supposed to find, but now I'm thinking it's information my character is supposed to obsess over." "You guys can go ahead and take off your helmets. The air has been breathable for 100 years or more, and the tent is sealed anyway. It has its own air filtration unit." I knew it. "What information are you looking for?" I asked as I did my best to take the helmet off. It was a little tricky because of my shoulder-mounted camera and limited energy. "I'm assuming some sort of fusion device. It's really not clear, but my character had reason to believe that the pterodome we're looking for is outputting signals that are far too powerful for the rays they have, unless they happen to have a huge energy source. I didn't know the science well. It may be pseudoscience." His notes look like the rantings of a madman. "Well," I said as I lay down in my corner of the burrito tent, "my character has a dream journal. It's equally as interesting a background." "Oh yeah. What kind of dreams you got?" Camden asked. "Don't know yet," I said. "I have to investigate." "So that leaves who, Anna?" Antoine asked. "What's your character's deal?" We all lay down ready for sleep, faces looking up at the ceiling like we were at summer camp. She has a memory of living someplace other than Culver's Bay. Something with an older woman who was really nice to her, and she seems to think that she's from this other colony. She's an orphan. "And how did you discover this?" Camden asked. "I keep seeing it in my daydreams. It's like I go to another place, and I'm on screen with this older woman, and she's so nice to me. I just want to understand the memory." Anna had recently picked up the maladaptive daydreaming trope, which was common for final girls to have in movies. It was a way for them to form a connection to the big bad, even when there wasn't a good logical way for them to have scenes together yet. We discussed the fact that most of our characters had motives for going on this journey and had apparently signed up for it all because of strange signals we had received in various ways. I decided to get some sleep before I started reading my character's dream journal. We had about 10 hours before we went on screen, so that was a nice reprieve. When I woke up the next morning and started reading while eating my rations, which tasted like protein-infused graham crackers, I realized that my connection to this other colony was similar to the others. The dreams were about wandering through dark hallways and filming the unknown. That was a big emphasis. The unknown was constantly being referenced. The unknown doesn't like her curtains pulled back. The unknown doesn't like to be undressed. The world once was unknown, and then became known and is now unknown again. We are in the Dark Ages. Maybe this wasn't a dream journal. Maybe my character was in some sort of counterculture garage band. As I read on, a narrative started to take form as my character saw himself going on this very trip and established a feeling of importance that he'd be the one to document it. The unknown calls to me. It lies with me at night. Science has no power in the darkness. Science is a minion of the light. But we are not in an age of light. Apparently, Camden's character was not the only one who wrote like a madman. At least mine was probably sleepy when he wrote this. I decided that we needed to read that last one on screen as soon as we could. But I couldn't be the one to read it. Instead, We arranged it so that Camden would grab it and read it aloud like he was making fun of me. And that's exactly what we did. Well, the thing is, science does have power in the darkness, Camden said. We invented flashlights. Give it back, I said as I reached out for my journal. Give it back to him, Antoine said. Camden complied. What is that thing? Poetry, he asked. I shook my head. It's a dream journal, I said. My grandmother used to have one. And now I have one. Sometimes when you dream, you come up with these ideas, and you don't want to forget them. So you write them down as soon as you wake up. It's just a way of keeping track of your other life. Okay then, Camden said with a laugh. We spent time picking up our camp and heading out. It was largely uneventful. We just followed the little arrow and went where we were told to go, including when we were told to go to a secluded place in a rocky crag and bury a canister of provisions. That wouldn't have been such a problem, except they gave us really tiny shovels. I was waiting for Antoine to dig the hole. Technically, it didn't make sense for our commander to be the one doing it, but I didn't want to tell him that because then I might have to do it. I was looking down at my Argus at the message that told us to bury that canister, which was about the size of a fire extinguisher. And suddenly the message disappeared and was replaced with what I had to assume was just a generic safety warning. Travelers who have recently left their Terradome for the first time often report auditory hallucinations due to exposure to natural wind for the first time. Many such travelers report hearing laughter in the distance. Do not be alarmed. These symptoms will abate in time. That was creepy. I learned about that in school, Camden said. The mind does tricks whenever it meets something it doesn't understand. Something it's never seen before. It tries to interpret it as something that you do understand, and sometimes it fails. Neat stuff, Antoine said as he dumped one last load of dirt onto the canister. I wouldn't use the word neat, I said as I listened to see if I could hear wind in the distance that sounded like laughter. But the whole time, I really hoped I wouldn't. We walked a few more miles until we saw the outpost ahead of us. We had just skipped 3 days of walking. That was good news at least. It would be nice to see more humans. Maybe in a less oppressive setting. But if it was nice, it wasn't going to be nice for long. Because as we walked forward, the needle on the plot cycle got closer and closer to first blood. The outpost was a shopping center with a large metal fire lookout tower rising above it. At first, I thought the military, or whatever this storyline was calling their troops, had constructed it themselves. But as I got closer, I noticed that it had advertisements on it. One was for a BBQ restaurant, and the other was for a clothing store. Had the tower been there hundreds of years earlier, and the military had only reinforced it, the glass was tinted, so I couldn't see inside. A large fence had been erected around the shopping center's parking lot, with an electric gate that opened as we arrived. We had been on screen for quite a while, and we did our best to give that scene some emphasis because, due to our strange paving, this outpost was the most intact building we had come across. But it wasn't exactly full of life. There was no one in the parking lot, which had been converted into a defensible position with lots of sandbags and barricades made of upturned cars. In fact, we didn't see anyone even as we walked to the entrance, which, unlike the gate, didn't open on its own. However, there was a familiar-looking speaker system that could have been seen throughout the buildings at the Terradome. This is Echo Squad, Antoine said. We've been instructed to resupply at this outpost. I hear you loud and clear, Echo Squad. Admission is granted. The troops are out on maneuvers right now. Please respect all posted signage. Things out here don't work the way they do back at home. Can you tell me where Captain Charles Stone might be found? Antoine asked. That was his character's brother's name. Out on maneuvers. The voice called back over the intercom. There was a buzzing sound, and the door to the shopping center opened. It was clear that many upgrades had been made to the interior, including a decontamination room that would allow us to take off our suits. We thought it better to just remove our helmets. We didn't know whether we would have to leave in a hurry. As soon as we got out of decontamination, the next door opened up to a system of hallways and rooms not unlike those that could be found back at Culver's Bay. But again, there were no people. Antoine walked over to the nearest intercom and buzzed it. Miller's Crossing Outpost. The voice on the other end said, Tower Command. What can I do for you? It was the same voice as before. This is Captain Antoine Stone. Can you please direct me to where I might find the field commander of this outpost? Out on maneuvers. The voice chimed back almost instantly, but there was a nervous breathiness to it. You're telling me that every single person in this outpost is out on maneuvers right now? Antoine asked. Sir. Captain Stone. Then who is available for me to talk to? Antoine asked. You're talking to him, the voice responded. I didn't know if it was the speaker's sounds or the dialogue that was creeping me out. There was a ghostly quality to it. And who is this exactly? Tower Command Communications Operator Dwight Teague. We all looked at each other because the man's tone was beginning to sound disturbing. At first, he had been chipper and helpful, but now it seemed strained. When can I expect others to be back at the outpost? Antoine asked. There was silence on the other end. Antoine buzzed a few more times, hoping to get a response, but he never managed to. We were still on screen, so Antoine said, restock our provisions. See if you can find us a place to sleep for the night. And if you find someone, do an all-call over the intercom. Yes, sir. We responded off-screen. So let's find out what happened to the soldiers, I said. It sounds like we might have one loony holdout. Be careful. They may be doing some sort of gone-mad-on-the-edge of society type of play. This guy could be dangerous. Let's hope he's not dangerous. Because we don't have any guns, Camden said. I feel like there's something supernatural happening, Cassie said. I don't have a trope to tell me what's going on, but I feel magic or psychic energy or something. To you, Riley. It was time to use my third eye. It's hard to feel anything through this suit, I said, but yes, it feels like we're being watched. That being said, I am carrying a shoulder-mounted camera, so everything might be just transmitting back to base. No, that's not it, Cassie said. Something is very wrong. A post-apocalyptic storyline with magic, Anna said. How often does that happen? I scanned my memory trying to find a prominent example from cinema, but nothing I thought of satisfied me. Maybe a prominent book or two existed, but I had few other references. It's definitely possible, I said, especially with the weird dreams my character has been having. I think this may just be a case of a supernatural world that came to a pretty mundane end. What happened to all the things that went bump in the night in a world that had ghosts and ghouls and goblins after the humans made a dumb decision and bombed everything? It's not like they would disappear. Unfortunately, that type of genre mishmash wasn't as successful as some others because it combined competing types of escape fantasies. The tale has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Worlds with magic were about wonder and discovery, whereas post-apocalyptic worlds were about exploring a place where the rules and the past didn't matter so much anymore. But Cassie was right. There was magic here. I just had to wonder if our characters would have the vocabulary or cultural knowledge to be able to call it out. Given our upbringing, would we lose points if we figured things out immediately? Was superstition a trait that belonged to a vault dweller? We were about to find out. I felt safe traveling around the abandoned outpost because I could see when I was about to go on screen. And since that number never jumped up to 5 seconds or something, I knew I wasn't being attacked. But just to be sure, I put my helmet back on like I was paranoid and did my best to be oblivious. These guys had left so much behind, from ammunition to food provisions. When I found the soldiers' bunks, I counted only 24 or so soldiers at the outpost, because those were the only beds that had been made. I noticed something strange as I walked along. I found myself perplexed with shadows in a way that I had never been before. Whenever I came across a dark room, it was like I was drawn to it in a way I couldn't describe. Like the potential for a monster to exist in the shadows itself was a force that my psychic abilities, inherited from my fictional grandmother, were picking up on. Then I would flick on the light, and suddenly that sensation would disappear. I wanted to investigate it more, but Antoine's voice came over the loudspeaker. Echo Squad, converge on the radio tower, he said in a solemn voice. I was off screen, so my reaction didn't matter, but I was a bit displeased that he didn't tell us where the radio tower entrance was. So I had to wander around for 15 minutes looking for it until I found that it was a ladder leading up into the ceiling through a missing ceiling tile, and then again through a hole in the roof. Clearly, the decontamination room was just for show. When we had all made it up to the command tower, which was once a real radio tower used by a DJ hundreds of years earlier, We found Antoine there. As we entered the small cabin of the tower, we went on screen. "Where's the communications operator?" Camden asked. "Nowhere to be found," Antoine said. "In fact, from the look of this, no one's been up here in weeks, maybe months." We all looked around to confirm his findings. There was no evidence that anyone had been up there for a long time, and the dust accumulation was evident. "They must have been communicating with us remotely," Camden said. "But why?" "I think I know why," Antoine said. "Listen to this. There's a message that has been set to play every 30 minutes on an open channel. Short range." Cassie stepped forward. Her character, after all, was a communications expert. She should say something. She stared at the panel for a little bit and then said, "That signal isn't strong enough to make it all the way back to Culver's Bay." "Why would they do that?" "A better question," I said. "If there's no one here, then who's been communicating with home base? It's not like they would send us out here if they haven't talked to anyone on the ground in months." With that thought, Antoine reached down and pushed the play button so that the message being broadcast would play over the speakers in the lookout tower. "This is a message from someone who left Culver's Bay for good. We were told the outpost was the edge of the world. Is in single quotes d. Beyond it, there's a settlement that lives without oversight, without quotas, without permission. People choose their work. They sleep without fear. No one is watching. Command doesn't know about this place. And if they do, they don't want you to. If you're tired of being measured, stop when your device tells you to turn back. Walk past the outpost. Follow the broken road. We're still here. You can beat it. The transmission ended." "So everyone at this base was a traitor," Camden said. "There's nothing to betray," Cassie said. "I don't remember signing a loyalty oath to Culver's Bay. We were born there. Never got any other choice. Maybe the soldiers here, they were given another choice, and they took it. Or maybe there's an enemy that direction who wants to send us down that path so we can get robbed and murdered," Camden said. "We didn't have a good skeptic, but someone needed to play the role." "My brother's not here," Antoine said. "If that means he's gone to this other settlement, then I need to go check." "He's no traitor. Maybe that's why he's been sending me messages." We all had different things tugging us toward this new settlement, so we had to take turns commenting on it. Cassie had to talk about how she knew there were people in that direction that needed saving, and I was supposed to talk about how I had dreams of documenting whatever lay in that direction. The truth was, none of it made sense for the wider plot. It was a bunch of noise, and more than that, when did the horror show up? I knew this storyline was way out in the boonies, but surely Carousel didn't forget to throw in a monster or two. We did our best, running some lines, giving Carousel as many options as we could, each of us expressing our specific emotions and motivations. Camden played his character as if this were all business as usual, as if the settlement was obviously just the other terradome that we were looking for. So, of course, we were supposed to go to it. It was confirmation of everything we were supposed to find. Antoine had the familiar "I want to go find my brother" storyline that he had a lot of practice with. Cassie wanted to save people, and Anna wanted to find out why the woman in her daydreams was trying to draw her toward this new place. I more or less kept quiet. My motivation was not so strong. We climbed back down the tower to the main building and continued searching. We didn't find much. "We're about to go on screen," I said as we were walking through the mess hall for the third time. We had already stocked up on provisions, but those were in the supply rooms, not in the kitchens. As we made our way through the room, we were assaulted by flies. Not a swarm of flies, but just a few flies. And it was so important that Carousel had to get footage of it. "They must be eating the abandoned food in the kitchens," Camden said. We followed the buzzing of flies to a room in the distance. It wasn't the kitchen, but it was a pantry. And when we got to that door, Antoine opened it up, and as he did, someone who had been leaning against that door fell backward out onto the ground. He had been leaning against that door for a very, very long time. "Now we know where the flies came from," I said. "Oh my God," Anna exclaimed. Inside the pantry were 3 more bodies in addition to the one we just found. They didn't appear to have been wounded, but they still died all the same. "I can't confirm the cause of death," Camden said. "This isn't my specialty." Antoine quickly checked to find his brother's body, but it wasn't there. We examined the bodies the best we could. They were wearing very similar outfits to the ones that Cassie, Anna, and I were. So they were pretty basic troops. The biggest difference, other than them being dead, was that these men had guns, and they were loaded. What happened here? I asked as I made sure to get good footage with my camera. Although that was difficult, I also looked really silly trying to move my shoulder around and lean over so that the camera would catch everything. We couldn't find any reason why they were doing any of this. It didn't look like anything had tried to slam against the door, and there was no lock that would have forced them to stay in the pantry. But as we examined the men, we noticed that they each had an item of flavor. One of them had a textbook on communication, not the kind with the radio, but the act and art of talking to people. Another had a religious book similar to a Bible. Still another had a medical textbook about psychology and hallucinations. And the fourth one, well, the fourth one held a book in his arms that Cassie pried loose and looked at closely. Morgenstern's Book of Fairy Tales was what it was called, and Cassie was immediately drawn to it. That was particularly interesting for me because Cassie had a trope called It Is Written, which guaranteed she would find a text related to the supernatural nature of the storyline that would contain information to help her character. When she found that book, she would also be supplied with all the information her character would know about its contents. So if that book was about fairy tales, she would suddenly know about them too. So what was a book on fairy tales doing in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and why? Out of all the books there, was it the one that was most relevant to our situation? We were off screen for a while, without anything particular to do. There were no instructions coming from our Argus units, as they assumed our characters would be sleeping at the outpost. We had found our way to the soldiers' sleeping quarters, but we weren't quite comfortable. How could our characters sleep after seeing for men whose deaths were unexplainable? I gave everyone a warning before we were due to go back on screen. We each took our places, trying our best to bring out the details of the story we needed in order to grasp our situation. Cassie lay on one of the bunks, flipping through the Morgenstern's Book of Fairy Tales with a look that exceeded mere interest. It was more like amazement, or even pure rapture. "You shouldn't be looking through that thing," Camden said. "That looks like banned reading material." In fact, it was banned. There was a red stamp on the front of it that said contraband, but it was so faint we worried the cameras would not pick it up. "My parents had one like it when I was a child," Cassie said, flipping a page. "It was this exact title, I think, but not this edition. It wasn't this beautiful. There was this cabinet near the apartment we lived in. It was out of the way in a maintenance corridor. We kept all kinds of books in there, passed down through the generations. Mom used to read it to me, but then somebody reported the cabinet, and it and all the other books got taken away. We were building off what we knew about this society. It isn't in the interest of Culver's Bay that people obsess over children's stories," Camden said. "Yes, I've read the posters," Cassie said. "That if we keep reminding ourselves of the world that was, we will never be able to achieve the world that can be." "Exactly," Camden said. "So throw the book away and let's get some rest so that we'll be prepared when the Argus gives us new directions. Wherever command is sending us. It'll help us get to the bottom of what happened here." Cassie smirked. "You really do believe everything command says, don't you?" Camden acted offended as best he could. "You're not one of those conspiracy theorists, are you?" he asked. "It is a matter of incentives. Why would command lie to us? People like to assume that those in charge have secret plans and dark mandates. But the higher I've grown in the hierarchy, the more I realize that no one has time for that. We have real problems to deal with. Running a social engineering feat like you people accuse us of would be pointless." "Oh," Cassie said. "What country are we in right now?" Camden paused and stared at her. "That's not what I meant," he said. "You don't know," she said. "Because our ancestors were all told they were being taken to different locations when they arrived at Culver's Bay blindfolded, so that they didn't actually spill the secret to anyone who wasn't invited. And now we don't know which was the truth. Are we in Louisiana or Australia? Maybe South America somewhere." "That's different," Camden said. "It was about safety. If people knew where the terradomes were before the bombings, they would have been overrun, and the light of humanity would have been extinguished." "Okay, whatever you say, boss man," Cassie said, "but I prefer my fairy tales over yours any day." They had rehearsed that scene for a while, And I thought they nailed it. The choice between believing propaganda and rejecting it, even if that meant not knowing what to believe, fed right into the misinformation theme. After they got through their lines, I decided to take a walk down the hall where Anna was waiting. Just as Cassie and Camden went off screen, Anna went on screen. But all she was doing was staring into a darkened room. There was no expression on her face, except perhaps a longing. What was interesting was that while she was on screen, I wasn't, even when I stood right next to her, because she was in a daydream. And it was the dream itself that Carousel was filming. How it pulled that off, I didn't know. But I assumed it had something to do with sound stages and other movie magic. When I saw that I was about to go on screen, I realized she was about to snap out of it. So, I decided to time things right for a good little moment. 3, 2. What are you looking at? I asked. Just as I went on dash screen. As predicted, Anna jumped in surprise, because she had no way of perceiving me while she was in her daydream. I looked over in the darkened room where she had been staring. Nothing, she said. It's nothing. It's pretty spooky out here, isn't it? I asked. We both stared into the dark room, but neither of us dared to enter. That strange feeling of not knowing what was in the room started to inflate in my stomach, to the point I was afraid I was going to burst. Can't wait to get out of this place, she said. Me neither. I agreed. We both took one last look into the darkened room as we returned to the others. When we got back all in a group, we had some time before we went back on screen, so we tried to get some sleep. Though I wasn't particularly successful, normally, there was no argument for bringing out like a light into a storyline. But this might have been the exception. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. We stayed there 4 hours, sleeping in shifts just because it made us feel better. And as we went on screen after so long, the scene began with a loud sound in the distance. It was like something running. A terrible beast making its way through the converted shopping center. But there were conflicting reports on that. Soldiers, Camden said as he sprang awake. They're back. We were all prepared to hit the ground and run. We didn't have to spend time collecting any of our belongings. What are you talking about? Soldiers, Cassie asked. There's a monster out there. Don't you hear it? Camden looked at her, confused. We paused for a moment, because that's all the time we had, and as we listened, it was true. The sound in the distance could have been a large monster breaking through the building, or a huge platoon of soldiers marching in unison, their boots echoing off the walls. It was like one of those internet illusions where you heard whichever word you were trying to hear. Except in this case, if we picked wrong, we would die. We burst out of the sleeping quarters and started heading in the opposite direction of the sound, down a very long hallway. Even Camden was hesitant to trust his senses. The loud noise in the distance might have been friendly soldiers returning home, but it could have been anything else. We ran down the hallway as fast as we could, looking behind us whenever possible. But I never saw what was making the noise. We turned the corner and kept on going, further and further away from whatever was making the sound. Even as it took us down an unlit hallway, we ran, using our Argus units as flashlights. This way, Antoine screamed as he tried to guide us through the hallways, hoping to find an exit, but knowing that there wasn't going to be one. At the very least, we now had guns, which we had picked up off the bodies we found in the pantry. As far as I could tell, none of our characters had actually been trained in the use of firearms. Because we were technically civilians, we would have to pretend like it was our first time firing them if push came to shove. The lights on our Argus units didn't reach as far as we wanted them to. And that was probably on purpose. It was almost like they hit an invisible wall and then just stopped. Carousel didn't want us to see what was beyond the light, but the lights were good enough to see one thing: a dead end. Get ready, Antoine said, pointing his gun back into the darkness. I did as he asked. The noise had found us. How could it possibly have been soldiers marching? But then again, how could it possibly have been anything other than soldiers marching? My brain kept switching back and forth on what I thought I heard. Were those clothes scraping up the linoleum? Was that a growl? Or the echo of a cough? I genuinely couldn't tell. The sound was going crazy through my ears. The audience was going to hate it if they heard it the way it did. And then suddenly I heard a light switch flip behind us. And I had found the switch and turned on all the hallway lights one at a time. starting at where we were and moving backward down the dark hallway. And when it got to the place where the noise was coming from, what we saw was nothing, nothing at all. But we still heard something. Undoubtedly, we still heard something. It didn't sound like marching anymore. And it didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like static on the radio. And not just the gentle stuff, but loud, uniform noise. Had that been what we thought was the sound of boots marching, Antoine jogged to the nearest intercom, pushed a few buttons, and then suddenly the static cut out from all the intercoms throughout the building. There must have been some kind of timer on it, Antoine said. Maybe the message that was supposed to play got garbled. What message? Cassie asked. There was something there in the hallway. I heard it, you heard it. It was the intercom on the fritz. It must have been, Antoine said. Look, I just turned it off. No, Cassie said. No, that's not it. Come on. You guys heard it too, right? You were running like you did. Camden stared at the intercom in disbelief. But then he shook his head. What else could it have been? He asked. There's nothing there. Don't you believe what you see with your own eyes? Camden was giving a particularly good performance because it was clear that he didn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. Neither did I. There had been something there in the darkness. I just couldn't see it. And it certainly wasn't the intercoms. I believe a lot more than what I see with my eyes, Cassie said. As I thought about it, an aching pain moved over my mind. Something between a headache and a migraine. I tried my best to ignore it. I didn't know if it was a result of running or something else. But I was leaning toward the latter. No, Cassie continued. It was some sort of monster. Like from the old world, from the books. Those are children's stories, Camden said. Don't you get that they aren't real? How do you know? Cassie asked. A bit unhinged, but sharp as a knife. Think about it. Why in the world would we bomb our own planet? I think it's because the monsters from stories like these existed. Are you really going to believe that humans bombed each other? Why would we do that? Something happened. And we're being lied to. The things in these stories, sometimes you can't see them with your eyes if they don't want you to. Are you insane? Camden asked. You think that goblins and ghosts are what we just heard? I don't know what we heard, Cassie said. I don't know what it was. But I know it wasn't the intercom. I know it was something physical or spiritual, something real. Cassie was getting way out of hand. She didn't just say these lines, she was screaming them like a backwoods preacher with a venomous snake in his hand. And she looked absolutely unstable. This wasn't a choice of hers. She was under attack. Her infected status was flickering gently. Double quotes Cassie. Camden, Hannah said. We are part of the same squad. We can't be arguing like this. We will find out what's going on, but until we do, we need to choose to get along, whether it comes naturally or not. Cassie took a few deep breaths, as did Camden. And they both turned away from each other. Anna took a beat, and then stared down the hallway like she was preparing to daydream. And as she did, everyone else went off screen. Is anyone else getting a headache? I asked. I am, Camden said. A bit, Antoine said. I think there's an aura or something, I said. I think we're resisting it with our grit. Because of willpower is magic. But Cassie isn't. Because her grit is so low. Cassie, look at me. She was doubled over, with her hands on her knees. A panicked look spread across her face. The infection was taking hold. I went to her, and I grabbed her by the shoulder, and I said, you need to fight this. You need to use clarity of purpose. Remember how we talked about that? She nodded her head, and then grabbed her temples with both hands and winced, faking pain, just like the rest of us were actually experiencing. Her clarity of purpose trope allowed her to use Moxie as grit when she was in constant pain. If she could use Moxie as grit, then she could fight the aura even better than the rest of us. But the downside was that she had to activate it manually by pretending to be in pain. So if something caught her off guard, she might not be able to trigger it in time. She took a few deep breaths and then said, I've got it. This is going to be tough. You guys did hear something down there, right? It wasn't just the intercom. No, it wasn't, I said. But I didn't see anything on the red wallpaper. I stared down toward the end of the hallway. Moments earlier, I could have sworn there was a monster, or a swarm of monsters, headed our way. But when the lights went on, it turned out that wasn't the truth. All the possible explanations for the sound merged into a single explanation. I was starting to get an idea of what we were up against, and I wondered how we were going to beat it. As soon as Anna's daydream was over, we all went off screen for a time. "What did you see?" I asked. I had never actually seen her new maladaptive daydreaming trope in action from the audience's viewpoint. I didn't know if she was supposed to be scared by what she saw, or if it was like a psychic vision. My understanding was that it was more like a fear manifest, but this was not the ideal storyline to try it out in. This storyline was a strange one. Psychic ability was more powerful here than I had ever seen it. More of my grandmother. I mean my character's grandmother, Anna said. I think it was a memory. Something about how I didn't need to be afraid of the darkness. Talking about how the people in charge use our fear to keep us captive. She wants me to move forward, to find my parents at the settlement. She looked back down the hallways as if she were looking back into the daydream. The bad guy doesn't want us to be afraid of the dark. How wholesome, Camden said. Have you figured out what's going on here? He asked, looking at me. I've got a hunch, I said. Maybe it's some kind of creature that loses power once you perceive it. Maybe it can't stay real. I don't know. The question is, how does Anna's thing fit into it? And what about the rest of us? We all have something calling us out into the unknown. I don't know if this is one thing doing everything or if it's something more. I felt useless. Trying to put my vague thoughts into actionable insights was difficult in this story. I could see the big picture, the metaphor at the center of the story, but the details eluded me. The Arbiter was obsessed with sending someone on this mission, Antoine said. I get the sense that whatever's calling us was calling him too. Except he can't actually go, so he's sending us. There was the Arbiter again. How he fit into this, I didn't know yet. All right, I said, as I looked around the bare hallway and then at the plot cycle, where I saw we were almost at first blood. One of us is about to get killed, and by rights, it should be me. That means I'll be going to the theater. I won't have many ways to contact you. Basically just the insert shot. So if I send you an image, know that it is important. So dramatic, Camden said. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh. I felt absolutely terrible about the job I had done so far. I hadn't even been able to lay eyes on whatever monster or evil force we were up against. And soon I would be gone. That was particularly troubling because, while Camden was a great strategist, I had a bad feeling about the storyline we were in. It was clearly setting up a metaphor about misinformation creating a new dark age. In fact, it had said so explicitly in my character's dream journal. That called for a meta strategy like I was usually trusted with. But I didn't have enough information yet to create one. We walked back down the hallway, spooked in every possible way, as we passed the area where the monster, or whatever it was, had been. It was so easy to fear that maybe there was something invisible there waiting to greet us. But there wasn't. The question was, would our characters leave? They had been scared out of their wits, but in the end, they were given a passable explanation for what had happened. And leaving meant heading out into the real unknown, not some military outpost, but the wild, since our Argus systems had not yet updated to tell us where to go. We would just be wandering aimlessly. I stared out like I was somehow able to stare through the building itself. Out into the world. Where were we? How far away was our destination? And what lay between us? I got that familiar feeling, the same one I had when staring into a dark room. The idea that something very powerful was just beyond my ability to perceive. On screen. Is it sun up outside? Camden asked. Not quite. Anna answered. We walked down the hallway slowly this time. I hope it hurries up, he said, because I am ready to leave this place behind. Headquarters is not going to be happy when we tell them what happened here. What did happen here? I asked. Isn't it obvious? He asked. Only to you, apparently, I said. Everyone abandoned this outpost for the other settlement. We established that when we were up in the tower. You know, you so easily forget things when you start to entertain fantasies. As if he hadn't been scared out of his wits moments earlier. That's all ain't good, Cassie said as we rounded a corner. But we're not going to be able to go back until we finish our mission. My money says if all the people here ran away, we are about to go find them. Cassie, they have food credits, not money. And when we do, I said, it's probably best not to call them traitors. Do you think you can restrain yourself for a few moments? Camden chuckled. I suppose that's the only way we can learn the truth. It's to go there. Suddenly, the lights went out, and we were drenched in darkness. A primordial fear rising up from my deepest psychic intuition set my nerves ablaze. We need to go, Cassie said. I'm with her, I said. Let's move out, Antoine said. These premises are no longer safe. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. We use the flashlights on our Argus devices to guide us through the hallways. The power bank must be malfunctioning, Camden said. These outposts were always supposed to be temporary, but for whatever reason, we keep them commissioned years past what was intended. You know, maybe they're all abandoned, I said as I ran. All the outposts are just like this, and somehow headquarters doesn't know anything about it. I felt like we needed to ground things back in the lives of our tiny little government. I find that hard to believe, Camden said. They would tell us if people didn't return from their missions. We continued down the hallway, shining lights everywhere we went. I could viscerally feel my psychic sensations easing whenever I shone a light into a dark location. Perhaps this was all as simple as a creature that hunts in the dark. We could build around that, surrounding ourselves with light somehow, maybe a campfire. That was certainly compatible with the metaphor of humans creating light to protect themselves from the darkness and the unknown. In the distance, this time far behind us down the dead-end path we had just retraced our steps through, the same noise we had heard earlier started in again. A loud rhythmic banging of a creature crawling or soldiers marching. We started running away. You still think it's the intercoms? Cassie asked. The beast behind us, which I decided was what it was despite the other interpretation, was gaining on us. If I didn't know better. The noise started in the exact same spot that it had stopped earlier, as if the darkness was just a continuation of our last encounter. We ran as fast as we could, but it was hard to keep our flashlights steady while they were strapped to our forearms. I looked behind us, shining my light in that direction to see if I could catch a glimpse of whatever was chasing us. But just like last time, the light only shone so far in the darkness, and then it abruptly stopped. A loud scream stole my attention, and I looked ahead to see a light dangling in the darkness. It wasn't just a light. It was someone's Argus. Quickly, I moved my light up to see who it was, but before I could, they were jerked through a doorway into darkness. In fact, it was the exact same doorway that Anna and I had stared at earlier. The rest of us, Antoine, Anna, Cassie, and I, quickly shone our lights inside. And what we saw was truly shocking. The room was missing. Sure, the doorway was there, but the roof and half the wall had been torn away, and not recently. Our lights reached out into the inky black night. They took Camden, I said. It wasn't a good line, but I was genuinely surprised. I was supposed to be next. Come on, Antoine said. It couldn't have gotten far. He led us through the door, and we raced out of the destroyed room, through a thicket of trees, and out into the remains of a neighborhood. Its houses nothing but mounds of rotten wood. Where did it go? Antoine asked. It had to have come right through here. Where did what go? I asked. The big thing, Antoine said. The thing that grabbed Camden. I had not seen anything. To me, it looked like Camden had risen up and flown through the door. But it was so dark, I couldn't tell. Suddenly, our Argus system started bleeping. You are off course. A robotic voice read out. Please return to your assigned path. I quickly reached down and turned off the sound. The others did the same. Listen, I said. The voice that had been coming from my device was now coming from somewhere in the distance. Camden's Argus, Hannah said. It's this way. We started running in the direction we thought we heard the alert from Camden's device. And we ran as long as we could until we couldn't hear it anymore. It was still dark outside. So ridiculously dark that we still had to use our flashlights. Eventually, we had to stop. Not only was First Blood over, but we had long lost our way after chasing the noise through the dark. I looked around the dark trees, and it suddenly hit me exactly how lost we were. We were in the dark, in uncharted territory, and whatever it was my psychic powers had been trying to warn me about was everywhere. It was in every direction. Over here, Cassie said as she led us to a flat area amongst the trees. Give me the tent. Anna wasn't sure at first, but she did as asked. Cassie quickly inflated it all, and we all crawled, one after another, into the tent. And as soon as we zipped it up, suddenly I felt a whole lot safer again. I didn't know where we were, but I knew every square inch of this tent. What just happened? Anna asked. I don't know what I just saw. The others discussed what they had seen. For Antoine, it had been a large monster with thick arms that grabbed Camden and pulled him through the door. For Anna, it looked like an octopus tentacle, or maybe some moving vines. I hadn't actually seen what it was. I was only focused on the light shining from Camden's ARGIS. I had seen nothing else but shadows. That's because it was shadows, Cassie said. We didn't get a look at it. So it was whatever it needed to be. Whatever we saw in the shadows. For me, it was a woman. She floated in the air, and Camden floated right next to her. Come on now, Antoine said. We have to keep our heads straight. Clearly, it was a large person or something like that, capable of dragging a fully grown man out of the room that fast. I didn't know if that was Antoine's character trying to rationalize what he had seen, or who was Antoine himself. No, Cassie said. It was a woman. I didn't see her with my eyes, but I saw her. I looked over at her, hoping that she wasn't just making this up. But I was confident she wasn't. After all, Anna's daydreams were supposed to strengthen her relationship with the antagonist, an elderly woman whispering sweet memories and encouragement. I didn't know how it all fit together, but I knew those were the pieces. We didn't have much more to say. We aren't wearing our helmets, Anna said. Not that it matters, because whatever tore down that room basically contaminated the whole facility. I thought there were sensors to check for that. It was strange to think that when Anna and I were staring into what we thought was a dark room, we were actually staring outside. I said. There was a whole elaborate system that was supposed to go off if there was ever a breach. Post-apocalyptic maintenance was always going to be less than stellar. It must have malfunctioned, Antoine said. Maybe that was the reason they abandoned the outpost. Whatever this story was about, it was about a group of people who had grown up shaped by misinformation. So I felt it made sense for our characters to have a different understanding of what the truth is. There's the truth that was to be repeated as true but not to be believed. And then there was the truth that no one could know, that no one could repeat, and it could be anything. So whatever answers we found could never be treated as absolute. More than that, no one actually believed that the soldiers at the outpost had simply abandoned their duties and run off to a new settlement. We had to naturally assume all cover stories were just stories. It makes you wonder, I said. Do you think there were ever any soldiers at the outpost? I mean, aside from the dead ones. Have they known it was empty for a long time and just kept up appearances? Does the Arbiter even know? Antoine didn't answer. He just stared straight ahead. We went off screen a few minutes later, after we tossed back and forth a few lines like that. And that's when I asked them if any of them had seen the enemy on the red wallpaper. None of them had, not even a flash dot in a way. That was a relief, because it would have been absolutely humiliating if I had been the only one not to see it on the red wallpaper, when that was what my entire build was dedicated to. But just because I hadn't gotten a look at its tropes didn't mean I hadn't learned anything. The enemy had attacked Camden instead of me, which meant it had a trope that forced it to target him. That was useful information. If I had to guess, there was only one thing that made Camden a better target than me. It was his savvy, which was higher than mine. I was trying to fit the pieces together. It made sense that a storyline like this might have some anti-savvy leanings or something in that ballpark. I would have to do whatever it took to figure them out. In this storyline, the darkness could conceal anything, but not forever. I hated being this far into a storyline and still not even knowing who the principal antagonist was. We had some ideas, of course. Anna's daydream interactions with a kindly older woman told us a little bit, but I really wanted to lay eyes on the big bad. I wanted to know what they were and figure out how they worked. But all I could do was sit and listen as Cassie talked about the stories in the fairy tale book she had acquired. That's Will-o'-the-Wisps, she said as she held the book open to an illustration. Fresh from reading through it, they trick travelers on the road, making them think that they're following torches or lanterns. But in reality they're being led off into the middle of nowhere. I haven't seen any torches or lanterns, Antoine said. We are where we are because it is where we were instructed to be, until we decided to go chasing after some monster or whatever that was that took Camden. I'm not saying that it's literally a will-o'-the-wisp, she said. Look at this, another one, sirens. They're like mermaids. But they sing to lure in sailors, so that they smash their ships against the rocks. Don't you see what I'm saying? We knew a bit about sirens. I haven't heard any singing, Antoine said. I gave him a quick glare, trying to warn him off the heavy skepticism that had been Camden's role until he was taken, because I worried it might have been what got him targeted, if not his savvy. Antoine seemed to understand my meaning. Look, I'm open to the idea that there is something out there, but unless you can look inside of that book and tell me that there is some creature that sends Morse code through the airwaves or that can control radios or whatever we're saying is happening, then I don't see how a fairy tale book is useful here. Cassie rolled her eyes. She was doing her best to make up for the last storyline where her contributions were cut short. In this story, psychics had real power, and she intended to take a bit of the spotlight. Here's another one, she said as she flipped through the pages. It's about fairies who lure in travelers just as it's about to rain, promising them shelter, but then they get trapped in other worlds and can never go home. Look, I'm not saying that any of these creatures are what's to blame. I just think it's awfully interesting that our ancestors were so afraid of monsters trying to lure them away from their campfires at night. Antoine didn't have a response, neither did Anna, who had spent much of her time on screen with a face of longing. Whatever it was that was calling to us was promising her a reunion with her character's parents. From what I understood, she had to play the part, although I wasn't sure exactly which direction she could take that. Was it a flaw that she so desperately wanted to find a place where she belonged? The dark forests, the distant seas, caves, twisting back roads. I see a theme here, I said. You're saying that our ancestors were afraid of the unknown, of places that hadn't been mapped or populated. But we do have maps, right? Tons of them. And back at headquarters, they have satellite images. I hear they even have images from before the war. You heard wrong, Cassie said. They don't know any more than we do. They're not just keeping us in the dark about things for fun. They do it so that we never realize exactly how little we know about the outside world. Dozens of maps that contradict each other. Satellite images with huge pieces censored. All of it locked away behind passwords that have long been forgotten. Nobody knows what's out there, and pretending like people at headquarters do is foolish. She slammed the book shut and then rolled over under her thin survival blanket, hugging the book like it was a pillow. It's going to be morning in a few hours, Antoine said. We need to get some sleep, and then we need to decide what we do next. I thought for a moment as I lay on my back and stared up at the roof of the tent. We can't go back. I wouldn't even know how to find the way, I said. That was good in a way. It meant our characters couldn't just walk away from the danger. It was also a bad thing because it meant our characters were being passive, that they had no choice but to carry on. We can't stay here, Anna said. Whatever it was that took Camden could take us. That's not exactly an argument for moving forward either, I said. How familiar was it that we were once again in a position where there were no right moves, no intelligent play, no obvious choice. The only question was which wrong choice we wanted to make. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Once we went off screen, we had a few hours to rest before we had to start filming again, and we took advantage of it. I really didn't like the narrative position we were in, being pushed by forces on one end and pulled by forces on the other. The Arbiter wanted us to go on this journey so that he could get credit for establishing contact with another Pterodome. His career was on the line. On the other side, whatever mystical force pulled us forward, it clearly wanted the worst for us. If we continued down this path as sheep, there was no way we could survive. We needed to find a way to choose to move forward instead of being manipulated. I thought about this for hours before I finally fell asleep, and when I awoke, I was already on screen. Say what you will about the future communist scientists of this storyline, but they did know how to make an automatically deploying tent. That thing was hardly bigger than a bedroll, and it could extend itself up to a medium-sized tent in seconds, and then shrink back down just as fast. I wondered if we could take it with us after this storyline. Morning came, and with it came new paving data. I wasn't sure whether these armbands of ours worked on GPS or pinging off radio towers, but they seemed to know where we were and quickly got us back on the main road. An hour later, They led us off the main road and sent us on a multi-hour journey until we eventually found ourselves back on that very same road. We had once again walked in a big half circle. We had been on and off screen the whole time. Now that we were back, we were solidly on screen. That's it, I said. What's it? Antoine asked. Look down at your feet, I said. This is that same black asphalt we were just on, not 2 hours ago. It sent us out into the boonies and then back to this road again. Antoine made an exaggerated display of looking at the road and sizing it up to confirm my conclusion. So what? He said. We had this explained to us. The computer is learning about the routes. The computer has to confirm which map we're on out of thousands of different maps it has. I said, do you really think this is the most efficient way of doing that? I know that the war had a lot of misinformation, but do you really believe this is the best way to find the right one? How does that make any sense? It was in our training, he said, but his heart wasn't in it. I have an alternate theory, I said. I think that we were sent way out of the way because there was something that we were not meant to see. Heck, maybe I'm stupid. Maybe there's like a radioactive crater that we've been manipulated to avoid. But if that's the case, I want to see it. It's like they want us to make this trip with our eyes closed. Well, Cassie said, why don't we just go take a look? It couldn't take that long. Not if we go straight down and straight back. Antoine looked like he wanted to argue, but he didn't. All right, he said, but when we don't find anything, we just follow our paving from then on. And I don't want anyone here complaining about the beeping when we go off course. Anna looked hesitant, but ultimately complied. She was going to have to figure out how to make her character stand out. Sure, she had less practice, and being postered had really affected her. But if we couldn't get our final girl to take charge, the party of promise might be doomed. So we followed the main road back in the direction we had just come. It didn't take very long, and we were off screen the entire time until we got right to the middle of that big half circle we had just taken. The place that we had been forced to avoid, and screen. There's nothing here, Antoine said. He was lying. It was a big, empty portion of road. I was expecting maybe a building with signs of life. Or maybe some sort of monster that our secretive government knew existed and decided just to steer us around. Maybe it's a little further, I said. We can see a mile in that direction, Antoine said. How much further could it be? We're almost back to where we started. Just a second, Anna said, as she began fiddling with her Argus unit. We had been dealing with it the entire backtracking trip. We had to turn the volume off every time the alarm sounded, telling us we were going in the wrong direction. After she had gone through several of the menus, she pushed a button, and my Argus unit started going off again. But this time it wasn't warning about going in the wrong direction. It was just a ringing sound. I quickly pressed the mute button on my unit, and I had used the function to call nearby units. It might have been useful in the dark, but it didn't even allow communication. It just made someone's device start ringing. At first, it wasn't clear why she had done it. But then it turned out she was right on the money. Once Cassie, Antoine, and I had muted our devices, a faint ringing could still be heard on the side of the asphalt road. Listen, Anna said. No way, Antoine said as he ran toward the sound. The thing that we hadn't noticed was covered in dust and dirt. Almost lost to time. The truth was, we had seen it the moment we arrived, but we were on screen so we couldn't talk about it. We needed a clever way to introduce it to the audience. And stumbling on it seemed uninspired. Luckily, Anna had a great idea. What we found was a body, dried and picked clean from the look of it, but still an identifiable body. Is it a soldier? Cassie asked. There were a bunch of missing soldiers, after all. No, Antoine said. It's a civilian. Soldiers aren't supposed to come out this far. Their job is to guard the Terradome and outposts. We each looked down at the body and then examined our own jumpsuits. The skeleton was dressed exactly like us. It even had an Argus exactly like ours. Look at the direction he's facing, I said. He was heading back toward Culver's Bay. But this doesn't make sense, Antoine said. The only reason a civilian would be out here is the same reason we're out here. But that's not possible, Anna said. We are the first squad to be sent out on this mission, right? Cassie started to laugh. That's what you get for believing the government, she said. No, Antoine said. Why would they lie about that? Because it's hard to get new volunteers when the old volunteers keep dying on the side of the road, I said. We stared down at the skeletal remains of one of our own and saw in them our future. Possibly. It makes sense, Antoine said. The Arbiter wanted this mission to go forward for so long. It was never clear why he couldn't get it done before. Turns out, it was because he'd been sending people out secretly for years, I bet. We were all trying to get our appropriate reactions in. Think about all those times we veered off the road, like we were circling around. Are there dead people there, too? Anna asked. Have we been walking past dead people this whole time? I shrugged my shoulders. Well, it is an apocalyptic wasteland. You couldn't really expect anything else. I just thought the bodies would be a bit older. I wonder who this guy was. I knelt down beside the skeletal remains of our fellow traveler and then grabbed at his Argisuni. It wasn't like he was using it. The ringing sound was still going off after Anna used the call function. I gently pulled the device off the skeletonized arm, silenced it, and began flicking through the screen. It was an older model, but like all technology in Carousel, it basically did whatever I wanted as long as it was plot appropriate. I had to look between it and my Argus several times before I noticed several differences. The first was under the paving tab. The map he was given was far larger than the one we had. Look at this, I said. This guy was given a lot more information. His map shows half a mile in every direction. Maybe more. They learned their lesson there, Antoine said angrily. Can't really lead people into the middle of nowhere if you give them too big a map. They might start thinking for themselves. And look at this, I added. He has a log feature. I clicked on the button. It's an audio log. Our devices didn't have that ability. Maybe the top brass had decided to substitute the audio logs for strapping a camera to one of the surveyors. We all knew what audio logs meant. Carousel loved them because they were great for spooky exposition. And since we had decided to cut back this way, we had technically earned it. So, I expected to learn a lot. Cassie grabbed my arm and started flicking through the audio logs. She was, after all, the communications expert. Here, just take it, I said, releasing the device to her. A lot of this has been corrupted, she said. I don't know what could have caused that. She wasn't exactly being a genius when she said that. The file names were literally replaced with the word corrupted. It was Carousel's way of only delivering the relevant information. Instead of listening to some guy talk about a tree or a squirrel he saw, it would only be the stuff relevant to the story. Well, let's hear it, Antoine said. But before we do, maybe we should set up camp. I don't like to stand around outside. One quick tent later, and we were all gathered around the tiny Argus device, listening like children at a campfire to find out what we were up against. To find out anything, really. The logs began with a readout of the number, the date, and the time. Simple stuff. Log 182311081407. This is Cole Maddox again. Survey Team Bravo. Day 9. Or 10, maybe. We've left the outpost and are heading toward the signal source. I was glad to leave those military types behind. There's a reason they were sent to live on the edge of the known world. They're wackos. The Argus is taking us on some weird routes. But I guess that's the calibration thing they told us about. He sounded out of breath as he walked and talked. I could hear his footsteps crunching on gravel. If he was just leaving the outpost, we had probably tread on the same ground recently. He sounded like a confident, fairly intelligent man. Maybe he was even cocky. Excited to see what's out here. First time beyond the outpost. First time for anybody in hundreds of years. I just wish I could have told my dad. He would have been proud. Not sure why this had to be a secret. Anyway, time for breakfast. Log 19-2311, 8:15:19, day 11. Lena keeps saying she hears something, like a woman talking, just out of earshot. The rest of us don't hear it. Probably the wind. It does things out here. I asked her to try responding to the voice, and now she is. She's talking to the wind. Who did they send me out on this trip with? Log 222311081804. Didn't sleep. Kept hearing Lena outside the tent, asking to be let in. Lena was inside the tent. She heard it too. Either I am on the receiving end of the worst practical joke imaginable, or my imagination really is getting out of sorts. Log 232311081812. Lena's gone. She went to get water and didn't come back. We searched for 2 hours, found her canteen by the stream. Nothing else. The silence afterward lasted about 30 seconds, during which all that could be heard was the wind and the rustling of leaves. And maybe, if I was being imaginative, the briefest sound of someone, a woman talking. Her voice is still out there. I can hear her calling. The others say I've lost it. I'm just going to ignore it now. Log to 52311081906. Gregor won't stop talking about his grandmother. He says she's been visiting him in his dreams, telling him he's almost home. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. He sounded scared and confused. The tough guy who had begun these messages was beginning to deteriorate. Gregor's grandmother died when he was 6. He sees no contradiction. I wonder if he was a natural birth. Maybe he's talking about his other grandmother. Who knows? Log to 62311081922. I need to put this down while I'm still thinking straight. There was a long pause. The bravado was gone from his voice. I heard only frustration. Frustration that he would not be able to explain what he wanted so desperately to explain, even to himself. At first, it could have been anything out here. Then it was her. Does that make sense? Log to 72311-82015. Found signs today. Old wood, old paint, turn back. If you hear the call, don't answer. Who made these signs? Was someone out here before us? We were supposed to be first. Log 33-311082-405. Gregor walked into the forest last night. He said his grandmother was making soup. We tried to follow, but our lights wouldn't reach him. It was like the dark just swallowed him. Something smells good. Log 352,311. 8.2609. Just me now. Log 36-311082-614. I've been thinking about how we got here. Not the path, the bigger picture. We mapped the whole world once. Every mountain, every forest, every hole in the ground. We named everything. Charted everything. And when we did, we pushed them out. The things that lived in the unmapped places. There was nowhere left for them. We filled in all the blanks. A short pause occurred before he continued. Then we got clever. We burned our own records, poisoned our own knowledge, lied to our children about where they were and what was real. We made the maps wrong on purpose, so no one could leak them to our enemies. It worked. Our enemies never found us. Maddox laughed. The laughter was loud, uncontrolled, and continued several seconds longer than expected before stopping abruptly. We made the world unknown again. Log 37-311082-703. I'm so close. Almost back. Couldn't get my Argers to show me the way home, but I figured out the logs were geotagged. A little math and I managed to figure out the path. We hadn't even gone that far. I dreamed about my mother last night. When the okra harvest came in, she would spend all night cutting it up for stew. Harvest should be in soon. I can almost smell her cooking. After several minutes, which Cassie fast-forwarded through, a second voice became audible on the recording. The voice belonged to an adult woman. Cole, come outside, sweetie. The council told us where you went. We've come to get you, to take you home. Just come outside. It's not that much longer, dear. End of log. All we could do for a moment was stare at each other. The audio logs reminded me of a movie I had seen before, The Blair Witch Project. And when I thought about it like that, everything started to align. We got a few moments off screen where I told the others that we needed to take a stand and take ownership of our plot instead of being led around. It wasn't a perfect idea, but anything was better than being the sheep led to the butcher's block. On screen. Would headquarters have heard those logs? Anna asked. No one answered for a few moments. They would have known the moment it happened, Cassie said. Our devices are constantly sending out signals, not strong ones, but the information would have gotten back to them. So why would they send us out here? Anna asked. Why would they send us out here if they knew there was something causing people to go mad? They tried to fix it, I said. They taught us that people who go out into the wild hear voices and that it's perfectly normal and you shouldn't listen to them. They gave us smaller maps and even less information about what we were doing. Heck, right now. Can you say for sure that you know what we're out here for? Are we really trying to find another Terradome? I doubt it, Cassie said. You could never tell with those people. We paced back and forth, posing like band members on early 2000s album art. None of this makes sense, Antoine said. I talked with a lot of the people in that command tower. There is no way they knew about this. It would be impossible to keep a secret that big, if anybody knows. It's only the people at the very top. Maybe just the Arbiter and his assistants. Suddenly, all of our Argus units started going off again, reminding us that we were off course and that we needed to march forward. Daddy's calling, Cassie said. He wonders why we're not where we're supposed to be. We may be able to get back home, I said. This guy's unit has bigger maps on it, and it seems like he figured out how to retrace his steps. We could probably go back to Culver's Bay if we wanted to. It was important that we established we had a choice now. That we weren't just blindly following orders or stupidly following the lure of whatever creature was beckoning us. No, Antoine said. No, Cassie asked. Are you not convinced that this is all some sort of trap yet? That we're just the next batch of bodies being thrown at a problem that we don't even get to know about? Antoine paused for a moment and thought about his words. I understand all of that, he said, but I still think we should go forward. We are being sent in the direction that Camden was being taken. I don't think it's a coincidence. And if I understood things right, I'd have to imagine that my brother was taken in this direction too, or called. I have to find out what happened to them. To all of them. Antoine's character's brother was one of the missing soldiers, you know, I said. We may find out what happened to them. And it may be the last thing we ever learn. Antoine nodded. I don't care. He said, my job is to lead Echo Squad, and one of our members was kidnapped. Until I know that he's either safe or dead, I'm not going back. You guys can, but I won't. The wind blew, sending a stream of dust over the road. I told you I was having visions, messages that there were people who needed our help. That's why I signed up for this, Cassie said. I intend to see it through. It can't be a trap if we know it's a trap. He chuckled. That's not true, I said, but I'm into. The higher-ups didn't trick me into coming. I came because I had to get out of that dome. Even if they told me how dangerous it was, I still would have come. That left Anna, the woman who calls to me in my head. She says that my parents somehow ended up in this other place and that I'm supposed to go there too. She said. The truth was, I didn't think it was real. I thought they were just false memories from childhood. I just figured I got one life. I could either stay back at Culver's Bay, pop out a few kids, and then die in the laundry rooms or the kitchens or wherever I was assigned. Or I could come see if my memories were true. Maybe they were. If there's a chance people might need us, I say we take it. Because it seems like this thing has been imitating my dead grandmother, and it was doing a really good job. But it missed one important detail. What's that? I asked. She brandished one of the guns that we had taken off the soldiers' bodies back at the outpost. The dead part, she said. The rest of us laughed. We were stuck in a very confusing storyline. But we were rapidly closing in on the truth. If there was one thing that could counter confusion in a movie, one thing that could cut right through it and keep things interesting even when it wasn't clear what was happening or why, it was sentiment. It was emotion. We didn't fully know what we were up against. We didn't know what forces were at work in this world where the unknown and mapped places seemed to be alive and powerful, like some sort of wasteland god. But as long as we had our own purpose and we were trying to save people, I figured we could get at least some members of the audience to give a damn. We finally did as our Argus units demanded and headed back out into uncharted territory. We didn't travel very far that day after we found the body. We followed the arrow on our arm-mounted devices as fast as we could, but the sun moved faster in the sky than it should have. Before we knew it, it was time to set up camp again. The world around us had gotten wet again. We were in some sort of swamp or bog, but the old roads that had been built hundreds of years earlier were still there, and mosquitoes couldn't make it through our suits. So it didn't bother me much, though it was quite hot. I was tired after hours of walking, and I found it easy to slip back into sleep, hoping to escape the danger for a little while. But unfortunately, my call sheet trope told me we would be back on screen within a few hours. I didn't know what it meant. I assumed it meant we would be woken up in an emergency. After all, we had zoomed through the rebirth phase with the discovery that we were not the first group to be sent on this particular mission. And while we weren't quite at second blood yet, we would be soon. Wing call sheet said I would be going on screen in 3 hours. It didn't mean my body. I had to sleep if I was going to think clearly. It would be nice to get my mind off things. But that didn't quite work, because when I slept, I dreamed. And when I dreamed of the body. The same one we had just found on the side of the road. We had examined it, but it had happened off screen. It wasn't clear why Carousel didn't want the footage. But it turned out that it did. It just wasn't using its cameras. It was using mine, the one mounted on my shoulder. And it wasn't going to present that footage straight up. It was going to use it in a dream sequence. His tent is still on his back, Cassie noted. That means that he didn't follow the voice that we heard on the audio log. Everything I was seeing from the perspective of my camera. So it was like I wasn't even there. That makes sense, Antoine said. If he had followed the voice, why would his body be on the side of the road? It would be wherever Camden is. This man, Cole Maddox, had run from the voice. But whether it was hunger or thirst or just pure exhaustion, he had not made it home. And then, at once, I was no longer viewing the footage from my shoulder-mounted camera. At least not footage I had taken already. I was watching footage of myself walking through a distant village. It was a classic post-apocalyptic village with markets and rusted cars. But there were no people. And there hadn't been in a long time. You were meant to see their story. A voice told me, kind and maternal. You were meant to tell the world what happened to them. While I knew that the voice talking to me was the enemy, I really wanted to believe those words. And not just about this storyline. I wanted it to just be true. I wanted to see the end of the world, the end of Carousel. Just to watch it. I wanted to follow my curiosity all the way until the last thread unraveled. You were meant to document it, the voice continued. I probably should have been interested in the voice, but I wasn't. I liked its promise. But I knew it was false. It was feeding my ego. I walked through the streets of the abandoned village, trying to learn whatever the dream was supposed to tell me. It didn't seem clear. I wasn't being led anywhere. It was as if the opportunity to film things was supposed to be enough. I continued walking, looking for any signs of life or narrative, and I found none. Not in the village, at least. It wasn't until I wandered out a rusted gate and saw a tree upon a hill that a strong feeling of fear overcame me. And then I was gone again. This time, I wasn't anywhere, but I was looking at something. I floated in a black, inky nothing. And all that was in front of me was a wadded-up piece of paper. I unfolded it, maybe with my mind, because my hands certainly didn't do it. And what I saw inside were a few scribbled words. She's afraid of the maps. There was more written on it, but for some reason, I couldn't force my eyes to look at it. Was it because I didn't have high enough savvy? Or was it simply too much too soon? The paper was old. It looked handmade. I could see the individual fibers that made it up. She's afraid of the maps. The words flashed again in my mind. And I recognized the handwriting. It was Camden's single quotes as suddenly comment images replaced the words. And what I saw was one large piece of paper being split in two. One side was crumpled up and thrown, but I couldn't see where. The other was folded and squeezed between two pieces of stone tiling. She's afraid of the maps. The words appeared in my mind again. After that, the inky black darkness consumed me. And all I could hear was a woman's laughter, not just a laugh. No, a cackle. And then there was nothing. And I faded into a deep, restful sleep until morning. When morning came, we were back on the trail as soon as we had light to see by. Did anyone else have a weird dream last night? I asked as soon as we were on screen. I did, Cassie said. A whole village of people. They were living outside. Not even in a dome. Can you believe that? Living right out under the sun and stars. Just like everybody used to. But they're afraid, and they need us. As we marched uphill, following the arrows on our Argus devices, I made a face of dissatisfaction. I had a similar dream, I said. Except the town was empty. Everyone was gone or dead. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Well, you've always been very antisocial, Cassie said. Even in your dreams, apparently. Did anyone else have a strange dream? I asked. Anna and Antoine had not. Why are you asking? Anna asked after they had both denied having dreams. There was a wadded up piece of paper in mine, I said. Did you see that too? I asked Cassie. We had already established that our characters were having dreams about this place we were supposed to go to. I figured it was high time we stopped dancing around the shoe and treated it as real. Something about maps, Cassie said. She's afraid of maps, I said. That's what the paper said in my dream. Antoine chuckled. That's a strange thing to be afraid of, he said. Who is she? I looked over at Anna. A kindly older woman had been haunting Anna's daydreams, encouraging her to travel into the wilds. I think we're dealing with some sort of creature that looks like an older woman. Do you know anything about that from your books? I asked Cassie. It wasn't clear if my character would know what a witch or a fairy was, or at least he wouldn't know much about them. Cassie's character, however, would. Yeah, I know a little bit about that, Cassie said. There's a story about a woman who lures children to a house made of candy so she can cook them and eat them. So you're saying there'll be candy? Antoine asked. What are we waiting for? Let's pick up the pace. I'm serious, I said. I think that's what's at the end of the road. Some sort of evil woman. That's not too crazy, is it? With what we've seen and heard, it's just the right level of crazy, Antoine said. I'm thinking it's going to be bigger and meaner than that. Anna didn't say anything, but she did look uncomfortable about the inquiry. She might have been lost in thought, or even a daydream, but I wasn't sure if she was on screen inside her mind. That's a possibility, Cassie said. I told you the shadows looked like a woman to me, but it could be so many things. Just playing tricks on our minds. Maybe I saw a woman because that's what I wanted to see. Antoine saw a monster because he wanted something he could shoot. Anna saw some type of animal or plant because she didn't want to deal with a human. And you saw nothing because that's what you wanted. Yeah, maybe, I said. All I really cared about was that when we found out what we were up against, it was something of flesh and blood that followed rules that could be understood. If it is a woman, Antoine said, that means Camden should be alive still. I mean, how much of him could she have gone through in this amount of time? That was a wildly dark comment, but I understood why he said it. After all, our goal was to rescue Camden, so we had to at least, on some level, believe he could still be alive. But still, that was a morbid thought. We went downhill as we followed the road down into the wetlands for miles. All around, it was just water and mud, with the occasional crop of trees popping up every once in a while. Luckily, the road was still navigable, and we were making good time. The problem was that second blood was coming up, and it wasn't exactly clear who would be targeted. If it was based on savvy, I would be next out. If on skepticism, it would probably still be Antoine. Of course, it could always be for some other reason. Unfortunately, in the game at Carousel, it often takes multiple deaths to form a pattern that can be recognized. We continued on down the road, with mucky water on both sides, and once we'd gone for about a mile or so, I started to notice that we weren't quite alone. I could see for miles around, so the unknown, which had been a force I could perceive, was no longer in the distance. There was no darkness for it to hide in, or hills for it to hide behind. There was only one place for the unknown to hide: the water. The murky brown and green depths all around us could have contained anything, but what popped out of them was still unexpected. Something broke the water in the distance. It looked like a crocodile, just by the way it moved through the water. Maybe a snake. Middle of the road, Antoine said, guns ready. He must have been able to see the battle tactics it was about to take. High metal would give you that insight. He could see the battle tactics, and I could see the tropes. That was the division of insight between a combat class and a meta class like mine. The problem was that the tropes I was seeing were not enemy tropes at all. The first one that came to mind was called Eureka, the scholar trope that allowed them to sort through written text as if they knew where the answers were. The monster in the water wasn't even an enemy. It swam. No, it slithered and reached toward us. And when it got to the road, it rose up where we could see it clearly. I saw a giant, warped hand and arm reaching out of the water, its fingers stiff, struggling to move at first, but then figuring it out. On the red wallpaper, it read Camden Trans Scholar. It was Camden's arm. Somehow, it was the length of a school bus. It looked emaciated, but most of all, it looked like it wanted to grab one of us, and so it tried, reaching out of the water, onto the road. It came down right on top of me. I dodged to the left. Everyone else dodged to the right. So when it reached over toward me, It was very clear who it was aiming for. Luckily, I managed to jump over it as it swung toward me, and I ran toward the others on the road. Antoine and Anna were shooting at it, but the bullets were just going right through without bothering it in the slightest. We ran as fast as we could to get away from the arm, and when I looked back, it had disappeared, but not for long. More arms, just like it, reached up out of the water around us and started grabbing at us. And while it looked like they were attacking all of us, in truth, they were aiming for me. It could have been because of my savvy, or just my low plot armor. I had no way of knowing. We ran as best we could, but we were on a long stretch of road through the swamp. More arms popped up the further we went, and then they started to appear ahead of us as they disappeared behind us. They could take all of us if we weren't careful. Go, 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 Antoine was screaming, but I was hardly listening to him at that time. I knew what was about to happen. I was going to die, and all that mattered was what I managed to accomplish with my death. Saving the others so that they could go on to the finale would be worth whatever pain was in store. I pulled back as the others ran, and the arms acted immediately, surrounding me. The others tried to shoot and free me, but they knew the drill. Still, I wasn't going to go easy. As the arms surrounded me, I jumped over them. One tried to land on top of me, and I managed to do a roll like an action star to evade it. But there were just too many. The others ran ahead. I was surrounded by many hands, but when it finally grabbed onto me, it was just one hand. All the others were gone. I thought about making a quip, but in truth, I was too freaked out by it being Camden's arm. It picked me up by the leg and violently dragged me into the water, where the unknown was waiting for me. I couldn't perceive it, but I had experienced something like this before. It was like when I saw time in post-traumatic. The very concept of time transformed into an enemy whose power I couldn't even begin to understand. The unknown was all around me as I was dragged through the murky depths. I couldn't see its name on the red wallpaper. I couldn't see its tropes or its plot armor, but it was there, an empty space on the red wallpaper that teased the existence of something beyond my imagination. And then suddenly, I wasn't in the swamp anymore. The giant hand pulled me through the cold depths, but as I went, the water got hotter and hotter until eventually I could feel boiling water through my suit as I was pulled through it. And then suddenly, I emerged from the middle of a large cauldron about the size of a washing machine, and I was pulled up and out of the cauldron and onto a cold stone floor, where I landed with a crack as my camera unit shattered. I struggled to turn around to look up, and when I did, I saw her, and I knew exactly what we were up against. Oh, Nani. The crone of the bayou. She towered over me, and in her right hand, she held an amputated arm, dripping with the same brew that covered me. It was Camden's arm. She looked at me and smiled, and as she leaned down, revealing her crooked teeth and beady black eyes, she said, "Oh, there you are." In the end, we weren't fighting an abstract idea, or a concept, or some invisible spirit. The enemy, as far as I could see, was an ancient, wicked woman, not a proper witch, not a proper human, but human shape. She was a hag. The cage was large, clearly meant for multiple people, but there was only one prisoner within it, one intact prisoner. That was because while I saw it as some sort of holding cell, the hag saw it as a pantry. There we were, a collection of ingredients that could be grabbed with a knife or strong pinching hands. There were about 4¼ people total, including myself. I sat there wide-eyed at first, looking forward to sitting in the theater on the other side of the mountain. All I could hear was a ringing sound in my ears. It was hard to process. She looked like a human, like an old, withered woman with a hunchback and puffy face. Yet as I watched her, I became convinced that she was no more a woman than I was a caterpillar. Her body was a form, a sculpture of flesh whose true nature could only be revealed if you watched the way she moved. She walked on all fours when she wanted to, especially when she was turning corners, and she only stood on her hind legs when she wanted to tower over her cauldron and toss ingredients inside or take a peek. If she needed to look over at me because I was making too much noise or thinking too many thoughts, she didn't turn her head, she just turned her eyes. And while they were in the correct place on her face, they bulged out just enough that she could look all the way toward me and make direct eye contact. Something she did often, when she had picked me up and put me in the cage. There was no fighting it. She was absolute in her strength. There was no give, there was no wavering. Her arms, which looked like a frail woman's arms, only looked that way. There was a soft, mushy exterior, but underneath that, her bones must have been enormous. If they were bones at all, she was human in form, but not in function. My mind knew to fear her deep down in a dark part of my subconscious. She hummed like a cheery old lady as she did her work. All I could do was watch her and watch my friends while I sat on death watch. They were only walking. My cutaway death trope had worked as intended. The moment I was dragged underwater, I had the dead status. And she must have known it on some level, too, because she looked at me so curiously. She poked and prodded and pinched until I moved. It was as if she were afraid to use me as an ingredient because I was a dead thing that was still alive. And that fascinated her. She was surprisingly easy to read that way. Her movements and facial expressions spoke an ancient language that anyone would understand. She would mutter to herself, but it sounded like a squirrel chittering more than a human talking. Old Nani would roll her lips and her tongue, making high-pitched sounds and a pitter-patter as she poked my ribs right where my heart was. And then she would look up at me, like, how does this dead thing have a beating heart? She knew about my dead status, but she didn't understand it. I got the impression Carousel was trying desperately to keep her from being meat-aware. But she was breaking through. She grabbed me by the back of my neck and held me up to watch my legs dangle. And then she threw me in the cage and ever since glanced over at me to watch my eyes moving. As if I was the weird one. She needed to keep an eye on the living dead thing. She didn't need to speak to tell me her thoughts. I was innately connected to her the moment we made contact. My psychic powers, as minute as they were blaring signals to me that I couldn't put into words, but still understood innately. She was fascinated by me. Like she had never seen anything like me before. Had she never been in a storyline before? Was this her first time? What was left of Candon was over in the corner. It looked like he had bled out before he was harvested. Or at least I hoped that was true. Looking around at the other bodies, several of whom were wearing the same exact jumpsuit I wasn't looking forward to when it was time for me to go into the stew. She was really big on that. Clever boys go in the stew, she had said, in a way. She was capable of something beyond words. A form of communication that felt like a spider running down my spine. So when she told me, clever boys go in the stew, it was actually my mouth that said it. I wasn't forced to do it. It was a reflex. I immediately understood what she was trying to tell me. And I was so shocked at it that the words just came out. Clever boys go in the stew. She had told me with nothing but the stroke of her finger on the side of my neck. And then she closed the cage and went back to work. Eventually, she got over her hang-ups about me being dead and alive at the same time. She was brewing a new potion this time. The one that she had made in order to pull me through the water had gotten poured down a drain. This one was all new. It used human ears as a main ingredient. You could ask me how I knew that, but you would have to speak loudly. I stared at her tropes again, looking for the information I needed to help the others. Olnani, crowed of the Bay plot armor, Tropus domain of the unknown. This entity can only exist in places that have not been mapped, charted, or widely known. Invitation only. This entity cannot pursue targets who do not cross the threshold willingly. Formless shadows. Players will struggle to control their imaginations, altering their perception. Whispers in the dark. This creature can sense a player or NPC's vulnerabilities and manipulate them via impulsive thoughts. Certainty is dangerous. This entity targets those who speak in absolute terms about its nature, its weaknesses, or the plot before the truth is revealed. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Patient Hunter. This villain avoids attacking the entire group at once until second blood, choosing instead to pick off members one by one. Dark Aura. This being has an aura with wide-ranging effects, from fear to some combination of status ailments. Aura will bypass all stats on first exposure. Bottomless bag of tricks. The villain has so many different in-universe abilities that they can employ new abilities in the finale without needing to establish them in the narrative. Fairyland. This entity has a home world, realm, or dimension relevant to the plot. It was immediately clear that defeating her could not come from a direct confrontation. She was a powerful magic user, and more than that, it wasn't clear what her weakness would be, except for the one I saw. The domain of the unknown. I would have to work with that. Shadows were an important part of her magic. The door to exit her hovel or hole in the ground was literally just a shadowy alcove. Maybe it was a tunnel leading out of the ground, but I wasn't certain. It just looked like a curtain of shadow that could lead anywhere. After a while, she decided to leave through those shadows. Though it never completely felt like I was watched, I took the opportunity to look around. It lasted for a while this way. She would leave, and I would desperately search for something that could help me escape. But I would fail. Eventually, though, I figured out some important things. Just outside of the cage near Camden's body was a stack of scrolls made out of a type of parchment that I recognized because I had dreamed about it. And as I stared at it, I saw that one of the scrolls had been torn. I sat down and thought about my dream, about how a piece of paper had been torn in half, and half of it had been rolled into a ball and thrown, and the other half was folded up and hidden in stone. It was clear that this was not just a metaphor. I had to move Camden's body to find the stone tiles with the piece of paper shoved between them. Camden, as he always was incredibly resourceful. Having the Eureka ability meant that he could search through those scrolls in an instant. Theoretically, in his final moments, he had done as much research for us as he could. The paper he had folded and tucked inside the crack in the tile contained a paragraph explaining exactly what we needed to do to defeat her, based entirely on his readings of the scrolls. See, the scrolls were recipes that the hag had worked on for quite a while, a millennium or two, and from them, Camden had learned a few simple things. Spell sends out signals, find map, put in spell, was all the note had written on it. He had used a bit of stone to write faint letters. The funny thing was, he might have written more because it looked like some was missing. Carousel must have redacted it just like it had in my dream. Find a map and put it in the spell. I understood what he was trying to say. Whatever magic she was using to reach out to us was something we could manipulate. And I knew it because Camden had already done it. The crumpled up piece of paper that I had seen in my dream, Camden must have thrown it into the cauldron. That's why I dreamed it. The warning that she hates maps. He must have balled it up and thrown it in. Sending it out into the world. Camden had gotten the information. I had to spread the plan. That was trivial with my insert shot ability. Eventually, one might actually use that trope for its intended purpose of empowering objects. But mostly, I liked it for communication. I spread the paper out, used my arm device to light it up. But I wasn't ready to use the trope yet. The others must have been off-screen because I couldn't see them from Deathwatch. A simple image of a simple message, find a map, and put it in the stew. Surely, my friends could do that. Camden had already sent out the original message with the paper ball. Cassie had dreamed about it, but there was more. I needed to warn them about how to act. She targeted people who were too confident about what they would find at the end of the trail. The story encouraged people to keep an open mind. I found a bit of rock and scribbled, "Don't act certain about what is happening. Stay open-minded" onto the page next to Camden's writing. Then, I used the insert shot. Not only would they get the message, but they would also be given an idea of where I was. It couldn't appear on screen. I folded up the paper and put it back in the crack I found it in, trying not to look too closely at Camden as I did it. The others were going to have to thread the needle to win here. Eventually, the hag returned, this time with 2 rabbits that she had caught out in the wilderness. Those went in the stew. A lot of things did, most of which I didn't want to think about. Finally, when the brew was complete, Olanani stood over her cauldron and began, for the first time, to speak in plain human language. Well, near enough. It sounded like an animal's ghostly cry in the forest, but there were words. She practically purred them into the bubbling waters of the pot. They went something like this: home, home, home. Come home, come home. Warm waiting. Soft bed, soft hands, soft voice. Come home, come home, come home. Lost thing. Poor lost thing. So tired. So far. Rest here. Rest here. Mother misses. Brother calls. Sister weeps. Come back, come back. Almost there. Almost found. Hungry belly. Cold feet. Warm soup. Warm fire. Come eat. Come sleep. Come home. The road remembers. The road knows. Follow, follow, follow. Good child. Brave child. Almost home. Love, 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 waiting love, open arms, open door. Coming, coming, coming. No more walking. No more dark. Here, here, here. Safe, safe, safe. Answers, answers, answers. So many answers. Waiting in the dark. Truth buried. Truth sleeping. Come dig. Come find. Be the one. Be the first. Glory, glory, glory. Your name remembered. Your name forever. Others failed. Others weak. Not you. You see further. You reach further. Send them. Send more. Almost found. Almost known. I see you. I see you. Tired thing. Wanting thing. And in that strange incantation, contained every message, signal, or dream she had ever sent, all received by radio, psychic power, or whatever form she needed. Low tech, high tech, no tech. It was all the same to her as it had been for thousands of years. Leave the place you know and come to All Nani, who waits at the end of your footfalls with everything you have ever wanted held out just for you. How was any human supposed to resist? A quiet one type, rule insight, a buff archetype, wallflower aspect. Stat used. It's easy to tell when a character is about to do a heel turn when they can't keep their mouths shut. But who could expect it from someone who was rarely in frame, whose lines were never the focus of the story, whose motivations were never the priority? Typecast. The player must stay in character as a secret villain, or else all of their tropes will be equipped. Setup. The user can enter storylines to manipulate their starting position in a manner related to their role without triggering the omen. The user will be cast as a minor antagonist. Their schemes succeed or fail based on the true antagonist's stats in addition to their own. Before the storyline begins, the user may circumvent the omen and manipulate the setup to include fellow players as victims, or otherwise place protagonists at an extreme starting disadvantage. The omen must be triggered by other players. The more difficult the startup for the players, the more all enemies' plot armor and stats will be debuffed. The user receives direction from the script to enact the antagonist's will. Allies will have reduced insight into the user while this trope is in use. The true measure of a protagonist isn't that they do good or bad, but that they push the story forward. Just don't push it further than you can handle. Bobby Gill stepped out of the magical cafe and immediately felt the cold deep in his bones. The remains of the hatching house were almost completely covered in snow by now. He needed to get back to the sauna where the others were, but he had something else to do first. The house had many rooms, too many. Carousel would never have shown it, but there were rooms for all occasions, roughly worked together in illogical ways. The viewing audience would never know because of editing, so it didn't matter. Bobby only wanted to find what remained of one of those rooms. It had been a game room or perhaps a trophy room, with many mounted animal heads and guns hung from the walls, all of which were disabled so they couldn't be used during the storyline or afterward. But there was something in the room that interested Bobby. It had hung from the ceiling. After he started fumbling through the wreckage and the newly fallen snow, he found it pretty quickly. It was a large canoe, clearly decorative when it was inside the house. But as far as he could tell, it would function just fine with the four of them inside. After he had dug all the rubble out of it, he flipped it over so that no more snow would accumulate in it. And then he went about finding the oars, which wasn't so difficult. Only then could he re-enter the sauna and let the warmth radiate through his nearly frozen body. "Where have you been?" Kelsey asked as soon as he opened the door. "We were about to go look for you." The less he said, the better. Luckily, no one ever really talked to him if they could avoid it, especially after his NPC wife had shown up. It was a lonely existence. "Found a boat," he said simply. "A boat?" Isaac asked. "You're not seriously thinking we're going back out on the water, are you? Don't you remember how it went last time?" "Last time we didn't have a boat," Bobby answered. He went back over to the corner he had been sitting in to warm up. It was always an argument with these people. There was always someone who wanted to maintain the status quo so much that they would shoot down any argument about changing it, even if the status quo was terrible. Change was so much scarier. It didn't matter. He knew that he would be able to convince them. They had no food, after all. And it was hard to argue for the status quo on an empty stomach. Their path back onto the water was an easy one. The river was right at the front of the property where the house had been. All they had to do was haul the canoe over to it. "Maybe next time we find a storyline, you should equip that trope that makes sure that there's plenty of food," Ramona said as they made their way down the river. "That way, when we find a place to stay safe, Maybe we'll have something to eat. Bobby nodded. For most of the trip, the others were talking about plans. How they would stay safe. How they would find home. How they would find the others. They didn't need to know that Bobby already had all that covered. We take the next right, Bobby said. He had one of the only two oars, so it was easy for him to influence the direction they went. How do you know that? Isaac asked. The script, Bobby said. What does the script say exactly? Isaac asked. Bobby couldn't say. It would give the game away. It says send Isaac down the left path, Ramona said. Everybody else goes down the right. She splashed some water up at him. I told you to stop doing that, Isaac snapped. Ramona had learned that the only way to stop Isaac from being a contrarian was to distract him. Bobby glanced back over his shoulder at her, and she gave him a reassuring nod. She had his back. That didn't make this any easier. He didn't feel the need to explain himself. When the river split in two, they took the correct turn, and that was all that mattered. Well, it wasn't the only thing that mattered. A leak sprang up in the boat not long after that, right under Isaac. It wasn't an emergency. Not really. Isaac could keep it plugged with a piece of cloth if he held it there manually. But it sure did make things scary. They would need an alternative. Bobby didn't know how long they had to go. And he didn't know if that hole in the boat would get bigger. This new version of the script gave him information he had no right to have. His new Quiet One trope was incredibly powerful. It wasn't meant for players of his level. This script was so large and comprehensive that he could get his team where they needed to go from anywhere in Carousel. Bad guys really did have it easier. When the canoe sprang a leak, the script immediately gave him choices about what to do next in order to accomplish the goals of his master, whoever they may be. Right up here, he said as the river started to flow through a flooded parking lot. It wasn't just a parking lot. He soon realized it was a whole airport, a small regional one for sure, but still a big building. Large and natural clouds hung over the structure, pouring down rain so thick it looked like a waterfall. The script simply told him that he needed to get into that building, and he needed to do it when the rain stopped. Why are we going in here? Isaac asked. Don't you think it's weird how those clouds look? In fact, it was weird. But Bobby wasn't so concerned with it. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. See, it's an omen, Isaac said, having used his scouting trope to identify the threat. There's something in those clouds. And that rain isn't natural. If it touches us, we're going to enter a really dangerous storyline. Then we don't let it touch us, Bobby said. Come on, hurry. Ramona and Kelsey looked at each other. Maybe they weren't used to Bobby taking the lead, but they couldn't let him leave without them. They abandoned the canoe, only taking the oars with them. When they got to the edge of the storm clouds, they waited for the rain to stop, and when it did, they made a beeline for the front entrance of the airport. A group of survivors was there, unlocking the doors and removing barricades they had thrown up to let the players inside. They closed the doors right after Isaac made it in. He had hung back initially, but when he realized the others didn't want to listen to him, he ran full speed to catch up and happened to make it inside right before the rain started back up again. The survivors inside immediately began expressing their humanity in all the warm, glowy ways that Bobby expected them to, asking them where they had come from, if they'd heard any news, if the local military base was still operational, yada yada yada. Bobby didn't care about any of that. He walked straight past them, past a long wall of windows, toward the loading gate for one of the few airplanes that was ready to be boarded. Are you a pilot? One of the NPCs asked him. He could be if he wanted to. He was a recast aspect. After all, he could be anything. But that wasn't the goal. Flying away might have worked. He didn't know. But the script didn't tell him to fly away. He just needed to be on the plane. It didn't take him too long to figure out why. The script didn't tell him everything, but it gave him enough that he could piece it together. He passed right by the NPC without answering any questions. Back in the day, he could waste away the hours talking to NPCs, but he had work to do, and he didn't intend to stay long. He ran down the gate until he got to the open door of the airplane and stepped inside. There were more NPCs in there, sleeping in the seats. They sat up and asked if he was a pilot. Go back to sleep, he said. He started looking around the front of the plane, where the stewardess would stay, until he found what he was after. It was a small plane, and it had emergency supplies if they needed to make a landing. What he was after was in a large red bag. He didn't know how durable it was, but it was better than a canoe with a hole in it. He was quickly back out of the plane, down the gate, and across the large boarding area, where he found Kelsey, Ramona, and Isaac eating food that the NPCs had offered them. "There's a hole in the sky," one of the NPCs was saying. "That's not a cloud, that's fog leaking through. Whatever's over there, it's just waiting for us." The NPCs were shooting off lines that might help them if they triggered the omen. But none of the players had any intention to. "What's that?" Kelsey asked as she saw what was in his hand. She was eating from a tray of finger sandwiches. Bobby grabbed a handful and started eating them. He was quite hungry. "This is our ride out of here," he said as he held the red bag up so she could see what it was. "A life raft," she said. "That's brilliant. How did you think of that?" Why else would the script suddenly add details about the galley of an airplane? Bobby chewed 2 or 3 of the finger sandwiches for a moment and then said, "I watched Castaway a few too many times, I guess. We need to be by the door so we can make a break for the river as soon as it stops raining. We can't afford to stay here with the omen literally raining down on us." The NPCs were reacting as if the conversation were somehow in character, but Bobby and the others ignored them. "Are we sure that an emergency raft is better than what we have?" Isaac asked. "Are those things made for rivers, usually? It's people just floating in the open ocean." Bobby didn't fault Isaac for asking. It was a good question. This wasn't the type of raft that was normally used on rivers. It wasn't like Isaac could know the enormous narrative momentum that would drive them to their destination. "It will work at least as well as a broken canoe," Ramona said. Isaac considered this for a moment and then shrugged his shoulders. They waited by the door until the rain stopped, and then they ran back out to the river where their canoe was, deployed the emergency raft, and set sail on the water as soon as possible. While the raft was sturdy, made of heavy rubber, it was hexagonal and had no front or back, so they found themselves spinning occasionally. Using the canoe's oars allowed them to steady themselves and even steer. And Bobby knew exactly where they needed to steer to. He almost laughed to himself. It was so easy. The script told him which direction to take, and he followed. The river existed in the storyline they were heading to, and his character knew it well. He thought about how much the other group must be struggling for every mile. He couldn't even imagine how they were navigating the river without the explicit knowledge he had. Riley would find a way. Lucky had told him as much. Riley was going to find the group. And Bobby would need to be ready for when he did. In fact, because of Bobby, Riley's efforts would pay off all that much faster. They saw monsters and killers on the shore, but none of them bothered the emergency raft. While the others prepared for battle as a large snake entered the water, Bobby wasn't afraid. That snake had no sway over the narrative. Someone else did. Someone or something in the distance. Bobby didn't know yet, but when he chose his path, he was also choosing his master. Choosing the true antagonist of the storyline he was headed toward. He didn't know how it would all work together, but he felt everything falling into place. They were heading to a storyline right on the edge of their destination. Heroes had to struggle to get where they were going, but bad guys rarely did. In fact, it was a cliche that whenever the good guys finally arrived at their destination in an adventure story, the bad guys would already be there, waiting with a trap prepared. Whatever doubts Bobby had about his decision-making, he had to swallow them. He had already gone too far. The boat they were in was powered by the sheer narrative weight of the storyline he was headed toward and whatever evil lay within it. He didn't want to know what would happen if he changed his mind. So he sailed on. The others were none the wiser. He explained to them that he was doing his best to interpret the script and keep them out of danger. It was working. So eventually they accepted it. They still had doubts. Isaac had doubts because he was Isaac. Kelsey had doubts because she didn't trust anyone or trust happiness at all. And Ramona had doubts because she knew nothing came this easily. Bobby didn't have any doubts. All he had was a plan. They must have gone 50 miles downriver. Snow turned to rain, and rain turned to desert, and desert turned to forest, and forest turned to jungle. They were almost there. It had been so easy. That scared Bobby more than anything else. There was going to be a price for all that smooth sailing. The jungle grew around them until they couldn't even see the sun. The water was dark, and the path was darker, filled with evil, dangerous things. But Bobby knew where to go, and whatever evil was in the river, it paled in comparison to the evil he was acting on behalf of. The Quiet One certainly was a powerful trope. All he had to do was go a little further, take the others down a dangerous path, and then they could wait for Riley and his team to come save the day, just like they always did. The NPC sanctuary would be their reward. Lucky had assured him of that. The path Bobby was on would take them right next to the neighborhood. It was a shortcut. His stomach churned as they got closer and closer to their destination. "All right," he said. "I'm not exactly sure what to do now. I kept choosing the safest option we were given. But just because this is safer, it doesn't mean it's harmless." He had taken charge. Now, he needed to cede command to someone else so that he might be able to keep his treachery a secret. "We understand," Kelsey said. "We need to find an easy storyline around here so that we can beat it and get shelter for the night. I'm not sure I like the jungle, but I like it a lot better than the frozen wasteland we were on." Bobby nodded. "Are there any omens on that dock up ahead?" she asked Isaac. Isaac shrugged and looked up at it. He had been muttering to himself throughout the entire ride in order to gain information on the various omens on the river. "It's a little convenient for there to be a dock right there in the middle of nowhere, isn't it?" he asked aloud. Everyone in the boat waited for some omen to reveal itself, but none did. "Should be safe," Isaac said. They steered their way over toward it. Kelsey reached out and grabbed onto it, and each of them climbed aboard as they hauled their emergency raft up onto the dock. "We need to set up camp," she said. "It's about to be dark." Isaac, "Find us a storyline. Hopefully one with a nice long party phase." "I'm on it," he said. "Wait a second. There's a storyline right over there," he said as he stared up through the trees at a large mountain in the distance. Smoke could be seen rising from the forest. Either there was a fire or some kind of human encampment. Isaac muttered something to himself about them not being alone in the forest. And then he said, "Yeah, it's a storyline. Wait a second. This is weird." Bobby and the others stared up at the smoke, trying to see the storyline on the red wallpaper, but failing. Bobby probably couldn't even see the title of it on the script, but he knew it was his direction. "What's weird about it?" Ramona said. "The title," Isaac said. "You'll never believe what it is." He grinned from ear to ear for a moment. "What is it?" Kelsey asked, annoyed. "It's called Antoine's Stone and the Sunken Cradle Part 2. Can you believe that?" "Hey Bobby, you went on that storyline, right? Can you believe it's still called Antoine's Stone even though he's not here?" For the first time since Bobby had begun enacting his plan, it finally struck him exactly what he had done. Antoine's Stone and the Sunken Cradle had been one of the hardest storylines he had ever been on, and they had barely beaten it. They didn't tell the others exactly how close they came to failure. That storyline had haunted everyone who had gone on it. The storyline always changed its title based on the person who was cast as the main character. The fact that Carousel kept Antoine's name was an act of mockery. Carousel just had to put the sequel between him and the answers he so desperately wanted. As hard as the first was, this one would be impossible, or at least nearly. Had he made a mistake after all? "Yeah, it's pretty strange," Bobby said, unable to mask his fear. "We're going to have to stay away from that," Kelsey said. "It would be hard to run a storyline without the protagonist." Of course, she didn't know that the protagonist was on his way. "I don't know. I think Bobby here would make a great Antoine's Stone," Ramona said. Bobby stared up at the smoke. Was it from campfires or from something else? He swallowed his fear as best he could. There was no way this was going to be easy. And Carousel had picked the perfect storyline to test his resolve. Kimberly, Antoine, and Riley would find a way to beat it. They always did. Bobby was always going to do whatever he had to do to push his through line forward. Even if the thing he had to do was die. He certainly wouldn't survive after all he had done. What he was about to do, that didn't matter. Dying was the easiest part, for some reason. "She wasn't trying to kill me. It wasn't that I wanted to die, but it did have to happen." Her hovel, or whatever it was pretty small, all things considered. And though it was quite messy, there was no way Carousel could fit enough cameras in there to shoot a scene without capturing me in the background, huddled in the cage with her past victims. My character was supposed to be dead, even though I wasn't. And that created a conundrum. I knew that the way for the others to win was to find a map and put it inside her broadcasting spell within the cauldron. That much was clear from what Camden had found, combined with her trope that made it so she could not exist in known places. As soon as this area was mapped out, and that map was distributed, she would be defeated. But how were they supposed to get in here with the cauldron if this room refused to go on screen because I was in it? Worse, what if it did go on screen and I was somehow punished for not being dead? Would I have to just lie really still so no one knew? No, that wasn't enough. I needed her to kill me so that I could go be in the theater without any pain, without any distractions. I needed to see the final cut of the movie so I could help fix it if things went wrong. So, I had to provoke her. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. Not that I expected a useful answer, but I couldn't let her treat me like furniture. Even though she treated my body like it was one of those indoor planters that people grow herbs in and cut little sprigs off of when they need them. She ignored me at first, but she couldn't do it forever. Every time I would make a noise, she would look over at me without turning her head, and her bulging eyes would bid me to quiet down. But I wasn't going to do that. "What are you doing? What is your goal?" We weren't on screen, so I didn't have to try to find a nice way to say it. So I went ahead and asked, "Why do you lure humans here if you're not even trying to eat us?" That had been one of the more puzzling aspects, while we were waiting for Antoine and the others to catch up. Multiple in-story days had passed with me sitting in that cage. Even though she cooked up many brews in her cauldron filled with meat, they were all meant to be spells, not food. I never saw her eat anything. If only I had brought my method to the madness trope. I could force her to talk to me in character off-screen. As it was, I was relying on her discretion, and she willfully ignored me like I was a noisy ice machine. "Why?" I asked again. All I could do was sit and hold my remaining limbs and try to ask questions until she killed me. After a few hours, I truly did not expect her to answer, but eventually, after I asked her a dozen times or more, she crawled over toward the cage she had put me in and then stared at me eye to eye. Maybe she was angry, but I felt she was truly curious. "Light," she eventually said. Her voice was strangely soft and innocent, like how you might expect a forest critter to speak if it suddenly learned how. It was a little different than the sing-songy spellwork she had done over the cauldron earlier. This wasn't a spell. She was actually using language. There was light forever and ever, and then you stole it. She pointed one crooked finger at my mind, and it didn't even have to touch me for me to understand her on a deep psychic level. She was talking about my psychic ability, but not just that. She was talking about my soul, about the human soul. "You stole the light," she said again. "I steal it back to make magic." I reached for the girl, but I grabbed you instead. Don't know why, don't know how. Spell not work. Reached for her, and her head of shining light. Grabbed the boy, not as shiny, not as light. "The stars lie here. The light ain't right, ain't as magic, ain't as bright." Why? She wanted me to answer her, and we were off screen, so why not? "This isn't the real world. We're captured here," I said. "We're forced to do this, to play through a story. Don't you know that?" For a moment, there was a flicker of fear in her eye, as if she had spoken to a piece of furniture and it had unexpectedly spoken back. But then she was resigned to the truth, like she had been expecting it, dreading it. She thought to herself for a moment as she looked into my eyes, watching what she called the light. For a moment, I didn't see her as a monster or a hack, but more as a creature, something I didn't understand, something just realizing its insignificance in the vast nexus that was Carousel. "You're supposed to kill me," I said. "Don't you know that?" She took in my words and thought for a moment, and then, as if whispering in fear, she said, "But you are dead, ain't you?" It was so bizarre to hear a question like that, almost innocent in a strange way, from such a powerful entity as the hack. She had been forced into Carousel like so many, and she did not understand what was going on. It was as I suspected. Carousel probably didn't want her to know what was going on. A powerful magic user could be trouble. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. It wasn't like Cristobal from the Strings Attached, who went along with Carousel's game, it seemed, because he enjoyed the life even though he regretted his choice to come. If the hag knew why she was really here, Would she just let Carousel continue feeding her NPCs? Would she choose ignorance? She was clearly an intelligent being, but she wasn't human. So how was I going to explain the concept of me being forced to portray a character? Escape wasn't an option. I didn't have hope that she might let me go. But I might be able to convince her to kill me and send me to the theater. I am pretending to be a character. You need to kill me so that I can go somewhere else, I said. Why was I talking to her like she was a child, even though human speech was something she wasn't practiced at? It wasn't because she was stupid. It was because it was beneath whatever she was. The same way fireflies doing their mating dances in the dark is beautiful to us. But we don't understand the language. Our words to her were just birds chirping. Need your light, she said. As if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. That someone would ask her to kill them. Won't be long. She was still staring at me like I was a strange, dead thing that refused to be dead. But she went back to work on her next potion. And I had the strangest feeling that I was going to be the main ingredient. To her credit, she was very gentle in the end. Maybe those few bits of conversation humanized me, although that probably wasn't the right word. She reached into the cage, and before cutting me again, she snapped my neck. And even though I fought against her as hard as I could, there was no stopping her. There was no escaping. Once she decided to kill me, that was all that was going to happen. My many attempts at using escape artist had confirmed that there was only one way out of that cage, and with a crack, she set me free, so to speak. All I had to wonder was what she planned to do with the light that had been in me. As she turned from the cauldron and looked at me one last time, I knew what was about to happen. So I used the insert shot on the cauldron while she was right next to it, so that my allies could get a good look at it and her. I had to hope it would be enough. The truth was, I didn't know if I would end up in the theater. Cutaway Death allowed me to use Death Watch on the red wallpaper, but I didn't know that when my body really died, if I would still go to the theater. Luckily, I did. I got the impression that this fake version of me was there the whole time, from the moment my character died. And it was his view I was seeing on the red wallpaper. And like my initial experiences in the theater, I could move around and turn my head to see all the other people watching the film along with me. Though as soon as I started moving, it was me they were watching for quite a while. They were dressed to the gills for a night out at the movies. The place was packed, except for the seats around where I was sitting. On the screen, Antoine and the others were sorting through the wreckage in an old library. Most of the books had been taken over by mold, and many could only be recognized as books because the mold colonies had formed in those shapes when eating them. But it wasn't the books they were after. Found it, Cassie said. These are just like back at Culver's Bay. She held up an old plastic box and latched it, and revealed a dozen or so canisters of microfilm. How many boxes? Antoine asked. A ton of them, Cassie said. Pretty much everything the place had. What is all of this? Anna walked over to her, grabbed a box of her own, and started sorting through microfilm within it. Time passed, and they continued to search. I don't understand. Is all of this just old news briefings? Why would they save it like this? Anna asked. It was mostly images of old newspapers, because they wanted to record the truth, Cassie said. They never wanted to forget it. They knew a time would come when people didn't care about the truth. So they hid it in these plastic boxes so no one could ever find it. Carousel grew humorous as it lifted the camera to reveal an old sign reading Public Library. It was a funny joke by Cassie that her character simply wouldn't understand what a library was and would assume all this information was supposed to be hidden. I can barely tell what's on this, Anna said as she pulled open the microfilm and squinted at it. Check this out, Antoine said. He had taken off his Argus and placed it on the table, then rolled out microfilm in front of it, projecting the image onto a nearby wall. It was just a newspaper clipping, but it would be better than trying to see what was on the microfilm with the naked eye. I was 50% sure that that setup would not create a functional projector, but that was movie magic. It seemed like it should work just enough for it to work. And Antoine's savvy wasn't exactly low after he became a health nut. He quickly began moving through the images on his microfilm canister until he found something phenomenal. It's a map, Cassie exclaimed. And it sure was a map. But it was an advertisement for a fast food franchise called Guppies. It showed all of their franchise locations in the area. But the map was good enough. It listed several cities by name. It showed the major roads and the water. "Look," Anna said as she pointed up at the map. "That's where Culver's Bay is." It was just a little knob of land sticking out into the ocean. And she may have been just guessing, but I felt she was right. Even though the maps we were given were very zoomed in, that did look like the place where Culver's Bay was supposed to be, the place we started our journey. Except it wasn't called Culver's Bay, obviously. Charlesport, Aresco, Antoine read. "Do you think that's the original name of Culver's Bay, you know? That before they turned it into a terradome." "I don't know what an Aresca is," Anna said. She looked at the map for a few moments. "All right. If this is where we started, and this is where we are, all that walking. We didn't get very far, did we? Those circles really added up." "This is exactly what we needed," Cassie said. "I told you I was dreaming about maps." She doesn't like maps. She doesn't want people to know where she is. She wants to live in the great unknown. And this is her weakness. Cassie had been the one to send them on this mission to find the map, largely because of Camden and my various messages. It had been everything they had done for the beginning of the finale. They continued on, finding more maps and more documents. "Look at this, another map," Cassie said. "But this one is exactly the same. The towns are all in the same place. The coast is the same. I think these are true maps, the originals." They each took turns acting amazed. Somewhere outside, the wind picked up and carried with it a sound like a howl of a tomcat. Antoine, Anna, and Cassie quickly gathered all the relevant microfilm they had collected and prepared for whatever it was they had heard outside. A fight was ahead of them. The finale was almost halfway over, and there was no way they were getting to that cauldron for free. It was funny to think that whatever it was the hag was sending after them now was summoned using light she managed to get from me. Familiar Grounds, as a film, had a lot of long, artful shots of the remaining trio of players as they crossed the wasteland in the direction their Argus instructed them. For a movie like this, Carousel would have to get creative. It was mostly walking, interspersed with paranoid raving from scared travelers. But the focus of the movie, it turned out, wasn't just on us. The audience also got to see snippets of the daily lives of people back at the Culver's Bay Terradome. I hadn't actually gotten to see most of the movie, so I didn't really know what narratives were being told about these characters. But I had a feeling that little snippets of their lives had been spread through the movie like breadcrumbs. There were clips of a pair of construction workers and of some sort of traffic controller in front of a big monitor. The camera also followed the life of a woman raising a handful of children, one of whom she was very concerned about, but I didn't know why. I must have missed that part. The movie flashed forward to Antoine, Anna, and Cassie setting up the tent again as the night grew dark. In the distance, all that could be heard was the wind, and in the wind, voice. My voice. It called to them, but it wasn't clear what was being said. The wind distorted it. "Come on, get inside," Antoine said. "We can't run through the night, not without directions." They quickly jumped into the tent and zipped it up. As they did, the screen went black, and suddenly I heard a beeping sound. The next shot was of the command center back at Culver's Bay. "Report," the orbiter said sternly. "Have they continued down the path set for them?" "Yes, sir," one of his assistants said. "They seem to have ended their detour." The shot was framed so that both speakers' faces were obscured in shadow. "Good," the orbiter said. "I was afraid they had gone mad like the others. Or perhaps they deserted." "Have we picked up any footage from the documentarian?" "No, sir," they said. "Our current theory is that his suit was damaged or compromised in some way that caused his camera to go into safe mode to protect its data." That made sense. I was dragged into water by a giant disembodied arm. So we'll need to send the next crew to retrieve it. Will they be able to relay the data remotely? Or will they have to find his body? The orbiter asked. "We'll only have to position them close to him. We can have them camp near the area where his suit went offline." The aide said. "That is, if we don't want the next crew to interact with his body." "We can't have that," the orbiter said. "The less information we've given our scouting teams, the further they've been able to get. It's best they focus on the journey. Once we have a reliable paving to the other terradome, we can reevaluate. But until then we take the decision-making out of their hands." "Are those files I requested?" "Yes, sir," the aide said, as she handed him a big stack of manila envelopes. He began leafing through them, and it was clear he was looking at new applicants for the next squad to be sent out after us. The cycle continued as he considered them, as Aid left, and he stood from his chair and walked to a nearby counter where a collection of alcohol was kept. He poured himself a glass of something brown and walked back to his desk, staring back down at the files, dejected. He took a deep breath as he turned his head toward a small radio in the corner of the room, which played a static signal that must have been the one they were receiving from the other Terradome. He looked tired. Darkness once again covered the screen, and as it did, I took a moment to look around the theater. Everyone was still staring at me. It looked like they weren't going to stop anytime soon. Of course, they tried to hide it, but if I stared at any of the moviegoers for too long, eventually their eyes would find mine, and they would look shocked and embarrassed. In the darkness, my voice sounded out. "You left me behind." The thing with my voice said, "Why didn't you go in after me? We were a team. We were on a squad. But you left me behind." My voice, but not my words. The thing speaking for me could only be seen as a blurry shape in the foreground as the light adjusted and the tent became visible in the distance. Then the thing moved, and whatever it was no longer visible. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Inside the tent, Antoine lay down, looking up at the ceiling with a stony look on his face, doing his best to ignore my voice, to let it blend in with the wind. Maybe his character couldn't hear it. Maybe he couldn't hear it, but I doubted it. Cassie covered up her ears. She wouldn't have to pretend. She was a psychic, and the voice of a fallen companion would be something she would be able to hear no matter what. Anna, however, slept on her side, her head on her travel pillow, staring at the ground, lost in a memory. "Now remember this, Anna," a kindly woman said, her grandmother. "Perhaps your parents loved you more than anything. If they could come back and get you, they would, I promise. But if you're going to see them again, you're just going to have to get out on your own. Why don't we go?" A much younger Anna asked. They were sitting in a dull apartment similar to the one my character had been assigned, but larger because it was for a family. Sunlight was coming in through the window, and Anna was playing with blocks with letters on them on the floor. The kindly woman sat in a rocking chair, telling her stories and rocking. It didn't look anything like Anna's real grandmother, or at least the one I had met many years ago. It was a generic older woman with white hair, wearing a beautiful crocheted blanket as a scarf. As she sat in the chair and relaxed, "I'm far too old to go," the woman said, "though I would love to see my son and daughter-in-law again." "No, it's you who has to make the journey. You have to find a way to leave this place as your parents did, but it won't be as easy." The mines dried up. That's how they used to do it. Get assigned to mining duty and then make a break for it. You're going to have to look for a better opportunity. Was this the memory that Anna's character had playing in her mind over and over again? A memory of her grandmother telling her where her parents were? It seemed so. "This didn't happen," Anna said forcefully. Not the young child Anna, but the adult who was watching them. She stood on the other side of the room with her arms crossed and tears rolling down her face. "This isn't a real memory. My grandmother never told me this. My parents died in an accident." She threw her hands to her ears as she continued to cry. "What are you doing to my head? You think your parents would die in a simple accident?" the older woman said. "Ridiculous. They used it as an opportunity to flee, to set up a place for you to live once it was your time to escape. You're lying. You keep changing your story. Last time you said that we came to Culver's Bay as refugees, but my parents didn't make it. And I don't remember what the truth is. But I know there can only be one truth. You're lying to me." The grandmother stopped rocking in her chair and looked up at Anna. "You're not that far now. You just have to keep walking a little while, and you'll find them waiting for you," she said. "I don't believe you," Anna said. "I don't remember. But this can't be right. None of this can be right." The grandmother got up from the chair and moved across the room in the blink of an eye, grabbing onto Anna, and as she did, her face changed. And suddenly she wasn't a kindly older woman anymore. She was the hag, and she had a big, toothy grin on her face. Back in the tent, Anna screamed and jumped up from where she had been lying. She was breathing heavily, and tears were flowing from her eyes. "None of it is real," she said defiantly, as Antoine sat up and Cassie looked at her. There was a moment of silence. And in that silence was my voice. You left me behind. I broke my leg. I can't make it up the hill to you. You have to come get me. The thing with my voice said. And this time it didn't get carried away on the wind. It sounded like it was just outside, just down the hill. Anna looked at Antoine and Cassie, then stood up, stormed out of the tent, and zipped it quickly, and stared out into the darkness. You are not him, whatever you are. You are not Riley, she said, trembling. She walked down the hill. She was still wearing her jumpsuit and her side pack, which, in my opinion, was a bit much. But since Anna must have known what was about to happen, she didn't want to go unprepared, even if she was docked points. She also had grabbed one of the guns from the floor of the tent. So there was that. Come out and show yourself, she said. It looked like they were planning to have Anna captured. It made some level of sense. She was the final girl, and therefore, she would be the last one alive. So if anyone was going to be kidnapped and brought to the witch's hut, she would be a good choice. As long as Antoine and Cassie lived, so would she. How well she lived was a different question to be answered later. Show yourself, Anna said as she shone the light on her Argus into the darkness. That's what I thought, she said. You're not him. And I know exactly what we're headed into. Some sort of trap. Some sort of monster's lair. As she shone her light around, at first, it looked like she was correct. There was nothing there. But it only took one moment to reveal that wasn't quite true. Because when she shone her light back in the direction down the hill where my voice had been coming from, she saw it. It was big, yes. Very big. As big as Antoine, but lankier. It had my voice and many other parts of me. I suspected. My light, the hag had called it, must have been in the abomination. But it wasn't just me. It also had a little Camden, his eyes specifically, and other parts. And the light of all the other bodies that had been in the cage with me. It was funny. This creature made of our light looked like it was made of darkness. Like something so dark that a flashlight couldn't penetrate it. And this creature looked like the fabric of darkness stitched together in the shape of a large cat. With the eyes of Camden Tran and the teeth of Riley Lawrence. Its body wasn't liquid or amorphous, but more like a flexible stuffed animal without quite enough stuffing. Made of tube socks stitched together with the bones and souls of humans. All Nani was a beast at arts and crafts. It stood on its hind legs, and it didn't feel the need to move as Anna shone her light up at it. All I could see on the red wallpaper as I looked was the name, the familiar. It was the hag's familiar, more specifically. Made of a hodgepodge of victims. Made with the express goal of finding prey. You're right, it isn't me, my voice said from the cat's mouth, as its long, tube-like arms reached down toward Anna, and as they did, the material they were made of started to mold around her. While she shot at it with the gun, Antoine screamed from a distance, but he and Cassie were too late. All they got was a glimpse of what they were up against. The minion of the hag. A golem of flesh and magic. The familiar took her, and I had a pretty good idea where she would end up. I just hoped that once she got there, she would find a way to survive better than I had. One of the fundamental problems that Antoine and Cassie were going to have was explaining how they knew where the hag's hovel was. Their solution was actually pretty simple. When I used the insert shot on objects inside the hovel, the red wallpaper gave them the general direction. Funny enough, since I had never actually received information from the insert shot, I didn't actually know what it looked like. Was it a set of arrows pointing in the right direction, or just an intuitive feeling? I didn't know. But once the monster started to drag Anna through the woods, it became clear what their plan was. They were just going to pretend they were following the monster. That might have been true for maybe a few hundred yards before it lost them in a large, dark, dead forest. But after that, they were just going off what the red wallpaper told them about the cauldron and the piece of paper I'd used the insert shot on. Even once the monster outran them, they continued acting like they could see it in the distance. That they were right on its tail. Carousel could easily stitch those shots together to make it look like a proper chase. The audience around me had no idea they had been tricked. And as things started to pick up, they stopped looking back at me every once in a while. Because they were actually hooked on what was happening in the movie. The camera cut to Anna being slammed into the very same cage I had been in. In fact, she wasn't so far away from what was left of my body. Fortunately, for my modesty, it was wrapped up in the remains of my jumpsuit. That would have been embarrassing otherwise. As soon as she awoke, she started scrambling, trying to find something that should have been in her pockets. But then she looked across the room and saw what she was after. The canisters of microfilm, which in part contain maps of the area that, if broadcast by the witch's brew, might defeat her. The hag stared at the canisters, not fully understanding what she was looking at. She reached out and touched them the same way a human might touch a knife's blade or a sheet pen fresh out of the oven. She knew they were dangerous, but her curiosity drove her. Anna seemed to hold her breath, hoping that the hag wasn't wise enough to destroy the microfilm. Of course, the players had divided the canisters so that each would have some. So even if Anna lost hers, Antoine and Cassie could bring their share. "What are you going to do to me?" Anna asked out at first. The hag tried to ignore her, much as she had me. But there was a difference this time. She was on screen, and the script was compelling her. Even in the final edit that I was watching, it was clear she didn't like it. She snarled like a dog fighting its leash. But, like all other monsters in Carousel, eventually she gave in. "Got to make stew," she said, in a voice that sounded much more human than I remembered. I could see her biting her lip, not wanting to continue talking. The camera was doing something weird. It was changing angles more often than Carousel normally did, more often than most directors or cinematographers would ever do. It took a while before I could tell why. All Nani was looking into the camera. It was only clear in 1 or 2 shots, and the audience probably didn't notice it, but I did. For a split second, she would turn her eyes right toward the camera, as if she could see it. And, in a weird way, the face on the giant screen seemed to be staring directly at me, as if she could see me specifically, sitting in the theater watching. And maybe she could. Carousel had clearly not worked out all the bugs of controlling this powerful being. Anna continued to talk to her, to beg for mercy. All the normal things that a girl next door final girl should be expected to do. But she never cried. She never broke. I could see she wanted to. It was coming across as great acting. Every breath that she took was slow and deliberate, and I feared for her. The whole audience did. And fortunately, I only had one trick left. I could use my intermission trope to pose the story and take it back a little bit from there. I could use the insert shot on something, but that was it. If the team didn't pull things off, I was going to be dead forever. I wondered if I would stay in the theater as some sort of tourist attraction. That would be a terrible afterlife. But not the worst I had seen. The screen cut away, and we were suddenly outside with Antoine and Cassie. They were incredible. They had found the hag's hideout and were standing outside of it in the rain. While I wasn't sure exactly where it was at first, once I saw where they were, I recognized it from my dream. It was a lone tree on top of a hill, and somehow, in some way, old Nani lived under that tree. "It went this way," Antoine said. "I don't see anything," Cassie said, "but she's nearby. I just know it." They began searching around the top of the hill, looking up into the tree, trying not to trip over the enormous roots that cascaded down the hill. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. "I think I found something," Cassie said, as she stared down between 2 large roots in the side of the hill. At first glance, it didn't look like it was deep enough. It might have worked for an animal, some sort of burrow. But as she got closer, the darkness got bigger, and it was clear they were right on the money. They were on the outside of the darkness that functioned as a door between the hag's hovel and the outside world. "I think she's in here," Cassie said, pointing in, and she was right. Unfortunately, Anna was not the only one inside that hole in the ground. The raggedy cat with Camden's eyes and my teeth poked its head out of the darkness. Cassie fell back onto the ground, struggling to get her gun, and pointed at the creature. The guns were never going to do any damage, but once we picked them up, we had to use them, or else the audience would think that we were stupid. In a strange way, they were actually an inconvenience. The large, lanky cat pounced on her, and as it wrapped its limbs around her, she struggled against it, dropping her gun and doing her best not to be consumed in the darkness of the creature's flesh. "Antoine," she screamed, and he heard her. He moved so quickly it was almost as if he were the predator and the cat were the prey. tackling both of them down the hill and pulling as best he could against the creature's grasp. But it was too late. It was always too late from the first moment. Because Cassie wasn't just getting strangled or crushed, she was getting incorporated into the familiar. Her scream was all I could hear for a while. But then it stopped suddenly. "It's okay, Antoine," her voice said. "Everything's going to be okay." The creature stood up, now a bit bigger. And Cassie was gone. It pounced upon Antoine. And what at first was a battle of strength was becoming a battle of will. The creature wasn't trying to strangle him. It was trying to consume him the same way it had Cassie. Its amorphous limbs wrapping around him. Its stomach opening up like a giant mouth, ready to take him in. But Antoine had something Cassie didn't. He had a whole lot of grit. His trope, willpower as magic, was designed specifically for this type of interaction, allowing him to resist magical or other influence by pushing through the pain. As the creature tried to consume him, he was pulling it off of its skin, ripping it, throwing it. At first, it looked like he was a goner. But as he continued to struggle, it was the cat that had bit off more than it could chew. He was ripping its stitches and breaking its borrowed bones as he bashed it against the ground and the roots on the hill. And the more he fought, the weaker it got, as he ripped and tore and broke, even harming himself in the process. His skin was bloody, his suit torn to shreds. But when the battle was over, all he found were scraps of black magical flesh and a whole lot of human body parts. Cassie lay there, all but dead, looking up at him. He reached down for her to try to save her. But it was clear her body had been torn apart in the struggle. "Save them," Cassie said. "I am," Antoine said. "I'm going to go save Anna and Camden and Riley, if they're there." "No," Cassie said. "Not just them. There are people she's been feeding off of. I can see it. You need to save them." She began coughing up blood. And she didn't last much longer than that. "I will," Antoine said, fighting through the confusion and doubt. He looked up the hill at the hole the cat had come from and quickly began climbing, grabbing onto his own gun. But by now, he must have realized how little help it would be. There was no way you were going to kill a proper hag with a firearm. And he knew it. When he reached the hole, it was a test of faith because it really did just look like some sort of animal's burrow. He bent over and pushed himself through it. And the doorway became larger and larger the closer he got to it, until it was the size of a hallway that he could walk through. Suddenly, he was in the place where the hag lived. Eventually, he found his way to what must have been her laboratory deep underground, and inside, he saw her finishing the stew. It was the old familiar brew, the one that allowed her to send out deceptive signals and dreams, the one that she had sung her little poem into to tempt travelers on the road. The same one that tempted the orbiter. The same one that gave Cassie and me dreams, and false memories, and Antoine false signals. Carousel had heard their plan to throw a map into the brew, to make the place known. And it had set things up so that would be possible. But that didn't mean it was going to be easy. Because as Antoine entered the room, the hag looked over at him and smiled. She lifted a hand toward him, and as she did, he lifted into the air. She balled her fingers into a fist, sending terrible pain through Antoine's body, causing him to wince and grunt. But whatever she was expecting to happen didn't. He didn't die. Not from that. He lifted his gun, pointed it at her, and started firing. In the background, Anna was trying her best to escape the cage, looking through the piles of corpses, including mine, for some sort of weapon or metal implement, but she found none. The fight between Antoine and the hag raged on as she tried to launch him through the air with some sort of magical telekinesis. He resisted, shooting at her. At one point, he even managed to grab her and try to strangle her, only to discover, as I had, that she was impossibly strong and big-boned. As the struggle went on, I realized that whatever the result of Antoine and the hag's fight would also be the result of the entire film. Anna could not face her on her own. She couldn't even get out of the cage. Anna was screaming at Antoine to let her out so she could help. But he wasn't exactly in a position to do anything. He was surviving the hag's magic, but he wasn't really able to do any damage back. He couldn't even get close enough to the cauldron to put the microfilm in. Put the maps in the cauldron. Anna had been screaming. Luckily, I had managed to communicate that part of the magic system, though it wasn't clear how Anna would know that in the world of the story. Maybe she intuited it. I didn't care if we lost points. She began panicking and trying to strike the bars of the cage. But that did nothing. They didn't budge. I was on the edge of my seat, ready to call intermission. But not knowing how I could possibly help, I had to think. But unfortunately, I didn't have time. Old Nani lifted Antoine into the air one last time. And with a flick of her wrist, I heard a deafening snap as Antoine died the same way I had. Now, after that, the hat turned and looked at Anna. She knew she had won. Intermission, I cried. Had I waited too long? Should I have called it after Cassie's death? I had thought that was too early. Suddenly, the film paused, and the lights inside the theater came on. I found that I hadn't taken a breath in a while. Every person in attendance turned to look at me, as if I could offer reassurance that everything was going according to plan. I tried to show no emotion. If we were going to die, I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of watching me panic. I had to think, what object in that room could I use the insert shot on that could possibly make a difference? Even while I was sitting in a cage with nothing to occupy my mind but planning out the final stages of the movie, I still didn't know how Antoine, Anna, and Cassie were going to resolve the plot. Sure, there was the stated plan of throwing the maps into the brew, thus broadcasting that knowledge to the masses. It had come together well, but at the end of the day, walking into the room and throwing canisters into a giant pot wasn't very satisfying. Carousel wouldn't allow it. So what was going to be that satisfying conclusion? Or at least something close enough to satisfying that Carousel wouldn't actively try to stop it. I stood from my seat in the theater and walked to the end of the row, passing by a few people who were sitting and staring up at me. I didn't have to go anywhere technically, but I didn't want to be in the theater at that moment. I had never used the intermission ability when it mattered, but I knew that it was actually pretty powerful. It was savvy-based, which meant I was going to get approximately a whole scene beat back. That would be enough time to make one new decision, to fix one mistake. But what would it be? I headed toward the exit of the theater, where my adoring masses stood silently. They must have been watching the movie and realized how bad our odds were. They must have known that we were a hag's breadth away from defeat. They must have, because even the paparazzi refused to call out my name. It was like a funeral out there. They still took pictures, though I couldn't see most of the cameras except for the flash. The silence was more annoying than the constant hounding that had happened last time. Eventually, one brave soul, a woman, some kind of journalist who dressed like she was from the 1920s, called out, "Riley Lawrence, are you aware of the current state of your fellow players?" I wanted to ignore her, but the question was so weird. I was literally watching the movie with my fellow players in it. How could I not know? Unless she wasn't talking about the current storyline. Which ones? I asked. Ramona Mercer, Bobby Gill, Isaac Hughes, and Kelsey Van Note. The woman said quickly. I looked around at all the people around me. My initial plan was to ignore everyone. I would stick to the center part of the red carpet and not answer any questions. But now it was me who had the questions. Lost on the river last I knew, playing a storyline, I said hesitantly. Why, do you know something? Have they triggered an omen? The woman began to answer, but she was interrupted. The voice was someone I recognized. It came from down at the end of the red carpet, where all the narrators and high-level executives stood. I was going to travel down that way and talk to Lucky, if only to see if he had something to say. But when I looked for him, he was sheepishly standing in the back, looking at me like I was walking to my death. As best I could tell, he was trying to avoid eye contact. It wasn't him who talked to me. It was Vincent Vane, the proprietor of Carousel, as he called himself. Carousel probably didn't care for that name. He was the man upstairs who glowed in violet lights. He was taller than the rest, wearing a suit of red and gold, his signature colors, and smiling, playing his character just like any captive of Carousel, except he played of his own volition. I hadn't seen or heard from him since I had tricked my way backstage across the mountain so long ago. Come here, my friend. I'm afraid that we have some bad news, he said before the reporter could tell me anything, and so I did. My face red and numb. This was out of the ordinary. These people usually went out of their way not interact with players. But circumstances were unprecedented, and I knew as I walked to him that I was only going to get bad news. Somehow, it was going to be worse than the fact that we were about to lose a storyline. What is it? I asked when I walked to the end of the roped-off area that I was permitted to walk around in. "Come here, my boy," he said, and hooking one of the velvet ropes and letting me out of my little play area. I walked through. When I did, he put his arm around me and began speaking softly in my ear. The worst part was that he actually sounded human, like he cared. And what he told me made no sense. And fortunately, the 4 players who fell in the river have now been captured. "They will need saving," he said. "This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." I looked over at him, certain that he was playing at something. "What do you mean by captured?" I asked. "They triggered an omen, and fortunately not," he said. "It is rare, but on occasion players can be captured in a storyline without triggering it, only able to be saved by players who do." "I don't understand," I said. "What exactly happened?" The last I had seen, they were playing through a storyline. Anna had reported they were in fairly good spirits with her trope. What could have changed that in the meantime? I was vaguely aware that something like what he described could happen. After all, the bad guys were cordoned off to monster lairs when they weren't in storylines. But not all monsters killed, some kidnapped. I had heard a campfire story about a player who was held captive by a cult, winding up brainwashed and acting as an enemy. So much so that he had to be abandoned and never rescued some time later. I knew that the game had its twists and turns, but I didn't know the details. "How?" I asked. "It would seem that one of the antagonists to a storyline your group has run decided to capture some bait to lure you back into the fray," he said. "An unfortunate situation. But being outside of Carousel proper leads to many unfortunate situations. Thought it was a bold choice for you to take to the river." I racked my brain, trying to figure out which enemy could do something like this. My mind went to the Lady Demon from By the Slice, our antagonistic relationship, and her challenge to me to come back at a higher level where she would have more freedom and power. "Who was it? What storyline?" I asked. "It was Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle," he said. "Great. I hadn't even run that one." All I knew was that the players who ran it didn't like to talk about it. "Are they safe?" I asked. "Are they hurt?" "Their situation is quite perilous, and fortunately, the only way for them to be saved is for you to run the storyline," he said. I must have asked half a dozen questions after that about rescue tropes and whether or not we needed them, about the level of the story, and all he could tell me was that he wasn't optimistic about our chances. I asked, and he answered, over and over again. I could hardly even hear or process what he was saying. All I heard was a ringing sound. He seemed so kind and caring the whole time. Of course, the media were watching. He would want to seem caring, but underneath it all, I knew that this was a win-win for him. If we managed to survive our storyline and defeat the next, it would be some good programming. He'd sell a lot of tickets. But if we lost, he'd also win. Wasn't one of their goals the last time I was there to shut everything down so that they could reset? The truth was, I had a hard time reading him. At the end, he said, "I really do hope you pull this one out. I believe it could be your best work if you manage it. But you should know there is a time limit. Your comrades are alive, but they won't be forever. Whatever narrative momentum they carry with them will fade if they die. It's all quite technical. You need to get to them." I backed away toward the red carpet, but I didn't leave. I just stood and looked at the proprietor. I looked over at the narrators. Their names were hard to remember, but I remembered their missions. To cure a multiversal hive mind of some kind. To bring back their lost love. To uncover lost scientific knowledge. To bring about some sort of religious apocalypse, or to stop it. I couldn't remember exactly. They all had their themes and their gimmicks. But here, they all looked so sad. Like they felt sorry for me, for us. They must have planned that. The one that looked saddest and sorriest of all was Lucky. And he didn't even have the nerve to talk to me. He had already walked away and was staring from afar, like he was afraid I would ask him a question. I remembered the first time I had met most of these people, such brave immortals. They were not afraid of Carousel at all, allegedly, but they were terrified that I might bring them into the story by filming them. The great irony was that even though these people had conquered death, it was them that was most afraid of it. I wasn't afraid to die. I had just done it, egged it on, begged for it. I was afraid, however, to have my death be meaningless. As I stared at Vincent St. Vain, he gave me the most courteous bow. As if he knew I wasn't long for this world or any other. I had an idea of how we might survive our storyline so we could go conquer another. But it would all come down to whether or not Anna would understand what I was trying to tell her. I turned tail and ignored the reporters, who had finally built up the courage to ask me questions. I took a look back at the building, the high ceilings, the beautiful architecture, and I remembered once again that the fight wasn't about one storyline. It was about all of them. And if they wanted a show, they were going to get one. I walked back into the theater and took my seat. A few moments later, the movie started back up again. Right at the beginning of the fight between the hag and Antoine, I jumped right into action. I knew exactly what I needed to use the insert shot on. I focused on the very first moment I got even a glimpse of it on the screen. As soon as I saw footage of the cage that Anna was trapped in, and the suit that my remains were currently wrapped in, I saw the edge of black plastic that I recognized as the shoulder-mounted camera I had been forced to wear by the plot. I used the insert shot on it. In an instant, Anna reached over, grabbed it, and started breaking it out of its container. She began fiddling with it. Technology was so easy to use in Carousel, the only real restraint was the plot and narrative momentum. It all came down to how the insert shot actually worked. While it had the ability to increase the narrative weight of any object that I used it on, that wasn't because of the trope itself. All that would happen is that the object would suddenly start getting a lot of screen time. And the more the audience saw it, the more powerful it would be, as they wondered how it would play into the storyline. That's why the insert shot lost virtually all of its power the longer into the movie I waited to use it. But the camera on my shoulder was already in a lot of shots for the movie. Most of the shots with me in them, in fact. I was the only character who had one, and the presence of the camera had been mentioned several times, including by the Arbiter. It had plenty of narrative weight to it. The Arbiter had said it was in some kind of safety mode to prevent damage. But that was probably meant to explain why it didn't get footage of me in the hovel with the witch. It was primed to come into play, if only Anna could figure out how to use it. The fight between Antoine and the hag continued on just as it had the first time. By my estimate, he had about 20 seconds left before he died. He wasn't aware of the jump back in time, only I was. The only thing I could change was my use of the insert shot. I had to hope it was enough. He was incredible, really, a true fighter. But unlike the first time, Carousel didn't bother to show too much of that, because a new development was brewing on the other side of the room. Anna was about to steal the scene. "This is Oal Nani," she said with a nervous voice as she pointed the camera at the hag. "She's an ancient witch, a nature spirit, a dark fae, something older than we could ever understand. She speaks with the voice of forest critters, and she calls you through the wind, asking you to come to her. Maybe she'll whisper in your ear, or in your dreams, or over a static radio broadcast. But she'll always call you one way or another. And if you fall for her trap, you'll never escape." The camera seemed to be operating just fine, though there were a few loose wires hanging from it. I wasn't going to ask too many questions. Anna quickly pointed the lens at the cauldron and the action on the other side of the room. Suddenly, the fighting stopped as the hag turned her head toward Anna, sensing exactly what was about to happen. She picked Antoine up and threw him across the room toward the cage so that she could keep an eye on both of them. Even though Antoine was undoubtedly injured by that throw, he knew his job was to delay. So he got back up on his feet and went to flat-out tackle the hag. "Get her, Antoine," she screamed, using her "who's with me" trope to its best effect. Then she turned the camera to the witch. "So remember," she continued, "if you hear someone calling you to an unknown place, making promises that are too good to be true, it might just be Oal Nani calling you for stew." She then took the camera, held it through the bars of the cage, and tried to toss it into the cauldron. Oal Nani was wise to it, and pushed Antoine away easily, batting the camera off its path, but not well enough. Antoine was quick as lightning as he leapt across the room to catch the camera, and he was just as fast to rebound it right into the cauldron. As well as he ever had back in his basketball days. There was a certain silliness to that. Carousel undercut it by showing an angle of it that included my remains. The hag started to howl in anger as the cauldron began to bubble, and large wisps started to shoot out. She panicked, grabbing at the wisps of smoke, trying to contain them. But there were too many. Even as she pulled them and tried to breathe them in, to suck them out of the air, the wisps escaped, and Carousel decided to follow them and see where they went. The camera zoomed through the air. It wasn't clear where it was going at first, but soon, the camera dove into the sea, past the thick dome of Culver's Bay, and showed hundreds of wisps making their way across the compound. A montage started. First, a man in a control tower was struck with a wisp. He didn't speak, but as the smoke hit him, he looked out over the dark interior of the dome and shivered. He pushed some buttons, and floodlights moved to drown out a large patch of darkness on the ground. The man breathed out, relieved. Then the scene changed. Two women were walking down the road back from the meager nightlife inside the dome, laughing about some strange joke. As wisps of invisible smoke hit them and, suddenly, they stopped laughing. They didn't speak, but something sobering moved within them. Maybe they had been assigned to venture out of the dome earlier in the movie. In a part I didn't see, this happened a few more times, with people getting sobering revelations. It took me a minute to realize what was happening. These were all people old Nani was trying to lure into the unknown. Now, they were suddenly very wary. The scene changed, and I saw the woman with her batch of children. She was putting them to bed, but one of her little girls looked up at her and said, "I think there's an old woman under my bed. Do you now?" The mother said. She seemed confused herself, but that wore off after a few seconds. Or maybe it was the old crone of the bayou putting thoughts in your head, tempting you to go out into the darkness and leave safety behind. The little girl looked like she was about to cry, and the woman suddenly realized that maybe the little one was a bit too young for a scary story like that. Or maybe she was exactly the right age. "Don't you worry, my dear," the woman said. "As long as you don't go listening to voices in the dark calling you out into the unknown, old Nani can never hurt you. You got to stay here safe with your mama." She grabbed the little girl and hugged her. The scene changed again, and this time it was the Arbiter again. He was staring at the radio in the corner of the room, which was relaying the distant signal that he long believed was a distress call from a distant dome. He was concentrated, his face skewed by obsession and determination, as a tendril of smoke he couldn't see struck him in the side of the head. At first, the movie played the signal as he heard it, a series of dots and dashes hidden within static that were just regular enough to sound like data, possibly corrupted, coming from a distant source. But as soon as the smoke entered his mind, the sound changed. The signal, which had seemed human in origin, suddenly sounded like pure static, like nothing at all, an authorized duplication. "This narrative has been taken without consent." Report sightings. He looked down at his desk with a stack of applicants for the next scouting mission, and he closed them as if he'd suddenly had a change of heart. He sat and thought for a moment, confused, but relieved too. The montage ended as the movie returned to where it had been previously, in the hag's hovel, as the ancient witch did her best to contain the fumes rising out of her cauldron, even attempting to tip the whole thing over. But she didn't have time for that, because while she was ignoring Antoine and Anna in her panic, he had managed to let Anna out of her cage, and the two of them snuck up behind the hag. They grabbed her tight, picked her up, and pushed her into the giant cauldron as fast as possible while she was distracted. She went in with a splash, and even though it wasn't clear whether or not she should fit, she somehow did. Quickly, Antoine unloaded his canisters of maps and other old news articles into the brew with her, and she started to melt and sputter, just like the Wicked Witch of the West. The strange thing, to my view, was that when the hag began to melt, she looked at her hand and saw what was happening. But she didn't look like she was in pain. She wasn't even screaming. She looked genuinely confused, like whatever was happening should not have been happening. And that was probably true. As tough as she was, she most likely wouldn't have died if she had gotten tossed into her cauldron. Not in real life. She watched the flesh drip off of her, which confused her as it exposed layer after layer of additional flesh, almost as if her true nature was more like a tree than a human being. She wasn't dying because of her potion. She was dying because of movie magic. She was dying to a last-minute save by players of the game at Carousel, and nothing more. She looked up at Anna, and then Antoine, and then finally she looked right into the camera, right at me sitting in the audience. And for the first time since I had seen her, she looked worried, because she didn't know what was happening to her. That was actually great characterization, because screaming in agony would have been pretty cliché. But true confusion at defeat seemed quite novel and inhuman. More wisps of smoke rose into the night sky, going all over the place. But not just back toward Culver's Bay, also to other locations, showing the movie viewer that there were many other settlements of people the hag had been preying on. Cassie was right. There were other people who needed saving. The movie continued on as Anna and Antoine left the hovel behind, climbing up onto the hill as the sun rose because Carousel told it to. As they stared out in the distance, they saw a settlement far away. Antoine looked down at his Argus and saw that it had no signals left. No arrows. No orders. That way, he asked Anna, pointing to the settlement on the distant mountain. What do you think we'll find? She asked. Who knows? Antoine asked, as he looked over at it hopefully, as if maybe his character's brother might be there. The end. I wasn't sure how the film turned out in terms of quality, but if the audience's reaction to the finale was any indication, it was a hit. They were genuinely afraid that we were about to lose, and that was well warranted. We were about to lose, luckily. We all came together in the end. I closed my eyes in a theater filled with clapping immortals, and opened them again back in the cell in the witch's hovel. I didn't really want to be there, but at least this time I had my whole intact body with me. Camden was lying down next to me. He looked up at me and asked, "Wait a second, did we survive that?" "Oh yeah, piece of cake," I said. Luckily, we figured out that all we had to do was find a map and throw it inside that cauldron over there. Simple stuff, really. I stood, and then I held out my hand to help him up. "Oh, you just figured that out on your own, huh?" he asked. Pretty elementary for someone who studies stories and movies as much as I do. Heck, I had guessed it about 5 minutes after you left, just from context clues. I was joking, of course. We couldn't have done it without Camden. He had figured out most of the important stuff, like the function of the broadcasting brew that was essential to our victory, and to the hag's scheme. "Now let's get out of here," I said. "I don't want to alarm you, but that hag is not actually dead. I can see her head moving, and fortunately, despite my warning, he was quite alarmed when he looked over at the cauldron and saw the very tip of the hag's head sticking out. Despite my worry about what was in the cauldron, I still took the time to look through the stacks of bodies to find one of the old scouts that had come from our dome, and I removed the Argus unit from their arm. Mine had disappeared whenever I got my hoodie back. I didn't know what I would use it for. It wasn't like I could use it in the average storyline, but it was a pretty robust computer with GPS. And given how flexible technology was in Carousel, it could be useful. We quickly exited the cage and gave the cauldron a wide berth, even though the head inside seemed to turn as we went by. At the last moment, she rose out of the cauldron, and we made eye contact. Although she didn't seem angry, it seemed the script was having an effect on her. Or maybe she was genuinely so confused she didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, there were 2 living dead boys in her hovel. Must have been a strange day for her, all told. We scurried out of the rest of the hovel, which didn't obey the laws of space or time as far as I could tell, as the place got bigger in the direction you walked, like something out of Harry Potter. We found the exit quickly and were greeted by Antoine, Cassie, and Anna. "Did we lose?" Anna asked. "I get the strangest feeling that we lost that one, and then, I don't know. It's like déjà vu or something." I filled them in on what had happened in the theater, at first sticking to my last-minute save that Anna had been able to capitalize on. That freaked them out a bit, but then I had to tell them the other part. The part about our 4 friends having been captured in a storyline in a way we had never seen, somehow related to a storyline that Antoine and many of the others had gone on previously. "Well, the bright side is," Camden said, "we know how to find them if Ramona is still with them." "That we do," I said. We looked out over the wetlands behind us. When we first approached this place before the storyline was triggered, it was nothing but miles and miles of mud, moss, and dead trees. But now there was water everywhere. The storyline had demanded it. To make our trek even harder, we needed to get back to our boat as soon as possible. And we hoped we still had time to catch the magic cue ball before it headed off toward Ramona. This whole thing didn't sit right in my stomach. We were missing something. and I was afraid to find out what. Now, where is that animatronic ticket dispenser? I asked. Usually, it was Silas, the mechanical showman, waiting on us, and not the other way around. Maybe he was delaying his appearance to buy us more time. It wouldn't be the first time he had helped us out. Let's check the boat, Antoine said. And so we set out to do just that. By the time we made it back to the boat, we were in a dead sprint. The water was rising, and the river, which previously had ended at the banks of the muddy marshland, was now running through it because we had cleared the storyline. We worried that the boat might get taken away by the current, or worse, that our little homemade homing beacon might be gone by the time we got there. Luckily, that wasn't the case, because when we got there was something pinning the little plastic contraption down to the ground so that it couldn't float away as the water rose. It was Silas, the mechanical showman. As we approached and realized what he had done for us, we were amazed. Water was rising almost a foot up his red wooden box, but he stayed there on top of the tracking device so that it wouldn't float away. We didn't have time to marvel at it, although Camden seemed to get a kick out of it, at the implication that whatever controlled this machine was on our side in some small way. The only question is, he said, is this a servant of Carousel? Or did the consortium send it here? Or does Silas the mechanical showman have a soul? He continued to ponder things. We were in a hurry as the river rose, so we each quickly hit the red button one after another without examining our prizes. After we collected our stuff, we ran one after another over toward the boat in order to get it ready to start back on the chase. So, what are we doing? Cassie asked as soon as everyone had collected their rewards and was aboard the boat. We just wait for that thing to float away. That's the plan, I said. Once the current takes it, we follow it. It was a simple plan. I almost forgot that the only reason we ran that storyline was so that we could make a turn in the river. She said, so much work just to keep moving forward. And when we got where we were headed, we were in for an even more challenging storyline. For an animatronic ticket dispenser, Silas was showing a lot of free will all of a sudden, staying in that spot as his red box sank into the mud, his dull lights flickering, and the mannequin's arms flailing, shining its little usher's flashlight around. It was like he was waiting for us to be ready, holding down our tracking beacon until, eventually, he just disappeared. A bunch of water moved in to replace him, and as it did, the plastic bag with the orange water wing and the magic cue ball surged up to the top of the water and began floating with the current. We used the trolling motor at first because the marshland wasn't exactly deep, but we didn't end up into many tough spots. Eventually, we could relax and follow the river through the marshland wherever the tracker led us. Only then did any of us actually review our rewards. I got to stat tickets and some money, as well as 2 tropes. That was a pretty good haul. I was the highest level player on the team, and it was nice to start leveling again, even if it was only a bit at a time. I looked over my tropes. Did you get that type? Rule Insider Chat type. Film buff aspect. Filmmaker stat used. Hustle dodging Caillou. Running from zombies. Documenting ghosts. These are only a few of the tasks a camera operator must do during a found footage horror movie, all while getting the perfect shot. With this ticket equipped, the user will always pick up useful footage while on screen if they are recording the scene with a camera or recorder. The shot will be clear enough to make out, and any background details, even those they might not have noticed at the time, will be captured when the film is reviewed. The recording might even catch things that weren't there but could have been as the narrative goes on. If it didn't happen on film, it didn't happen. If I was understanding it correctly, that could be a pretty powerful trope. Being able to review old footage I had filmed to find new insights, even ones that weren't there to begin with, could be quite useful, but it would require me to double down on a cameraman build. I still had a camera somewhere in my pockets. While the power of a cameraman was undeniable in the Carousel meta, it was a real handicap in a lot of ways. It made it hard to develop my character, and it was distracting. But it was nice to have multiple builds I could adapt. Dead nervous stat work. Archetype, aspect, stat used. Sometimes a character can be dead, but not gone. While the dead status is lit, the user will not feel physical pain and will be able to dull other emotions considerably. They will not require the basic needs of living, such as food, water, or even air. Everybody talks about the bad parts of being dead. No one ever mentions the benefits. That was quite a useful perk. It seemed clearly designed for a build that would make the player a reanimated dead person of some kind, but it would work with my method of using cutaway death. I had to wonder how many benefits I could squeeze out of a trope like that, or if I could justify putting it in my loadout at all. Feeling pain sucked, but I was used to it. Cassie got 3 stat tickets as well as 2 tropes. She was the lowest level player, and she had a nice streak going where she was stealing scenes and really driving the plot, even though she did kind of die with a whimper in the finale. As best I could figure, Antoine's willpower as magic was actually what did her in. It gave her the ability to struggle against the familiar's magical embrace at the cost of her own health. But she didn't have the grit for something like that. Ironically, she probably would have survived if that trope hadn't been in effect, but we would have lost the storyline. So it was well worth it. And dying words type, action archetype, psychic aspect, stat used. As a psychic sheds their mortal coil, they often become more powerful than they ever were in life. Their connection to the hereafter being that much stronger. The user's dying words gain incredible prophetic power, allowing them to shape the story in their final moments. However, such a power is not without risks. Their prophecy must stem from the story as it has been told. Be warned, death is no time to get greedy. That could be an incredibly powerful trope. The only danger was that she would have to have the presence of mind to make some prophecy that would be helpful, but not something that Carousel would warp into a monkey's paw situation. Because she got greedy, we could probably work through some templates that she could build off of. We weren't really in a good place for experimentation. Get up type, healing insight, alpha archetype, psychic. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Aspect, exorcist at used. Near-death experiences often awaken psychic phenomena, but it isn't always a superpower. Sometimes, a brush with death is just enough to let someone connect to the other side enough for a final burst of inspiration. When any player in the story, or a similar ally, has a near-death experience where they are close to death, even moments away, they can receive a message from previously killed players or encouragement, love, or information. The effects will match the message and narrative, if poignant enough. It can actually bring the character back from what would have been a death blow. If you get close enough to death, it might just say hello. If I understood the text of this trope, it could basically bring someone back from death, or very nearly so. It was also a good emotional beat that paired well with Anna's build. We might have to incorporate it. Anna got the most stat tickets, at 4. She also got 2 tropes. Interestingly enough, neither she nor Antoine got the enemy collector ticket for Old Nani. That meant that pushing her into her own brew didn't actually kill her meaningfully within the world of this story. It was probably impossible to kill a creature like her, but they had done enough to win the storyline. Friends to then type buff. Archetype, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. Being the last one alive means watching everyone else die, but death doesn't have to be in vain. Whenever the user is the last one alive, they gain stat buffs based on the dominant stats of all of their fallen allies. The more personal the on-screen connection, the stronger the buff. They got you to the end. Now, you have to finish it. We never really wanted to rely on Anna being the last one alive. It was just a really precarious thing to plan around. But she was collecting enough tropes to build a good loadout for that strategy. At the end of the day, it didn't cost much for her to devote herself to being a really powerful survivor. Final clue type, debuff buffer type, final girl aspect, stat used. After a full movie of back and forth, fights, verbal spats, and general conflict, it comes down to the end where the hero must stare down the villain and call upon the most powerful words of all. Names. In the finale, reciting names will have more narrative weight. It might be calling on the names of the fallen, or calling out the name of the enemy in a showdown. These words can empower, and they can tear away. Better not get tongue-tied. This was another trope we would have to experiment with. The use of a name really was quite powerful, but when the only benefit was narrative weight, and that was a part of the gameplay we were still trying to master, it could risk wasting a slot. It had potential, though. Camden got 3 stat tickets and 3 tropes. He was essential to our victory, even though he didn't get as much screen time as the rest of us. He sure suffered for every bit of information he got for us. Brain trust. Type, ruler type, scholar spect, researcher stat used. Planners in movies often have the whole strategy mapped out in their minds before their allies even know what is going on. But true leaders ask other characters for input. The user may borrow an ally's savvy-based insight tropes temporarily, regardless of archetype or equip limits. Replicating this exchange in the form of a conversation on screen gives narrative weight to the information. Now you're really a know-it-all. Our fallen friend Grace had this trope, and she'd used it on my hysteric trope. I don't like it here. It could be really useful in the right circumstances, especially if an ally had a savvy-based insight trope, but they didn't have a lot of savvy. I could also tell that Camden would get a lot of satisfaction out of being able to use other people's tropes to learn things. It also meant he would be a viable scout now that he could use my scouting trope. That could take a big burden off of me. I just had to find a way to make him think it was his idea. High-stakes snooping type, ruler type, scholar spect, sleuth stat used. Information gathering is easy when holed up in a library, but gathering information while avoiding detection is another world of difficulty. When the user searches for clues while under the nose of a nearby threat, suspect, or antagonist, they will have more luck finding that information. Do you know what could have happened if you got caught? A classic sleuth trope. While Camden didn't do a lot of sleuthing in general, it was definitely something he could work into the rotation. Chain reaction type, buffer type, scholar spect, strategist at used. A direct attack against a magical or fierce enemy will almost certainly fail for a normal person. The audience will have a firm idea of the power scales, and the average character cannot compare to the average enemy. But there are ways to throw off those scales. The user's effective metal is increased when an attack includes intermediate steps between the user's action and the damage dealt to the enemy. Each step in the cause and effect chain adds more damage. The bullet didn't kill the monster. The chandelier that fell when you shot its chain did, though. The moment I read chain reaction, my imagination went wild with the possibilities. I had little doubt that if it worked the way it seemed it would work, it could become a staple of his loadout. Antoine got to stat tickets and to tropes, as well as an enemy collector ticket for the familiar. Old Nani's familiar felling Stitchling. The familiar. Old Nani's darling errand runner, her ever faithful fetch and carry. Stitched together from the leftovers of guests who overstayed their welcome. A hand from a traveler who wandered too far. A jaw from a skeptic who asked too many questions. A generous length of spine from someone whose name was forgotten before the thread was even dry. The familiar did not hunt for sport or malice. It hunted because it was told to, and it consumed because that was all it knew how to do, swallowing its meals whole, keeping them warm and alive inside that patchwork belly until the crone was ready to make use of them. One does wonder, though, whether all those borrowed pieces ever stirred in the night, whether a stolen hand ever twitched with a purpose its new owner never gave it, whether, somewhere deep in that quilted darkness, the threads remembered who they used to be. At the end of the storyline, we all got 1 or 2 pips on the adventurer's advanced archetype tracker, but Antoine got 3, which put him at 10, and as a result of that, he officially became the first member of our team to achieve an advanced archetype. The advanced archetype, you are the adventurer, the one who goes first and who has been there before. When the road ends and the map goes blank, you keep walking. Where others see the edge of the known world as a warning, you see it as a starting line. In the face of the unknown, your mind is your compass, and your will is your engine. You don't know of ancient cities or faraway places because you read about them in a book. No, you know about them because you've been there. You recognize the architecture of a collapsed outpost because you've crawled through 3 others. You can name the culture that carved those symbols because you've seen their work before. In worse condition, in a worse place. Your knowledge is not merely academic. It is earned in mud, blood, and altitude. Will your drive to explore lead to your salvation? Or will you and your allies be lost in the wilderness? Story alteration. The expedition plot. When the adventurer's archetype ticket is equipped, the storyline undergoes a fundamental shift in structure. The story becomes an expedition. The threat is no longer concentrated in a single location or a single enemy. It is distributed across the journey. The setting expands. Distances between key locations grow, and the terrain between them becomes hostile, meaningful, and dangerous in its own right. Whether wildlife, exposure, hired guns, navigation, legendary curses, and environmental collapse become genuine threats that must be overcome alongside the primary antagonist. The trade-off is real. The environment absorbs a share of the story's danger. The big bad at the end of the road is more manageable by default. But the road to get there will cost you. Players will arrive at the climax tested and depleted, but also prepared and changed by what the journey demanded of them. I smiled widely as I read it. Well, it wasn't always going to be an advantage to turn a storyline into an expedition. There were certainly cases where it would be. Being able to mete out the danger of a storyline across an entire expedition would be great. Strategically, it was also great because it gave Antoine a path to use his physical stats for insight abilities. I could tell he was quite proud of it, but he wasn't smiling too much. And he probably wouldn't for a long while. Both of the tropes that he got were adventure trops. Museum deadware type, insider chet type, adventure spec, stat used, hustle. As the explorer pulls back the vines grown upon the ancient temple, she recognizes the markings as something she had seen before. It's remarkable how far she had to go to find it. The user will obtain knowledge that their character might know when they make discoveries of remote places or objects. The amount of knowledge will be proportionate to how far they had to travel or how difficult the traversal was. The real treasure is the things you learn along the way. This was a classic and quite useful. Being able to just know things about the history and lore we were delving into would really make him an asset. Sentimental outfitting type, rule buffer type, adventure spec, stat used. The adventurer often has that sentimental item they carry with them wherever they go. Maybe it is the hat that creates their signature look, a special pack that has never let them down, or a knife that has gotten them out of some tough scrapes. Whatever it is special, both to the explorer and to the movie. The user can bring any item an adventurer might carry into the storyline. The more well-worn and sentimental the item, the more narrative weight it carries throughout the adventure, imparting great utility to even otherwise mundane objects. The user gets a buff to hustle and savvy for looking the part, dress for comfort, practicality, and that epic pose. This trope did a lot of heavy lifting. It not only allowed him to take in a wide variety of weapons and tools into a storyline, but it also powered them up and rewarded him for dressing the part. All in all, we took Antoine's achievement for what it was, and we celebrated to the limited extent that we could. We let it distract us from what was up ahead on the river because we knew, more than most people, the value of a good distraction. But even as we tried not to think about the fight ahead, we knew that every mile we sailed down the river was possibly one of our last. It makes sense, after all, Camden said as we slowly moved down the river. Why else would you have a choice phase? Why wouldn't Omen just go directly to party phase? There's a whole class of tropes that deal exclusively with the choice, drawing it out and letting you modify the story, but they're all high level, which is why we don't have any. He didn't even have to consult the atlas to talk on the subject. He had been through it a time or two, you know. I imagine that the Hamai bride had one of those. I said, how she could take parts of this storyline and fold them into her own. Now that I think of it, it was actually a film buff trope she was using. Yeah, that sort of thing, Camden said. And of course some storylines have longer choice phases than others, but I don't remember any of them lasting too long or being that meaningful. Do you guys? I racked my brain, trying to remember any storylines we had played through where the choice phase wasn't just an instant blip on the plot cycle that got passed over on the way to the party phase. I seemed to remember at least once where the choice phase lasted for a while, but I couldn't remember if it was meaningful. Antoine was operating the boat and thinking solemnly. I didn't know if he was even listening. The news that we were headed toward Antoine's stone and the sunken cradle had affected him deeply, but he had yet to tell us why. The marshland had given way for a time to a savanna, but we could see a jungle in the distance. We knew for a fact that the sunken cradle took place in a jungle. It seemed a bit too easy. Were we really headed directly to our destination without any more turbulence or storylines? I assumed we'd have to run 3 or 4 storylines to get to Ramona and the others, but if the dark jungle ahead was any indication, we were almost there. So you're saying that maybe one of the bad guys in this storyline has a trope that works in the choice phase? Anne asked. We didn't make her ride on the top deck again. It seemed a bit cruel in hindsight. That's what I'm saying, Camden said. It has to do with enemy tropes. That's my bet. What kind of trope would allow a bad guy to take in players without actually triggering his storyline? And to what end? Attracting even more players. It would make a great trap. You know, I said. If this enemy can trap players in a storyline without actually triggering the story and postering them, that means he can attract rescuers. But they wouldn't be able to use a rescue trope. I had thought about that before, but I didn't realize that maybe that was the entire purpose of the trope. Some sort of sadistic enemy who wanted more carnage while also taking the tools that the players would need most away from them. On the bright side, we don't need to worry about spoilers, I said, since Antoine has already played it. It's not like we're going in blind anyway. We still might be, Antoine said, breaking his silence. The river was running slowly, so the engines were down low, and there was a silence as we all waited for Antoine to finish his thought. I don't think that we ran the version of the story Carousel wanted us to, he said eventually. There was this entity, this feeling, this or over the story. And Bobby said that whatever we did, we should try to avoid finding out what was causing it. And that's what we did. We played it out like a straight adventure, lost treasure, swinging from vines, and stuff like that. Fighting against another adventurer in the climax. I decided not to venture further. Not to find out what the source of the evil was. I even blew up the tunnel that was supposed to lead toward whatever it was. I bet you money we're not going to be able to do that again. So there may still be some rewards in this. Because I can't spoil what the story was actually about because I only know a piece. He never turned his eyes away from the distance as he steered the boat. He never looked at us, but as he spoke, I could tell he was doing his best not to show emotion. And he was failing. There was fear in his voice. Most of what I knew about Antoine Stone and the sunken cradle came from the trailer I saw for it. While no new trailer had triggered when Ramona and the others got captured, the old one from back when Antoine ran it was still available to me. It was a classic adventure into an ancient abandoned place, and Antoine Stone, the character, was forced to go there after vowing never to return. It was a big thing in the trailer. I wondered how the plot would play out this time. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Well, you know, I said, you are an adventurer this time, so probably going to have a bit stronger footing on the whole thing. I've got 2 tropes, he said. I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make, but it can't hurt. Actually, you have 3 tropes available to you, I said. He would be able to use his athlete tropes just fine. His original archetype didn't go away just because he was using an advanced archetype. And while it was true that he only received 2 adventure tropes, that wasn't the extent of what was available. I reached into my pocket and pulled a trope from thin air. The intrepid guide who knows the way type, ruler type, adventurer stat used. What do you need when you need to find a lost ancient tomb? Who will take you deep into shark-infested waters when no one else is brave enough? Who can take you into the most dangerous jungle and then bring you back out again? An adventure guide. When exploring places uncharted or long forgotten, the players will have the option to either hire or invite an NPC guide who has been to their destination before. Beware. The relationship you have with your guide may make the difference between life and death. This guide will provide you with assistance and insights, but if they die, you may not be able to find your way home. It was one of the tropes that had been used to communicate with me by the insider, or our friends in high places, as we called them back then. For the first time, Antoine looked over at me. He seemed to remember the ticket and reached out and grabbed it while he looked it over. That could be useful, he said as he equipped the trope. A companion. Somebody who knows about the storyline. Could make up for my failure. Yeah, I said. Don't be so hard on yourself. And, hey, maybe all you need to do is take his clothes and gear so you look the part. It would still be worth it. He laughed. But I think he was just being polite. There was no joking away his anxiety over what was up ahead. As I watched his face, suddenly he became very serious. We have trouble, he said. I heard the sound of gunfire in the distance, and engines roaring, as a man on an ATV burst out of the jungle ahead of us, followed by a series of light utility vehicles, similar to jeeps, pouring out of the forest after him. Gunmen were hanging out of the sides trying to shoot him. That's a paragon, Anna said. I was much more concerned about the people with the guns, but she was right. The man on the four-wheeler was a paragon, and he was headed across a field straight toward us, waving his arms. "Is this an omen?" Antoine asked. "No," I said. "It's an ally," Anna said. "I can see him on the red wallpaper." "Me too," Cassie said. They both had tropes for checking in on their allies on the red wallpaper. Anna could look at general well-being, and Cassie could look at health. "I think that trope activated," I said. "I think we need to get him. He may be our companion." Antoine steered hard to the right to try to intercept the man on the TV as he gunned for the river. We barely made it there in time. "Hit the deck," Antoine said as the bullets from the men in the 4x4s started hitting the water near us. I got down, but not too far down. I couldn't miss the thrills. Antoine did his best to get as close to the riverside as he could. And as the man on the TV neared us, he stood up, jumping up onto the seat, and just as he got to the river's edge, but before the TV was in the water, he jumped and let the momentum carry him all the way over to the edge of our boat, where he grabbed onto one of the rails and screamed, "Gun it." Antoine did just that as we somehow escaped a hail of bullets on a pontoon boat. But of course, that was too easy. The man was tall, muscular, and clever-looking. He spoke with a faint South American accent, and he was dressed as the pitch-perfect explorer. It was as if he had just crawled out of an Indiana Jones movie. On the red wallpaper, his name was Drive. Gabriel Bonzabar. His plot armor was 50, and most of his tropes were grayed out, which meant he was a paragon. I could see some of them. All of them adventure tropes. "Does this thing speed up?" he yelled, staring behind us. As I followed his gaze, I saw two speedboats in hot pursuit. Where they had come from, it wasn't clear. The river was pretty big at that place. There was nowhere for them to have hidden. They must have just appeared out of nowhere. "We're not getting away from them in this, are we?" the man said. "Bear with me. This will only take a moment." One of the speedboats pulled up to the right of us. They had their guns drawn and ready. Dr. Barr, or perhaps Bones if he would want me to call him that, and holstered his own firearm, an antique-looking revolver, and laid out cover fire for himself with 3 quick shots, causing the men in the boats to dodge down for cover. When they did, Bones jumped from the pontoon over into the speedboat, past one of the gunmen. When another gunman stood in his way, he punched the guy out, sending him flying over the back of the speedboat and into the water. Bones pushed further, opening up a compartment on the boat and pulling out an anchor and rope before making his way back up the boat, quickly tying one end of the rope to a cleat at the front and dropping the anchor in the water. He then did an about turn, running back to the back of the boat, punching out another of the gunmen as he stood up trying to shoot, and then, a few seconds later, when the full length of the rope on the anchor had fallen into the water, suddenly the speedboat stopped, taking a nosedive right into the river, and as it did, it smoothly launched Bones upward and forward enough that he could grab onto the side of the pontoon in one smooth motion. And fortunately, the final gunman was grabbing onto him. But Bones was able to kick the man in the face, sending him flying into the water. The other speedboat quickly slowed down to help rescue the fallen gunmen. Bones crawled from the outside of the pontoon over the railing and into the interior of the boat, where he finally took a moment to evaluate us. "So, I hear you are some crazy sons of guns," he said smoothly. "I also hear you have an impossible task ahead of you. I am here to help. My name is Bonzabar, and I have been waiting a very long time to meet you." We were no strangers to paragons acting like meeting us was a big deal, but then never explaining why. And Bonzabar was no different, strangely. I didn't doubt his sincerity. My expectations were just tempered. He was out of breath. And not just from the theatrics he'd just pulled with the gunman, but he looked tired, like he'd been on the go for a long time. His clothes were dirty, and he looked like he was relaxing for the first time in a long time. When he jumped into the boat, he immediately started casually directing us to change course. "Right up this way," he said as soon as he got settled down and began getting a fix on the river. "We can't," I said. "We're already following a path. We have a tracker up ahead, and we have to stay behind it." "I am aware of your plans," he said. "The device you use will lead you directly to your friends." I nodded my head. "But getting to your friends is not the goal, is it? Not when you know you have to clear a storyline to save them in the end." You need to find the omen for the storyline they've been captured in, correct? He was right. We'd been so dead set on following the magic cue ball that we hadn't adapted our plans when things changed. Even if the cue ball led us directly to Ramona, wherever she was. That wouldn't help us much, because now that they were trapped in a storyline, finding her wasn't enough. We needed to beat the storyline. So what we were actually looking for was the omen. We had assumed the two would be near each other. When Antoine and the others ran the sunken cradle, they used a mobile omen, which they had stolen. It was a map, if I remembered correctly. And once they held it and headed in the right direction, it triggered. We had no way of getting that omen. It would have been surrounded by the circus at that point. So where is the omen? I asked. I assume the map isn't available anymore. We were hoping we would find a way, and once we got there, trust me, we've been working on it, Ibarra said. Let's just say it's a good thing that you equipped that trope when you did. If you'd waited until you were too close to the enemy encampment, it might have been too late. Do not fear. I will guide you. Still, the thought of abandoning the cue ball filled me with dread. It had been our North Star for days. Our only path to save our friends. And if we changed directions, we would lose it. But at the end of the day, Bones Ibarra was a companion whose entire job was to lead us to our destination. Surely that was an upgrade over a cue ball that we had to follow down a river. Where to? Antoine asked, having likely come to the same conclusion I did. Right up here. It's a right. Even as the river gets thin, stay to the right. So, a half a mile later, the plastic bag with the water-winged fish tracker U-ball device went left. And we went right. And we had to hope we made the right decision. We sailed on slowly. We weren't in any hurry to find out that we had made a mistake. While we floated on, I stared at Bones Ibarra so that I could see the tropes he had equipped. He only had 3 at that moment, and I recognized them both from movies and from what had just happened. One was for navigation, another for combat. The third, I had just seen him use. It was called Exit, Pursued, which allowed him to reconnect with an ally during a chase scene in order to make a quick getaway. It was a classic scene, with the hero taking off in a plane while a hail of bullets threatened to turn him into mincemeat. Of course, it worked just as well with a pontoon boat as it did an airplane. Did you get those guys to chase you so that your trope would lead you to us? I asked. We have a thinker over here. Yes. If you want to get around Carousel quickly, you have to be creative. Luckily, I knew some very bad men who would chase me if I stole from them, he said as he polished his gun and reloaded it. It was almost an exploit. The trope was designed to help you get out of a sticky situation by running into an ally who can help you escape. But he used it in the reverse. He got some bad guys to chase him so that Carousel would connect him with us. The question was, why was that necessary at all? Why exactly did you need to do that? I asked. It's a companion trope. Wouldn't you be guaranteed to show up and greet us somewhere in the storyline? Jules always did when Bobby used his companion trope. He nodded his head. Yes, I would, if you ever found the storyline, and if you didn't get killed before I could arrive. No, in this circumstance, I had to think on my feet, but don't worry, that's the place I think best. He grinned suavely at Anna and Cassie and holstered his gun. As I understood it, paragons weren't good or bad, they just had jobs to do in the story. Narrators could employ them for all manner of uses, as we had seen with Silas Dyerkin. And it seemed that some of them, at least, knew of the internal workings of plots far above my pay grade. There were questions I would have liked to ask, but if my past dealings with paragons were any indication, he wasn't going to answer the interesting ones. So, I figured I would wait a while, let him choose the topic of conversation. And the topic he chose was napping. He told us to watch for an elaborate set of docks with torches on the right side of the river, where the water slowed down to a standstill. And that there would be a building there with lots of lights. And then he lay down on one of the seats on the front of the pontoon and put his hat over his eyes to sleep. About an hour later, we were in thick jungle when we found the docks he was talking about. Antoine pulled the pontoon up to the dock, and Camden tied it off. There were many other boats there. The dock was attached to a large wooden building that jutted out into the riverside. It was exaggerated in size and featured impossible architecture, with much of the place supported by ropes hanging from the branches above. It had been built around several trees to help hold it from falling into the river. Music was playing inside, and many NPCs could be seen on the outer decks of the building, drinking and eating. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. The place reminded me of the speakeasy, because that was exactly what it was. The seedy bar that had been underneath the laundromat back in Carousel proper had moved, possibly because of the circus invasion. But I wasn't entirely sure. I knew it was the speakeasy because there was a sign that said so. And the bartender was a familiar-looking man whose name changed on the red wallpaper constantly. Another paragon that, to the best of my understanding, was the criminal paragon right now. His name was Tommy, but his last name kept changing. The clientele was similar to what I remembered. It was definitely filled with criminals, but much more rough and tumble than previously. Muscle men and mercenaries filled the seats. Femme fatales and assassins could be seen around every nook and cranny as we entered the building. But unlike the first time we had been to the speakeasy, we weren't ignored. As we walked in, the entire bar went quiet, and they stared at us. At first, I thought we were in trouble, and Antoine must have too, because he stepped up to the front of the group instinctively. But it turned out it was all some sort of scripted action, because everyone went back to talking amongst themselves after a few seconds. It was almost funny enough to laugh out loud about, but this wasn't exactly the crowd I was relaxed enough to laugh around. "Are they here, my friend?" Bones asked the bartender. The criminal paragon turned to him and nodded. "They've been waiting a while. 90% of life is waiting," Bones said. "Yeah, and the other 10% is wishing you had more time," the bartender answered. It seemed these two knew each other well. "This way," Bones said as he led us toward the back of the bar. The aesthetic was altogether different. There were lots of pictures on the walls here, and it didn't look like a 1920s speakeasy as much as it used to, but more like some sort of deep jungle criminal hideout. There was live music, though, so that helped liven things up a bit, even as we passed by a pool table where two men were holding a third man down against the felt, accusing him of cheating. The back of the bar was more private and quiet. The people waiting for us had picked out a private booth and even had chairs waiting, so there would be enough seating. I recognized almost all of them. They were all dressed for an expedition, which wasn't the way I had seen them previously for the most part. There was Tarbellos, the proprietor of the pawn shop, but now he was dressed for a fight. He had a machine gun sitting next to him on the booth. I had never seen him without being dressed casually, like he was going on a beach vacation. So it was quite a shock. He didn't say much. I always knew he was some type of bruiser paragon, but I still wasn't sure which kind. Next to him was Jack Goforth, who was dressed like an explorer, but none of his clothing was worn or frayed. It was like he had just purchased it. In fact, it looked high quality. It made sense. My best guess was that Jack was the socialite paragon, which meant the character he might play on an expedition would be something like a benefactor, or maybe just some famed explorer who struck it rich. Either way, it made sense that he would be wealthy. In truth, he wore those clothes with disdain. He was more of a high society kind of guy. I doubted that his curly blonde hair had gone more than a few days without washing in his lifetime. Next to him was Hawk Kipling, the monster hunter paragon who had helped us fight some werewolves once upon a time. He didn't speak much. He wore a necklace made of large teeth from various animals, but he dressed mostly the same as when we had seen him. He had a rifle still slung over his shoulder. Next to him was Detective Marcus Blackwood, the detective paragon himself. With his dark hair and piercing gaze, he made quite the addition to the group. He was wearing a suit and a fedora, which didn't really fit the expedition theme that the others were dressed for, but maybe that was just his personality. The detective usually comes in after the fact in a movie. Finally was a paragon I had seen but never actually met. His name on the red wallpaper was Peter, who knocked on the door. He was the Eldritch Conduit paragon, and when I had met him at the dollhouse, he was in a coma. To my knowledge, the only way he could wake was if he had a story to run, which clued me in as to why all these people were here. Were they going to help us run Antoine Stone and the sunken cradle? How was that going to work? The final person at the booth was not a paragon at all. It was a man dressed like a professor on a field trip. He had crooked glasses that hid haunted eyes. He was the drunkest out of all of them, and the least comfortable being there, on the red wallpaper. His name was Hosea Greenside. He had a plot armor of 35. But I couldn't get a fix on why he was there. "Welcome," Detective Blackwood said. "I see you failed to stay out of trouble." He was talking to me. "Trouble has a way of finding me," I said. "Yes, we all know a bit about that," he said. "Maybe you're wondering why we're all here waiting for you," Jack Goforth said. "Maybe I'm wondering why I'm here." He was drinking a mimosa and had a fairly good humor about him once he started talking. "The trope that you equipped allows you to hire a companion," Bonesabar said. "But technically, you get a choice of companions. That's not to say I don't want the job, but I thought maybe you would want to see some alternatives." The 5 of us were pretty overstimulated by the environment and by the presence of so many paragons, who made us nervous even by themselves. "Wait a second. Am I supposed to choose one of you to be my companion?" "I thought he was already my companion," Antoine said, pointing to Bones. "He is your companion, or at least he should be," Jack said. "But you do get a choice. Just so you know, I am the wrong choice." He looked at the others. "Am I allowed to tell him that it's true? You should pick the adventurer as your companion," Detective Blackwood said. "But there was still value in giving you the choice. I'm sure you'll understand why." I did. "Because if you guys are the applicable companions, that should tell us some information about the storyline, right?" I guessed. "Told you he was bright." "I guess that means we can go home," Jack said. "Speak for yourself." Peter, who knocked on the door, said, "I'm not leaving until I've eaten everything on the menu." He was awful skinny, having been in a coma for some meaningful fraction of eternity. "So these are our options?" Camden asked. "A detective, a monster hunter, a bruiser, a socialite, and an eldritch conduit. Not to mention the adventurer. Sounds complicated." "There's one more," Bones said. "But she likes to make an entrance." I looked around and didn't see anyone. "What is he here for?" Cassie asked, looking at the drunkard next to all the paragons. Detective Blackwood looked at the man she was talking about, and then he said, "This one took some tracking down, but we eventually found him. Thought you might want to meet him." "And why would we want to meet him?" Antoine asked. The paragons looked each other in the eye, and then one of them volunteered to speak. "Because he's you," Jack said. "Or at least he's the person you'll be playing. Isn't it nice to finally put a face to a character?" I took a moment to let that sink in. In many horror movies, we aren't just playing generic stereotypes. We're standing in for actual people who lived through the storylines back before they were storylines. Were they saying that this was the actual man who lived through the events of Antoine Stone and the sunken cradle before it was given that silly pulpy name? He may have a story to tell. "We thought you might want to hear it," Bonesabar said. "It's been an ordeal setting this up." I looked around at them. Antoine had only equipped my companion trope for a few seconds before we first saw the adventurer paragon, and yet I was certain that from their perspective, a lot longer time had passed. They had been planning something. Was it a plan to help us? Or were they serving some other master? I might never know. But that question was drowned out pretty quickly. Because the final member of this paragon squad arrived late, she really did want to make an entrance. I turned and saw a woman I recognized. She looked a bit older than I remembered. Her hair was a dark auburn. Her skin had seen some sun. She didn't look as girlish as I recalled. She was dressed for a part on an expedition, with short cargo pants, a Henley shirt, and a light tactical jacket. She had firearms, as to be expected, and knives. With one guess, I knew that she was the femme fatale paragon, even though I didn't know her as that before. On the red wallpaper, her name was Roxanne Soret, but back in the days of Camp Dyer, I knew her as Roxy. "What did I miss?" she asked with a smile. I always thought her smile carried a secret. I never would have guessed this would be it. So much of the human psyche is built on top of lies, Hosea Greenside said as he stared blankly over the rim of his lager. "We tell ourselves that we're thinking apes, that we're above the animals. But that's all pride and wishful thinking. Perhaps we are altogether incapable of estimating our own intelligence, our place in this world. The truth is, most people do whatever their baser instincts urge them to. And the true function of the human mind is to convince our top-level conscious selves that our actions are our own, that we acted out of intellect, that we planned things out, that we used higher reasoning. To know the mind of an ape is to know the mind of a man, but with far fewer excuses. This dude was really bumming me out. All I wanted to do was talk to Roxy and figure out what her deal was. But we needed to listen while this guy was willing to talk. Something had broken in him, and he was taking it out on the rest of us with long nihilistic speeches. These rants went far beyond the typical sentiments of your average misanthrope and settled somewhere comfortably in the range of antinatalism, accelerationism, defeatism, and a complete and utter disdain for the future of the human race, but not, like, in an aggressive way. He was just a sad sack, given the context that he had clearly just walked out of some Lovecraftian universe. He was downright chipper. Optimism is graded on a bell curve, and the fact that this guy ended up being nothing more than an alcoholic with some bad memories meant he was doing just peachy. If I were to guess at his backstory, and I would have to guess, because he would not talk about it in detail. Not just in the way that NPCs wouldn't give you information you hadn't earned, but in the sense that if he tried to talk about it, he was at the risk of a true psychotic breakdown. We had learned it when Antoine asked, "So you actually lived it? How? What happened when you first went to the sunken cradle?" I was afraid to find out. It turned out that the phrase sunken cradle was enough to send old Professor Greenside right off the cliffs of insanity. "Please don't make me go back there," was what he would say as he curled up in the booth while all of the paragons watched, some rolling their eyes. Bonzabar, however, was different. As an adventurer, he had a trope exactly for this called Demented Mentor, which allowed him to soothe Dr. Greenside, whispering about what had to be fake memories between the two of them. It worked like a charm. 5 minutes after freaking out, he would be back to his old depressive self, ready to drink another lager. A man believes he has control over his wits, but that is only because he always has, he said as he stared at the suds formed at the top of his glass. But when you find out that your mind is a machine, wholly incapable of understanding itself, it's only then that you realize we never had control. We were always along for the ride, with our deep instincts lying to us, telling us that we were men, that we were enlightened. But the part of my mind born in that place was stronger, more powerful, more innate, and more natural than anything I could imagine myself to be. And I do not wish to return. I wish to forget. I wish to be a man who lives out his days and then is rewarded with eternal slumber. He took a long gulp of his drink, although I delude myself, for I fear that I am still connected to it forever. Am I a man bound or a man free? The conclusion taunts me from the recesses of my mind. I fear I will never leave the sunken cradle. He paused for a moment as a tear rolled down his cheek. "Do I sound like a madman to you?" he asked. "No," Antoine said. "You don't." We were all seated in chairs crammed in around the open side of the booth, and had been for a long while by this point. We had been served food and drinks, and were doing our best to try to dredge out any information we could from Hosea Greenside. But all we were getting was an impression, a shadow on the wall of a cave. And the more he spoke, the less I wanted to know. Carousel had lots of horror, and the marketing department always made you think it was beyond human understanding. But I could count on two hands the things I had already seen beyond human understanding, and I walked away more or less fine. I might have been lucky, but still, the old scary stories of people seeing something that changed them forever had largely been disproven by my experience in this cursed world. But when the man in front of me spoke, I started to believe again that there were things in Carousel so far beyond my comprehension that it was only the protection of movie magic that kept me sane. That was the exact protection that this man never had. Greenside looked at Antoine. "I know they've brought me here so that I could help you go where I've been. But all I can do is warn you that when you walk into the cradle, whatever purpose you may believe your life holds, it disappears and is replaced with something much older. Whatever understanding you have of love or hope or science, it fades down to nothing, like a child's understanding of the world, because that's what we are. Children that never grew to our true purpose and could never imagine what that purpose was until it is thrust upon us." Antoine leaned close and asked, "How do we protect against whatever it is you're afraid of?" Professor Greenside thought for a moment and then said, "First, you choose not to pursue the cradle. Second, assuming that you pursue it despite what I've said, you never descend into the earth beyond the arcane doors. And third, if you do pass the arcane doors, Prepare to contend with the madness, for the forces in the earth seek to transform you into what they believe you ought to be. So if you are the master of your soul, better than I am the master of mine, maybe you'll journey there and back again, but you may find that when you grasp the ancient truth, you won't have it in you to leave again with your faculties intact. I nearly didn't. When you find out your true purpose in life, it can be hard to settle for another, even if that purpose was terrible and unthinkable. There's something seductive about absolute truth. Most men go through life never knowing anything true, never with a certainty as ironclad as you will learn in the cradle. You'll find that when you learn an ironclad truth, a greater truth, it intoxicates you. In fact, it just so happened that I escaped because of a different sort of intoxication. He took a drink of his beer, and suddenly my immersion in his little story was broken, because it sounded like he was saying that the only way he avoided the effects of some sort of dark aura that overcomes the minds of men was that he was drunk, which wasn't a bad explanation. I liked it when common things countered darkness and magic. It made it all the more real. Greenside's head began to droop as the liquor took its toll, and he seemed to fall asleep. "What do you say, party of promise?" Bones asked us, trying to lighten the mood. "Are you ready to go spelunking?" We stayed at the bar for quite a while after that. We had to prepare ourselves mentally for the journey ahead, and the longer I was around them, the more I started to see the paragons as a certain kind of safety net. Not that they would protect us, but I didn't think they would hang around here if there was danger. I also had a lot of questions for a certain femme fatale. So while the other paragons stretched their legs, we 5 players and Roxy stayed at the booth with the sleeping professor to finally get answers. What we weren't expecting was that Roxy actually gave them, in her own way. "As best I can see it," I said once we had her to ourselves, "is that you were brought on as a helper for Project Rewind. You infiltrated Camp Dyer and helped the framers of the project, or the Insider, finish their plan." I had not considered that she might have been a paragon before. It never even crossed my mind, even though it should have after the deception of Silas Dyerkin. But as soon as I knew what she was, it was like all the tumblers in my mind moved into place, and the truth became obvious. "A girl's gotta make a living," she said playfully as she sipped from her martini. It quickly became clear that once she was revealed as a femme fatale, she was magically obligated to talk like one. Or maybe she just enjoyed it. She still had that secret in her smile, like she was ready to seduce and deceive and betray the whole world. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. "I hope you won't hold it against me," she said. "I really did like you guys. And I am so happy you finally succeeded where so many others failed. As much as I loved slumming it at Camp Dyer, it wasn't exactly the accommodation I signed on for. Paragons, to my knowledge, had all agreed to be part of Carousel. They were sought out for the lives they lived, for the archetypes they represented." "So you made a deal, huh?" Antoine asked. "That's how it works, right? You ended up in a pinch, and Carousel was your only way out." "I always know my exits," she said, "if it makes any difference." I turned down the offer the first time, but they just kept calling. Carousel is the ultimate escape plan after all. "So, how exactly did it work?" I asked. "Did you know the players who cooked up Project Rewind? Or was it the Insider? Our friends in high places? You all have got to learn the art of conversation. I feel like I'm in an interrogation room with a rookie cop. Whatever the case, my communication with your Insider was words written on a script in my head," she said. "Don't get me wrong. I got to know them as best you could under those circumstances. But we weren't exactly chums. I got my marching orders, and I did whatever I could to fulfill them. Lead a few players in the storylines they couldn't beat, manipulate situations, and tell the occasional white lie. In a way, my duties as a paragon aren't that different than what I used to do back in my world. They don't pay as well, though eternal life does have its perks." She leaned forward like that was the only question we were going to ask, and energetically said, "But enough about me. Let's talk about you, how well you've done. Honestly, I thought as soon as all the veterans died, you would be right behind them. But look at you doing better than ever. Biting off way more than you can chew, sure, but it's exciting. You have yourself in quite a situation now, don't you?" She watched us as she spoke, looking for a reaction. It was as if she thought we had a playful relationship. And maybe we did at one point in time, but unfortunately, I had mourned her and dozens of other people. It was hard to pick right up where things left off after that. Do you know who the insider is? Anna asked, not willing to play cat and mouse. Just because I'm mysterious doesn't mean I know all the answers to the mysteries. Roxy said, I know more than you and less than I'd like to. I figure if the insider wants to keep their identity concealed, they probably have a good reason for it, don't you? The others asked her other questions and got similar answers. Paragons had a dozen different ways to say I don't know, but what it all meant was that they weren't going to tell us either. The script wouldn't let them divulge the truth, or it wouldn't let them remember it. They were, after all, the perfect narrative tools for puppet masters and schemers. And Roxy was probably the best tool of them all. As a femme fatale, she likely had dozens of tropes that could help her conceal the truth. I thought about asking what a guide was, as we knew our team needed a guide, a secret keeper, and an invitee. But Antoine asked first, and she avoided answering altogether. It made sense. A secret keeper was someone who knew about the ex-murderer, and she couldn't talk about that any more than I could. Antoine was digging through his bag and grabbed a stack of missing posters. We had all the old ones from before we even went on the river. He searched through them quickly and then pulled out the missing poster for Roxy. Don't point that at me like it's some sort of accusation. I already told you that I deceived you. Once you know someone's willing to lie to you, there's no point in shaming them for it, she said. I suppose there's no coincidence that you just happened to be on the same storyline where Jana went missing, Anna asked, giving an apologetic glance in my direction. Roxy reached into her pocket, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. I doubted that the staff at the speakeasy would care. I suppose it is a coincidence, she said as she held the cigarette seductively. I couldn't see that she was using a trope on the red wallpaper, but I still assumed she was using one. Something involving the cigarette to help her lie better, and it worked. It was a sort of mind whammy, because none of the others brought up the subject again, even I didn't, and I was semi-aware that a trope was working on me. In truth, I was thankful. Roxy knew about the ex-murderer, and I had to assume that, despite her air of confidence, she would be terrified to talk about him the same way I would be. We asked other questions with a similar level of success. Maybe we thought that because we had a prior relationship with her, we would get more answers out of her than we did other paragons. But we were sorely mistaken. Questions about the specifics of Project Rewind and what she did to take players off the board got dismissed and excused. And even when she fessed up to it, she had no shame. She used the same "it was on the script." So, I did it excuse, which probably wasn't an excuse, but still felt that way with the way she said it. After a flurry of questions, I finally had one left that I wanted to ask her in front of the group. So your presence here means that someone's going to betray us, doesn't it? Isn't that the reason that Bones Ibarra brought us here? So we could get an idea of the different types of things going on in the storyline by examining the paragons. Femme fatales are all about betrayal, moral grayness, and bleak social connections. You really think that low of me? She asked. I'd like to think that I do what I want for myself, and anyone who expects me to do anything else was fooling themselves. But you can read into my presence however you want. Maybe you really can't trust anyone in this storyline. See, here's the thing I don't get, I said. Paragons are the tools of narrators to help enact their through lines. Is that what's happening right now? I had looked that companion trope up and down, and there was nothing in the text that would explain why it was being this helpful. All it should have done was let us have a companion for the story. But here we were in the presence of a room full of paragons, a first-hand source on the lore of the storyline, and a reunion with an old friend. What do you think? She asked. Never a straight answer. Say, Riley, have you ever played darts before? She asked. There's a dartboard right over there, and if you beat me, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. She got up from the booth and waved me over. Anna tried to follow, but I held out my hand. I needed to talk to Roxy alone. I also suspected that there was no way I was going to beat her at darts, and I didn't want people to see. As soon as we were alone and she was handing me 3 darts that looked like they were made from scratch, I thought about asking her about the ex-murderer. Just the thought of it would have sent me into a panic with the others. But suddenly, alone with her, it didn't bother me at all. One of the strangest rules of this info hazard was that while I couldn't talk about it with people who didn't know about the ex-murder, I could talk about it with people who did. Although Arthur, Roxy, Reggie, and Valerie avoided such conversations back at Camp Dyer, even when I wanted more than anything to talk about it. Did you trigger the grotesque storyline? I asked. Yep, she said. It almost caught me off guard how open she was. How about that? She threw one of her darts across the room, and it hit the bullseye. 2 more darts each claimed high points. Games like this were trivial when hustle allowed you to have near-perfect aim, unless you were trying to hit something with a higher hustle. I'm guessing you may have put a certain earworm into Jeanette's head too. I said. I threw a dart, but it sailed right and didn't even hit the target. I looked at Roxy, confused. You may think that you're good at this game, she said, but you still haven't figured out the basics. Had she found a way to turn this game of darts into an actual stat comparison under Carousel's rules? Or was she using a trope? Back when we would go bowling, everyone would score incredibly well. It wasn't really a test of skill like it was in the real world because a lot of people had high hustle. Except for, ironically, the bowlers team. Which is why they enjoyed it so much. It was more like a real game to them. I threw another dart and managed to hit the board this time. But I wasn't exactly going to beat her on points, you know. They say there was once a very powerful team of players from your world who probably could have beat Carousel's through line. By the way, but they convinced themselves through paranoia and overthinking that the secret to leaving Carousel was to quit the game. Of course, this was back before Project Rewind, but you can imagine why the insider needed to make sure that didn't happen again. I figured it was something like that. You needed a secret keeper, I said. And I got one, she said. So sad about Jeanette. Technically, though, it was going to happen anyway eventually. I just needed it to happen with you watching. The unfortunate truth is some people aren't built for this world. And some people are built too well for this world, I said. Are you talking about me or you? She asked. Both, I said. You tried to do the same thing to Leela White, didn't you? I remembered that Leela had hinted that Roxy mentioned the secret way out of the game. Never got around to it, though. Unfortunately, that whole team never really took off. I blame myself, she said. What happened to her? I asked. What happened to Jeanette? Is she really dead? Or is there some other thing that you're not telling us? When Jeanette had quit the game, the storyline stopped until a hooded axe murderer chased her down and cut her in half. It wasn't a fake death. It seemed to be permanent. Never being able to talk about it had been a real drain on my mental health, especially as her doting husband searched for her fruitlessly. I don't know, she said. I really don't. But the worst case scenario is that she's dead, right? And, well, I hate to tell you this, but people die. And normally they only have to do it once. It really was a mercy, in some ways, not to her husband, I said. She gave me a look like she was thinking about what to say. Yes, he really was a loyal guy, wasn't he? She said, as if she were telling some silly joke. Maybe you should have made him the secret keeper. I would have, she said. He was away on another storyline. I'm not a monster. Although I do play one in some storylines. We continued playing darts and she continued to beat me. But my mind wasn't really in the game. I was deflated. How much time had I spent pondering the questions that Roxy was now answering so nonchalantly? So, do we stand a chance in this storyline that we've got coming up? I asked. Not really, she said. But you didn't really stand a chance in a lot of the storylines you've played so far. And here you are. You do have a lot of narrative momentum built up. More than you could now. You just have to cash in those chips at the right moment. I'll try my best, I said. She put her darts down on the table near where we were standing. That's what we're all counting on, she said, before walking away. My instinct, when a paragon told me why they were here, was to ask, why are they really here? And the truth still perplexed me, but I felt like I was orbiting some unspoken piece of knowledge that everyone seemed to know except for the players. It would explain why Vincent St. Vane had acted the way he had. It would explain why we suddenly found ourselves lousy with paragons. It might even explain the odd circumstances of our friend's captivity. The pieces didn't come together until I heard screaming in the distance. About 100 yards into the jungle, the 5 of us had been resting. We had a big storyline ahead of us, and all indications were that it would be a real struggle. The screaming was followed by an explosion, the kind that rose in a fireball into the sky. We ran out of the speakeasy as fast as we could, toward the danger. All of the NPCs were doing the same, along with the paragons. This wasn't just some narrative loop the bit players were caught up in. This had to do with us. I could feel it in my bones. When we arrived there, we found a weapons depot. As best I could describe it, the whole building and everything in it had gone up in flames, along with all the gasoline that they haphazardly stored within it. Someone had blown it all up to get our attention. There was a tree near the depot, and a message had been left for us there. It was a long, rough piece of paper, something that looked very old. Upon closer inspection, it was a map, with a literal X drawn on it and words written upon it. It had been stabbed into the tree by a large, bloody knife with an otherworldly black blade. Someone had written a long diatribe on the map in cursive. "Dear Antoine, you left me under that mountain. Or maybe I should be more specific. You promised you would help me escape. And then you blew up the tunnel leading to my only exit. Or maybe that isn't specific enough for you to remember who I am. How many men did you leave to die in those depths? Do you remember their names? Do their faces haunt your dreams at night? Or has the bottle helped you forget?" It just so happens we were right. There was something down there. Something valuable in a way none of us had yet conceived. Something transformative. I have to say, now I am thankful for you. We all are. You made your escape, and you made us what we are today. Perhaps I'll pay back the favor in the future. Alas, I am not writing to reminisce. I present to you a proposal, the terms of which I am certain will rouse even the most cowardly corners of your heart. I have your friends, your confidants, your sidekicks. I've collected a group of them. Maybe it wasn't worth it for you to come back for me, but I'm certain you'll be willing to return for them. You are still human, aren't you? Even after you peered into the darkness. Ramona Mercer took it very personally when we captured her. She is special, isn't she? She has her grandmother's eyes and her grandfather's curse. It's strange, even after my metamorphosis, I still get queasy when I venture near the cradle. But Ramona is nearly at home in this place. Do you know why? I regret to inform you that we've also captured your old sidekick, Isaac Hughes. It's funny, he believed that this was going to be another payday. You could teach him your skills, but you could never teach him your love for history. He was in it for the money and the women. He will get neither. He thinks he can talk his way out of this. He will not be able to, but blasted, he is trying. You remember old Thomas Van Notes' young daughter, Kelsey, don't you? She's grown up now. But you would know that better than me, wouldn't you? She wasn't just your lover, she was your fixer. She's been helping you for years, getting supplies, making contacts, fighting your fights. I wonder if you've ever thanked her. I wonder if you've ever apologized. There's still a chance. We found your old hound master, Bobby Gill, isolated in the forest, surrounded by his dogs. He was there in the end, wasn't he? When you sealed my fate, he saw what the two of us saw, didn't he? If it wasn't for the love and support of his pups, he might have succumbed to the darkness. The dogs are gone now. I doubt he'll hesitate to join them. If you wish to save your old comrades, follow the coordinates on this map. There's a second way down to the cradle. Not just the throat you collapse. I found it, but I cannot open it. I need the man who opened the first entrance to open this one as well. I need you. Your friends have 7 days to live. If you are not here by that time, I will find some other use for them. Come alone or drag more friends to their doom. It makes no difference to me. With patience, Ernst Vogler. P.S. I left the knife. You'll want it where you're going. The letter was an omen. Once we grabbed it and returned to the river, we would find ourselves moving past the choice phase into the party phase. So there it is, Antoine said. He didn't say much more. This Ernst Vogler seemed to be referencing events from the first movie. I looked at the omen on the red wallpaper. It says Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle Part 2, I said. Is there a Part 2? I asked Camden. No, he said. In the atlas, it says this series has a bunch of self-contained adventures. They've discovered like 5 or 6 of them. None of them had sequels. Let me take a look. Now that he had the brain trust trope, he could use my savvy-based insight tropes. So I handed him I don't like it here and he equipped it. He yelled. As the anxiety innate to that trope ran through him. How the heck do you use this all the time? I feel like I'm about to have a stroke. You get used to it, I said. Some people just aren't cut out for anxiety. He started twisting his back as if trying to relieve stress. The physical effects of the trope must have been less severe on people who experienced anxiety their whole lives. That's why it was perfect for hysterics and acceptable for me. This is a hard one, Camden said as he handed the trope back to me. How would you say it compares to other stories we've run? It had been maxed out. Get to the car now had been the text the trope gave me. That was the hardest level. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Probably somewhere around post-traumatic. I said, even though it was a high level of difficulty, there was a strange wavering quality to it. Sometimes it would feel unbeatable, but other times it felt like the difficulty would drop. It fluttered back and forth even as I looked at the omen. Maybe it was Antoine's adventure advanced archetype that added that variability. The actual text didn't change, it was still get to the car now. But the feel was that it would be a little easier than that. I couldn't explain it. It was going to be tough without Kimberly here. I wasn't sure how we were going to pull it off. Her ability to concentrate narrative weight was so essential to the way I played the game that I never really knew what I was going to do without her. So if we beat this one, we're in for a nice jump in levels, Antoine said. There's our silver lining. Camden said, is it safe for us to take this? I nodded. Just don't bring it to the river. Camden grabbed it as we made our way back to the speakeasy. All of the NPCs and paragons had played their roles, running through a loop of dialogue, threatening to kill whoever had done this, trying to figure out what had happened. None of it was substantive. They were decorations. But the paragons stood together and stared, not at us, at me specifically. At me only. This wasn't scripted. There was something I was missing. Something that made all of this make sense. Can I see that? I asked Camden as he read the letter again. Sure, he said. It sounds to me like this is more of a quest item than an actual in-story letter. I agree, I said. I had to treat the story details with a grain of salt. I looked through it. The way the letter described each of our missing friends, as if it were dramatis personae, listed not only their names but also their backgrounds. I had a sudden jolt of inspiration and equipped my casting director trope, which normally required me to be inside a storyline already to use. But since the storyline was perpetually caught in the choice phase, I was able to use it and would still be able to unequip it later. The four profiles of our missing friends lined up with what casting director said. In addition, Antoine was, of course, a world-famous explorer with a mysterious past. I was a videographer trying to capture ancient secrets. Cassie was the sometimes insane, prophetic sister of Isaac who wanted to help save him. Camden was a scholar of antiquities and military history. And Anna was Antoine's adventurer sidekick. We all had pretty stereotypical roles. I an equipped casting director. I still wasn't able to put my finger on what felt off. What message was being sent? And then it hit me around the time we re-entered the speakeasy. And the paragons followed us. They went back to their seats and drinks and games of pool. But they kept looking back at me like I was supposed to be figuring out something that they couldn't tell me. Why were they really here? It wasn't just so that we would understand the various subgenres of the storyline delved into. And it wasn't just because we needed help finding the omen, although that was quite useful. But they were staring at me. So it was something specific. Roxy had not broken character since we had played darts. She was like the rest of them. I filled the others in on their roles for the storyline. Wait, you're saying that I'm Antoine's protege? Anna asked. We're the same age. You're remedial, Camden said. You started adventuring as a second career. You need help, training wheels. We tried to laugh, but the nerves were overwhelming. It was an interesting point. And that is the moment I realized what was going on. Protege, I said under my breath. I reached into thin air and pulled out my newest rescue trope. It was called One Last Lesson, and its gimmick was that it allowed me to cast and film a movie about a mentor going back into the field to rescue an old protege. That was the basic setup. If I wanted to rescue a fallen player who had been cast in a specific profession, like explorer or doctor or something, I could then cast a paragon as their mentor and help direct a film of the rescue. I'd never used it before, but I could use it here potentially, because as I looked at the paragons, and then I looked back at the list, I realized that for each of our kidnapped allies, there was at least one paragon in the speakeasy that would be fit to be cast as their mentor. Ramona could easily be Peter, the Eldritch Conduit Paragon's protege. Isaac was called out as an adventurer, so that would be Bones Ibarra. Kelsey was some kind of underworld fixer, so that would be Tommy the criminal paragon or Roxy the femme fatale. Bobby was a houndmaster, so that actually might have been Hawk Kipling, who was a monster hunter. It wasn't perfect, but the pattern was clearly there. If I wanted to just wait the 7 days for our friends to die, they would be perfectly set up to be rescued by my trope. I could pick one of the paragons to be the mentor and the star of my movie, and we could go rescue them. My rescue trope was powerful, after all, and having a paragon or two to help would give us a tremendous advantage. Even if rescues were inherently more difficult, there's another option, I said to the others. I had been sitting thinking about this for like 30 minutes, so they had carried the subject somewhere far away. What other option? Antoine asked. I thought for a moment. So far, we've been swept up in whatever is going on, and we haven't really made any choices. It's like someone is making decisions for us even though we're not on a through line. Our friends are in danger, so of course we're going to go help them. It's not a real choice, and we need to make choices so that we retain our agency, which is our superpower as players, right? Hamden asked. He was picking up what I was trying to say. I think we've been set up so that we have another choice. Instead of running headfirst into whatever it is that has been set up for us, we can go our own way and let this be a rescue instead, I said as I handed my trope to them so they could see it. I kept wondering why we were being shown these paragons, and I think it's because they were sent here so that we would have another option. But wouldn't the rescue make things more difficult? Anna asked. More difficult on paper, Camden said, but this would be Riley directing the film. We would have a lot more control. As it is, we're basically walking into a trap on purpose, and we only have 7 days to accomplish what we're trying to do. Maybe the greater narrative control is worth the greater difficulty. It was debatable. We had seen how a rescue trope could absolutely transform a storyline. Sometimes that transformation could actually make things easier for players, even if the difficulty level technically spiked a bit. For instance, an enemy that relied on their plot setup to be strong might be easier to beat if the plot was changed by a rescue trope. That was an exploit that had gotten people axed when abused. If I were able to direct this story, I would have access to a lot of information and control. It wasn't going to be easy, but it would absolutely turn the tables on whoever or whatever was planning our demise. So we're going to do a rescue now? Cassie asked. To do a rescue? I thought they had to be dead, and they're still alive, right, Anna? They're still alive, Anna said. So to do a rescue, we would have to let them die, Camden said. For the chance that we might have more control over the narrative, we debated it. We gave it its due consideration, and the paragons watched us. The rescue was probably workable on some level. We would have to find a way to come up with the players' missing posters. We might even be able to get a paragon to help us with that. But the point wasn't that we were supposed to do a rescue. I felt confident that the whole point of this exercise was to give us a choice, to give us an alternative. Because someone had been rushing us into this storyline for reasons we didn't understand. Everything we were doing was a reaction. But now we had an actual decision. We had agency. I think someone set this whole thing up just so that when we chose to go save our friends, it wasn't because that was the only option, I said. I think someone is pulling strings. Someone who knows the inner workings of Carousel's magic. Silas Darkin had once manipulated us into starting his throughline instead of asking us because he wanted us to maintain our innocence. A powerful force in Carousel. Now someone wanted us to maintain our agency. Another powerful force in the Carousel's unwritten magic system. It almost felt like a formality, but that was how Carousel often worked. Another formality was that players had to be warned of the danger ahead, but those warnings were often so well hidden that they might as well not exist. That's how horror movies often worked. They were a narrative checklist that could be completed with even the most perfunctory plot points. The truth was, as much as I wanted to use my new rescue trope, it was a worse option. We had so much narrative weight behind us that changing course could hurt us. I looked down at the letter from Ernst Vogler. A rescue might have been safer in some ways. That trope promised a lot of control and insight, but I had to give them up. We needed to dive headfirst into the darkness and hope that our wits and wills were enough to save us. We had been given a 7-day time limit, but we didn't know if that was in story or out. Either way, we couldn't afford to put things off as long as we would have liked to. We had to scout as best we could. We were more limited than I would like. Without Kimberly to call her fake talent agent, Sal, it was hard for us to get information remotely. And we decided that Cassie couldn't use her unblocked trope because we suspected there was something Lovecraftian on the other side of this storyline. And we didn't need her brain smattered to smithereens from an attempted psychic connection. But there were some lucky breaks. The fact that this was part 2 meant that we could look at all the spoilers for part 1. We could also ask Antoine about what had happened. We sat in the back room of the speakeasy as Camden flipped through the atlas, searching for the spoiler section on the sunken cradle. And when he got there, what we saw was a shock. The page had very few spoilers, almost none, in fact. The spoilers section for the story was far shorter than the non-spoiler section, which only contained cursory information useful for gameplay but not for dissecting the plot. Camden read out the singular entry for the storyline. Players who run this storyline often report being unable to recall major events in the plot or lore-based intelligence. We suspect that this is the result of a trope, or possibly some type of magic from the story. However, they often return with pockets full of gold coins and, aside from hazy memories, appear to be in good spirits after resting. That wasn't to say there was nothing else on the page. There were some lists of various explorer-type obstacles that had to be passed: steep cliffs, falling monuments, a few traps, rogue mercenaries, and rival treasure hunters, things like that. But nothing that would explain the aforementioned memory problems. It almost makes you think there might be secret lore there, I said. If Carousel gave this enemy the ability to erase players' minds, there's definitely something going on. Antoine, you didn't say you couldn't remember anything, did you? Anna said. I remember everything, he said, dejected. I don't know what these people are talking about. What I think happened is we chose a different ending. I never actually saw what happened inside the cradle. Kimberly must have. I think Logan must have. And Andrew too. But by the time I felt we were losing, I realized we couldn't go any further. So I blew the tunnel. And I made that the finale. Burying the evil and the treasure. It may have sounded unorthodox, but the eldritch horror genre was no stranger to ambiguity, to leaving things unexplained. Still, there was no way we were getting away with it this time. It would have been nice to see what happened. As a planner, all information can be useful. That's quick thinking, Camden said. If you'd gone down, you might not be talking to us today. Antoine nodded. The others seemed to agree, but I never did ask them if they saw anything down there. I knew better. I assumed that they were either killed by the enemy or were left in the darkness until the movie ended. That was a cold, bold decision. Cut and run for the sake of the win. I wouldn't have expected Antoine to be able to execute that. All right, but even if that's the case, Cassie said, by that point in time, you were already seeing supernatural stuff, right? And people were dying, weren't they? That's right, Antoine said, staring into his beer. There was a tribe of people there. They weren't some uncontacted tribe or anything like that. They used guns, trucks, and grenades. They guarded the entrance because they didn't want anyone to get in. They were the first threat, but once we got closer to the tunnel, they wouldn't follow us in. In fact, they were the ones who saved Dina, Bobby, and me in the end. The classic trope. A lineage of guardians protecting the sacred location, I said. Once we got closer, Antoine said, there was just something terrifying in the air. Every shadow made us jump. Some sort of psychic or evil phenomenon. I couldn't tell what way it was leaning. I didn't want to be there. The plot halted so fast I got whiplash. It became a real slow burn. Bobby's dogs ran off when we got close enough. We could still hear them running in the forest, but they wouldn't come closer. I wish I had more information, but to tell you the truth, by the time we got to the finale, I was looking for a way to end it without having to go down to the cradle. I wish one of the others was here right now. They might be able to tell you more. Are you okay? And ask. She reached out and put her hand on his back. I'm fine, he said. I'm basically topping off on mental health tropes every chance I get. But ever since we got here, I'm feeling something dreadful. This is going to be tough. The enemy trope, I said. Our tropes work here during the choice phase. Why wouldn't theirs? If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Maybe we should try to write things down, Camden said. If there's some sort of memory magic at play, that could be problematic in the finale. Camden could literally remember everything and keep track of it on the red wallpaper. But if the enemy trope counteracted that, it would be a stat comparison. Even with his high savvy, he could easily lose to an eldritch being. Well, it is an expedition, I said. You're supposed to write things down, document them. Even as I spoke, an idea formed. My understanding, I said, is that you went on an expedition to rescue Kimberly because she was already on an expedition retracing your steps to the original path to the cradle. Right, that's right, Antoine said. Well, if there were expeditions, there probably are notes, maybe photographs, maybe even videos. I said, maybe there's evidence of what happened on your run that we could use. My character is a videographer. My money says he got a hold of some of that stuff. What do you think? That's a safe bet, Antoine said, smiling as best as he could muster. Otherwise, you're just relying on me remembering the first movie. It'd be nice if someone else knew about it to dot it was true. There were no other returning characters from the first movie other than Bobby, and he was already captured. The rest of us were in a demonic pizza parlor, working on a summer job. I have an idea, I said. I reached into thin air and pulled out my props department requisition trope. How about we take a look at that evidence right now? This was a new trope, and while I was excited about it, I hadn't gotten much use out of it yet. It was hard to tell when I was actually using that trope because it worked so seamlessly that I couldn't tell whether Carousel had put something in place or if I had. If I could get it to work, it would let me summon hordes of information about the storyline my character would logically have access to. Normally, I could only do it once we were already in the story. But because we were stuck in the choice phase, I figured I had time. We could look at that information before we chose our tropes. We could start forming a plan. The problem was that I didn't know how to improvise it when I wasn't in character yet. Luckily, it wasn't that difficult. I just had to throw together some words, and it activated. My character collected everything he could about the last expedition to the sunken cradle, I said, and he collected it all right here. I really didn't expect that to work. I also didn't expect the pain. No further, I screamed. And I kept screaming it 2 or 3 more times. I couldn't tell. It was like someone else was in control of my mouth. I somehow managed to fall underneath the table of the booth we were in. My eyes pinched shut. My limbs unwilling to move. Riley, Anna screamed. Moments later, Cassie was crouched down on the floor next to me, writhing in the same pain. She was using her anguish trope to share what I was going through. But the word pain wasn't quite correct. It was something deeper, more terrifying. It was visceral fear, and I had no idea what had caused it. I stayed down there underneath the table as my friends moved to help me. Cassie accidentally kicked me in the face when she fell down after me, but I assumed she felt that too. Since she was sharing my pain, she might have even felt it worse because she had such low grit. I breathed in and breathed out. Anna was talking to me. Camden was too. Antoine was silent. After I finally caught my breath, the pain and fear subsided, and I did my best to help Cassie up from under the table as I crawled up too. I looked at the others, and suddenly I started to laugh uncontrollably, like sometimes happened when you had an adrenaline rush after a long depressive episode. The normalcy of the room read as joy to my brain because something had absolutely drained all happiness from me. It was something I struggled to describe, remember, or understand. What happened? Camden asked. He asked too much of that trope, Antoine said. That has to be it. As soon as he activated that props department requisition trope, he went under. How was I supposed to argue? I didn't know what was going on, but I felt something. I felt lonely and scared and lost, and so happy to be back with my friends, as if I'd been away from them for a long time. "There's something down in the cradle," Cassie said. "Something very sad, something tormented. And it wants us to come to it." Her eyes were filled with tears. And while I didn't exactly get that same psychic revelation, despite having my background trope equipped, I couldn't disagree with her. There was something in the cradle, and it did want us to come. But I couldn't say what it was or why. "Well," I said, "that brought me back to the days of the unknowable host. That bad?" "Huh?" Hamden asked. I nodded. It wasn't just that it was bad. It felt similar. In one of our earlier storylines, we had been manipulated into finding secret lore and wandering into the resting place of a Lovecraftian deity. It was dead. But for a creature of that magnitude, death wasn't instant, and parts of it, parts that exuded a terrible psychic evil energy, were still alive even as the rest of it decayed, sending out old signals aimlessly, granting wishes and causing terror. It felt similar, not the same, but definitely the same ballpark. "You know what?" I said. "Maybe we should try to blow up the tunnel again." And then I forced a laugh, and the others politely followed me, except for Cassie, who stared blankly, tears still flowing. It took me a while to look at the seat next to me, where I saw a pile of journals, maps, photographs, an 8mm camcorder from the 80s, and some videotapes. It looked like my props department requisition had been fulfilled. As I leafed through the stack and put it up on the table so the others could see it, I realized that my handwriting was all over it, as if I had taken notes right on top of other people's records, their journal entries, a cartographer's rough drafts. My character must have collected all of this and not been too concerned about preserving it. But there was something else weird about these writings. The further along they went in time, the closer they got to the point that would have been the climax of the original Sunken Cradle film. The handwriting became sloppier, T and SCR. The sentences became shorter, if they were written at all. That was to be expected. Whatever characters were writing these notes would have gotten very stressed the further they went into the journey, and the closer they came to whatever eldritch monster lay beneath the ground. You could measure how close they were to it by the way they wrote. But that itself wasn't the weird part. The weird part was that my writing, or at least the writing that looked like mine, was the exact same way. It appeared my character had made that same journey, slowly going mad as he got closer to the end. I had to wonder how the narrative would explain that. But first, I would have really liked an explanation for why my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I didn't sleep well that night, even after using Out Like a Light. I had nightmares. That wasn't supposed to happen. I'd expected a dreamless sleep, but instead I saw darkness, endless, timeless darkness. Whatever else happened in the dream, I didn't remember when I woke up. But I had never been so thankful for morning than I was when I realized I wasn't dreaming anymore. I wasn't the only one. The others feared what lay ahead for us. It was going to be difficult, there was no doubt, but we headed into it with the same mindset we always had. We never gave in to our fear. We never allowed ourselves to meditate on it, to focus on it, or to give it any weight at all, because if we did, we knew it would win. And that was no way to enter a storyline. It was a pragmatic approach. It didn't mean the fears were wrong. We hunted around to find the supplies Antoine would use for his costume. It wasn't so difficult. The speakeasy was full of rough and tumble adventurers, so to speak. In the end, we found him a proper Indiana Jones-style hat, with a shirt and pants to match. He also used the grappling hook with the trope so anyway attached, which would allow him great feats of hustle while using the grappling hook as long as he was acting casual and talking while using it. He had a gun that he had pulled off of one bad guy or another. I thought it might be someone from Carousel. It didn't have any bullets, but that was no problem. Even with the weapons depot blown up, there were no fewer than 3 arms dealers drinking at the speakeasy who were willing to barter. That was all we could find. No proper satchel. But he did have the camera bag with the lucky bulletproof souvenir trope. He had no adventuring shoes, but he would just have to find those in the storyline. The rest of us made do. It was a quiet morning, so many things unsaid. When it came time to trigger the storyline, even Antoine wasn't able to muster a pep talk. We all walked down to the water while NPCs and paragons watched us. Antoine carried the letter from his rival carefully, and as soon as we all stepped on the boat and unhooked from the dock, the storyline had begun. The needle on the plot cycle switched from choice to party. and everything around me changed. Riley Lawrence is the film buffest aspect as filmmaker. The filmmaker understands how movies are made and uses media insight and media rule tropes to subtly manipulate the environment, relying on high hustle to stay in scene while shaping the story behind the scenes. Riley has a plot armor score of 48, metal of 4, moxie of 13, hustle of 8, savvy of 16, and grit of 7. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. Cutaway Death sends him off-screen before the moment of his character's implied demise, and allows him to exist behind the scenes, as if written off if he survives the encounter. Call Sheet gives him a timer for when he will be on screen next. Raised by Television buffs the user to do one big meaningful action if they establish their inspiration from film and television to establish it. Intermission grants Death Watch at his demise and allows them to pause their viewing of the film for a break and start back a few moments earlier. It's Just a Puppet reduces fear when confronting something perceptibly terrifying. No Stab in the Dark reduces the narrative impact of anything that happens in low visibility, where the audience cannot see it. Camden Trine is the scholar. No aspect has been chosen. Camden has a plot armor score of 39, metal of 5, moxie of 3. Hustle of 9, Savvy of 17, and Grit of 5. Current trope limit. Eureka helps him find important information within text. Right tool for the job buffs Savvy and Metal when fighting an enemy with their weakness. Zippos are cheap boosts Savvy for plans that expend a Zippo lighter. Hide and Seek allows him to use Savvy for hustle in a chase with lots of hiding involved. Photographic Memory allows him to display visual information committed to memory on the red wallpaper and recall information he had seen, even if he didn't focus on it. Battlefield Intuition allows him to use Savvy to perceive enemy combat tactics. Red Thread Theory gives the user a visual summary of known information and helps them know what threads to follow next. Chain Reaction buffs an attack for each link in the cause and effect chain leading to the ultimate damage of the attack. Trap Montage allows the player to initiate a montage wherein they and allies rig traps in the finale without disturbance from enemies. Sweat, Blood, and Chalk buffs his Savvy and Grit when he is scathed, hobbled, or mutilated. Antoine Stone is the adventurer. The adventurer advanced archetype transforms the story into an expedition, emphasizing physical feats and academic intrigue. His base archetype is athlete. His aspect is health nut. Antoine has a plot armor score of 44, metal of 13, moxie of 4, hustle of 9, savvy of 8, and grit of 10. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Jimrot buffs metal and hustle by revealing an athletic backstory. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Fight or Flight buffs metal if escape is not possible, or hustle if victory is not possible. Buffs metal if neither is possible. The Mountain as a metaphor boosts allies' uses of grit and savvy and allows the user to conquer maladies through metaphor by tackling physical challenges. Calm in the Chaos allows the user to channel savvy into their next physical feat through a slowed down shot of them planning things out on screen. Time will appear to slow down while planning. Gut Instinct gives him a heads up about nearby danger both in and out of storylines, though he may have to investigate to find the source. Willpower as Magic ensures all applicable enemy technology or magic is now resistible through sheer effort. Results vary, effects vary. This will hurt. Museum Detour provides the user with character-appropriate knowledge as they make discoveries and findings in proportion to the difficulty in getting there. Sentimental Outfitting allows him to carry anything an explorer might use into a storyline and slowly increases the narrative weight of each item as his bond with the item is established. The Intrepid Guide Who Knows the Way allows him to hire an NPC companion as a guide. Cassie Hughes is the psychic. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. No aspect has been chosen. Cassie has a plot armor score of 35, metal of 3, moxie of 15, hustle of 9, savvy of 6, and grit of 2. Current trope limit. We are not abandoned. Can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Clarity of purpose lets the user substitute moxie for grit when enduring tasks that cause constant pain, like handling dangerous objects. The anguish lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. It's speaking to me. Lets the user detect vibes and weak visions from evil or supernatural objects, which become important if attention is drawn to them. Empathic shield buffs an imperiled ally's grit by expressing genuine concern for them on screen. Words of affection allows her to gift allies totems of spiritual protection. It is written codifies all spiritual or similar information in some kind of text that the user will have access to and gives them information accurate to their character. And dying words allows her to declare a prophecy at death, which will become true in some form later in the movie. Get Up makes it so that the user or allies will receive messages from the dead when near death, providing a range of effects from insight to buffs to healing. Soul Read provides the user with unearned information, continuing until they fail to utilize it in the narrative. Anna Reed is the final girl. Her aspect is Girl Next Door. The Girl Next Door is a genuine, relatable emotional anchor whose high moxie and grit fuel connection, and quiet strength that protects others and uncovers unexpected solutions. Anna has a plot armor score of 38, nettle of 10, moxie of 12, hustle of 6, savvy of 3, and grit of 7. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Last one alive prevents death until the rest of the party is killed. Who's with me? Buffs allies' efforts during the finale. Let's Not Fight buffs allies' savvy when she defuses infighting. The heart allows her to end the game when she is the last one alive and to participate in her own rescue. Buffs those who protect her. Not hers to bleed temporarily debuffs the moxie and grit of an enemy that injures her. Lead in line gives the user narrative momentum when they actively facilitate exposition by high savvy characters. Buffs the use of that information. Are you okay in there? Allows her to sense all allies' emotional states on the red wallpaper. Final callout gives great narrative weight to the use of names in the finale. A tight squeeze allows the user to improvise the existence of an exit, though whoever is last to get through it will be left behind. Friends to the End allows her to get buffs for all fallen allies if she is the last one alive in the finale. I found myself sitting at a very nice wooden desk. I was in an office, my office in fact. It was styled the way private detectives' offices often were, with frosted glass and wooden trim walls separating the office from the room outside. I could tell right away from all the ephemera on the walls that I was not a detective. THOUGH I had degrees. I had accolades. I had my face on the cover of multiple magazines, framed all around the room. I didn't even know what I was, but I knew I was very good at it, or at least very proud. I stood up from the desk and started searching the room. I was off screen. And like most storylines in Carousel, my first job was to figure out who I was. A strange task given the fact that I had already used casting director and it had told me I was a videographer working for Antoine or something like that. It took me 30 seconds to realize that something had changed. I didn't work for anyone. I was world famous, a documentarian, a historian, an archaeologist. I had been all over the globe and taken the pictures to prove it. There was a display case showing the evolution of camcorders over the past decades. From Super 8 on up. As I surveyed the walls, I came across a corkboard that displayed a massive amount of information. Most of it was just decoration, I could tell. But there was something that caught my eye. There was a wanted poster for Antoine Stone. The reward was $10,000. I read it closely. Wanted for questioning and the disappearance of one or more individuals was all the information the poster gave me. Given what I knew about the storyline, that made sense. All of Antoine's friends started getting kidnapped. It made sense that the police would want to talk to him. That might end up inconvenient. The picture they had chosen was like something out of National Geographic. Antoine standing over some sort of dig site, his hat in his hand. His brow just recently wiped of sweat. Something strange was going on. I looked through my desk, gathered everything I could, including a revolver with a few bullets. Because my character didn't only shoot things with cameras, apparently. I made my way out of the room. only to find that the level of success I had estimated for myself was somehow still inadequate. I had a team, a receptionist, plus half a dozen other people at desks writing on old 90s computers. They clicked away at their keyboards and ignored me. Probably because I was off-screen. Up on the wall were the words "The Lawrence Company." Under that, it said "Captivate the World." I really was a very successful documentarian. These were clearly my support staff. I could see cameramen adjusting equipment. I wasn't going to complain. Being a little more high-profile couldn't hurt. After all, in the last storyline, my character had no rank at all. I turned to my secretary, who sat at her desk typing away. "What's on the schedule for the day?" I asked. "You have an appointment with the Hughes widow," she said without looking up. Hughes. That must have been Cassie. The question was, who was her dead spouse? "Right," I said. "Can you get me the file on that? I'd like to brush up before she arrives." Even as I said it, my heart started to race. A fear took over me that I couldn't explain. Ever since I had last used the props department requisition trope, I had been on edge. And the very thought of improvising research into existence had a physical effect on me. I hadn't even equipped that trope. I was using raw improvisation to get those files. And yet somehow I was still jumpy. I was going to have to figure that out sooner or later. Without missing a beat, my secretary, whose name was just Secretary on the red wallpaper, opened up the file behind her, pulled out a folder, and handed it to me. There wasn't much to it. "Thank you," I said. "Don't mention it," she responded, with a glance around the room. I retreated back to my office to figure out what my upcoming appointment was about. I found myself staring outside. I was in a big city, something like Chicago. But of course it was actually just Carousel playing its part, as usual. I opened the file and found research on someone I was familiar with. Dr. Andrew Hughes. A pang of guilt struck my chest just looking at his face. I read through the file. It didn't give me everything, but it did provide some basic background on Andrew's character. He was a reclusive billionaire, a Howard Hughes type, a fact I was sure was a coincidence. He was a medical doctor and an inventor, having pioneered a bunch of sci-fi nonsense that was described in such thick technobabble that I couldn't even understand what it did. He had gone missing 6 months prior, but there was very little information on what had happened, and even his disappearance was only speculation. The man hardly ever left his house, so it was difficult to know whether he was actually missing, but some distant relatives were sounding the alarm. I read through the documentation. He had a wife, but no children, and in his later years, he had become obsessed with the occult and history, having bought up entire museums just to satisfy his curiosity and desire to own the past. I closed the folder and thought about what was coming. The Hughes widow was what my secretary had said, but she was off-screen, so that didn't necessarily mean it was canon. I knew that Andrew Hughes had died in the Sunken Cradle Part 1. Antoine had told us. I didn't have any of the documentation that I had summoned, but I had no doubt I would get my hands on it soon. So this was a true sequel, picking up right where the last one left off, or at least 6 months later. Now, Andrew Hughes's widow was coming. I wondered if she knew she was a widow or if she was just trying to find her husband. My character would know nothing about it. I found no evidence that he had any involvement with the Sunken Cradle at all. In fact, the only document that mentioned the phrase Sunken Cradle was in the folder the NPC had just handed me, where an article went into detail about Andrew Hughes's search for the mythological site. I knew I was going to be on screen soon, so there was nothing to do but wait and try to look busy. Whenever Miss Hughes arrived, it could be an NPC. It could even be Anna. I had to hope it wasn't Cassie, but if it was, at least she wouldn't have to change her last name. I hoped she wouldn't take it too hard that Carousel was dragging Andrew into this. The way Carousel did sequels was a bit unpredictable. If a team ran one movie in a franchise and then went on to the next one, there would be continuity. I wasn't sure if Andrew would get mentioned in the Sunken Cradle Part 2, but it looked like Carousel was leaning into it. I continued to search through my desk, but I didn't find anything substantial, just character info that may not have even been important. I knew just from looking at my hands that I had been aged up 10 to 15 years. I didn't need to look in the mirror. I had already felt my hair and knew I had a haircut. All that was left to do was wait. And then it was showtime. On screen, The speaker on my desk buzzed. "Miss Hughes is here to see you," my secretary said. "Send her in, Barbara," I said, giving her a name. Something about being in the big city, far away from the jungle, suited me enough to have fun like that. I was really missing Kimberly's loft. I was really missing Kimberly. The newly named Barbara opened my door, and a woman with dark auburn hair walked in, wearing sunglasses and a large dark overcoat that clung tightly to her body. On the red wallpaper, her name was Roxanne Hughes, but I knew her as Roxy. I couldn't tell exactly what she was playing as, but I saw that her level was 50 and she had a lot of tropes equipped that I couldn't see, which meant that she had been brought into the story as a paragon. Was she acting as an eye candy, as she had in the grotesque storyline? Or was she a femme fatale? That would explain why my character's role had changed. Femme fatale, like the adventure, would make its own edits to the plot. This could spell trouble. I was to practice to let my surprise show on my face. I quickly stood and walked around my desk to shake Roxy's hand. "Miss Hughes," I said, "I was curious when I got your message. Please come in, take a seat." She did as I asked. "Mrs.," she said. "Mrs. Roxanne Hughes still." "Of course," I said. I took my seat behind the desk. From what I could tell, my character mostly worked documenting wars and human trafficking, as well as huge archaeological finds. It was weird that this felt like the setup to a hard-boiled detective story. "You said you were curious," she said. "How so?" "I rarely have meetings with high society unless I'm looking to fund a documentary," I said. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Roxy took her sunglasses off and stared at me. Her eyes were red. "There is no pleasure here, I assure you," she said. "I'm here on behalf of my husband. You've no doubt heard what's happened to Andrew. I've heard that there's a rumor that something happened to him, but the rumor hasn't been particularly specific. Maybe you could enlighten me," I said. It was nice to have a back and forth with a committed actor. In some ways, Roxy reminded me of Kimberly. She took the job seriously, even when the job was dying for the team. My husband was led into the jungle and either abandoned or murdered by one of his men. That man emerged from the jungle carrying wounds from a fight and a large bag of gold and jewels. And fortunately, he was such a high-profile name that the police refused to question him until perhaps now. She looked behind me. I followed her gaze. She was looking at Antoine's wanted poster. She must have been admiring her handiwork. There was no doubt that this change in events had been caused by her joining the story. The vets used to always say never to use two advanced archetypes at once because there was something unpredictable about how the subplots could interact. Now we had to go on an adventure to save our friends while dodging whatever political intrigue the femme fatale paragon had brought upon us. Antoine was a fugitive. I had to wonder how he was holding up. This was a complication that we had not foreseen, but it could be a welcome one, potentially. There was a reason why players might want to use the femme fatale advanced archetype to begin with. Diffusing the danger of something really big across several subplots was a strategy to survive. It was also a strategy to spread your forces thin and fail in the finale. The question was who had sent her here, and whether we could adapt. I leaned forward and furrowed my brow. "Are you trying to tell me that Antoine Stone, Dr. Antoine Stone, is somehow behind the disappearance of your husband?" "Yes," she said. I took a deep breath. "You understand how that might seem like a bold claim?" "I do," she said. She was sharp and immovable. "Okay," I said. "Why are you coming to me with this?" "I went to the police, and they were useless. I didn't dare go to the press. You know how they love to mock my husband. The way I see it, you are the only person with the skills and credibility to both find out the truth and report it. Antoine Stone has a long history of losing his companions on his so-called expeditions. It's time someone spoke the truth on the matter." I saw where this was going. I was the private eye. "What is the truth?" I asked. "You know the game as well as any," she said. "No one becomes a world-famous explorer by sharing credit. Maybe you should check the news lately. Interpol is on the lookout for Stone. I suppose you already knew that." She nodded to the wanted poster on the wall behind me again. "He's suspected in the disappearance of over a dozen individuals. He's wanted for questioning," I said. "And these people weren't exactly above board. We're talking about smugglers and black market antiquities dealers here. There are more than a few underworld figures who might have orchestrated this. Even so, she said, I can pay you to find out whether what happened to my husband was foul play or just bad luck. I scratched my head. I didn't need a confrontational back and forth here. This was a basic setup scene. I took out a notepad and started writing on it. Roxy watched me. I let the silence fill the scene with only the sound of my pen scratching. Tell me, I said, where exactly did your husband go missing? He was traveling in some ruins off a trailhead near a small town called Carousel. She said, have you heard of it? I looked up at her, and then I glanced out the window. Was I in Carousel? Or was there a small town called Carousel? I needed to be careful with the language. That's actually a pretty commonplace name, I said, but I think I can look it up. Go on. I can give you the exact coordinates. Andrew told me where he was going, and he told me that his original team had gotten lost or had some other complication, and that he was hiring Antoine Stone to help guide him out and help his people on their way to the sunken cradle. I dropped my pen intentionally onto the desk. She stopped talking for a moment and then asked, what? Why aren't you writing? The sunken cradle, I asked. You're telling me that your husband went missing looking for the mythological underground city filled with treasure from all of antiquity. That sunken cradle, yes, she said. Andrew had been looking for it for quite some time, and he was confident that he had found it. I took a deep breath and picked my pen back up, expressing just how ridiculous this should be. A week later, Antoine Stone and a couple of his compatriots emerged from the jungle with a bag full of gold and jewels and a thin story about my husband getting killed in a tunnel collapse. The local government refuses to go to the site or even recognize that the ruins existed. I need you to go find out what happened and, hopefully, if you can, maybe rescue him. You believe that your husband might still be alive after 6 months? I asked. Yes, she said. Andrew was always good with mechanics and technology, on top of being a brilliant medical doctor. I will tell you this in confidence. My husband was diagnosed with lung cancer 2 years ago. All that smoking finally caught up to him. It had spread rapidly. He built himself an apparatus to replace his lungs and other affected organs and limbs. The truth is, he was more machine than he was man, enclosed in that device. But he refused to die before he had found the cradle. That device could keep him alive in circumstances where a regular man might die. You see, I found this a true surprise. We were talking about some sort of retro sci-fi technology. I really didn't expect that. Are you looking for proof of life or proof of death? Asked coolly. Inheritance is stalled while a person is missing, isn't it? Life insurance. 2. The courts won't declare him legally dead until he's been missing for, what was it, 7 years? Roxy barely contained a scowl. I love my husband, Mr. Lawrence. I want to know what happened to him. It doesn't matter whether you believe me. It only matters if you're willing to do what it takes to find him. I leaned back in my chair and considered her offer. The tragic fate of an expedition to the legendary sunken cradle, I said. I can see the appeal, but you understand. I will require full funding. This will not be cheap. And the final product is mine. The film I shoot is my intellectual property, and I will release any footage I take as I see fit, regardless of how it makes your husband look. I told you, she said. All I care about is the truth. I stared her down, and we did our best to do that mutual understanding look that characters can do. It would be a good foundation for her inevitable betrayal. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. I suppose time is of the essence, I said. Let me move some things around and see what I can find. Get back to you if I'm able to make the journey to this carousel. No, she said. No, I asked. I'm going with you. It's my money. I want to see with my own eyes what happened to my husband. Of course. Very well. Just know that when my team and I are tracking down a story, we move at the pace of the story, not the speed our benefactors might desire. I'll have no trouble catching up. Andrew married me for our shared interests, she said as she stood. I stood as well and shook her hand across the desk. My people will be in contact, I said. Can you be ready by tomorrow? She asked. I can be ready tonight, I said. As long as the funding is there. It will be, she said as she put her sunglasses back on and turned to leave the room. Before she opened the door, she turned back to me and said, And it's 5 years, by the way. Excuse me, I asked. You said 7 years to legally declare a missing person dead. It's actually only 5. She said. Then she opened the door and let herself out of the room. Could you get me the folder on Carousel, the little town in the jungle? I asked my secretary over the intercom a few moments after I went off screen. It's on the desk behind you, she responded. I turned around, and my character did have a second desk up against the wall, and there was a folder sitting right on top where there hadn't been one before. Inside it, there was a small brochure for a little town hidden in the jungle. Though it didn't say where that jungle was, all sorts of mystical things were alleged to happen in that place. It looked like Carousel was playing its favorite kind of town in this one while simultaneously being a big city. I looked through the information and then found my character's little black book of contacts and flipped through it to see if I would find any familiar names or notes that would tell me what I was supposed to do. I did find one, Camden Tran, an old army buddy who worked in private security. He was a mercenary, more like. Camden must have been pleased to find out that was his role. Normally, he was cast as a researcher or scientist, but as he gradually accumulated more strategist tropes, Carousel recognized his combat abilities. I gave him a call. We were both still off screen, so we could say whatever we wanted. Camden, I asked. Let me guess. He said as soon as he heard my voice. You need someone with guns to help keep you safe in the jungle. How'd you know? I asked. Me and my guys are here waiting for you at the airport. Come on, get a move on, he said. All right, I said. You be careful with whatever firearms your character has. I'll try, he said. Although this flamethrower is a real pain to use. I laughed. Sounds like you might end up enjoying this one. Be there soon. The next sequence of off-screen scenes was quite awkward. I basically just walked out of the building, followed by my support staff, including a cameraman and someone who must have been like a producer or an assistant or something. She had my passport was all I knew. And then I went to the place my driver's license said was my character's home, taking a taxi to get there. And then, once I had clothes more appropriate for the jungle, I took a taxi to the airport. It was strange, wandering around a big, lively city knowing that all of it was just a show for me. Once I got to the airport, things started to get more normal. NPCs were ushering me onto a private jet, where I found Roxy waiting, dressed for the jungle herself. I was wondering if you would ever get here, she said when we went on screen for a bit to establish things. And then the airplane took off, and we were off screen until it landed 5 minutes later in a jungle. Camden met us on the runway, where we shot some footage of hugging like old friends and teasing each other. It wasn't until we were off screen that he even acknowledged Roxy's presence. You have to be kidding me, he said. Wish I was, I said. All right, whatever, he said. So these are army guys. They're here to protect us. I'm sure they'll do a fine job. They'll die bravely. Of course, I said. He started leading us over to where some off-road utility vehicles were waiting for us. As we climbed in, he commented, "Have you noticed that the needle isn't moving at all?" Yep, I said. The plot cycle was perfectly still. Do you have any thoughts as to why? He asked. It would seem really weird for the first part of the sequel to be a rehash of the original. I mean, this is the entrance to the cradle that Antoine blew up, right? Yep, I said. You have a lot to say on the matter, huh? He asked. I think we're doing this because we need to gather all that documentation that I summoned. You know, the documentation from the original expedition. He rolled his eyes. So, this is some sort of Easter egg hunt. Just finding a bunch of paperwork and clues we already know. Roxy and a large, gun-toting man who looked like her bodyguard got in the back of our vehicle, while Camden's army men got in the other one. We didn't exactly know where to go, but it was easy enough to figure out. Carousel only staged the route to the trailhead. There were no NPCs anywhere else. We just sort of followed the signs of life all the way out of town. Occasionally, Carousel would get some footage of us, but it didn't really care what we had to say. For the most part, we drove on until we found the trailhead, and then we kept going as far as we could until we found a large bridge that had gone out. And that was the end of the fancy jeeps. From there, we had to take a rope bridge on foot and continue on the trail. Mostly, we were off screen. I wasn't sure how much of this carousel was going to use at all, but at some point in time our characters would have to reference having come out here. I'm thinking this is a sort of clear the hero's name plot, I said. Like The Fugitive. Camden said, yes, I said. And it looks like we're the US Marshals in that metaphor, trying to prove that Antoine's a bad guy. Or maybe we join up with him, right, he said. And where does the actual plot to the story fit into all this, you know? With the big bad thing under the ground. We'll squeeze it in somewhere, I said. And so we marched, worried that our time was being wasted. But then we found the body, and we didn't go off screen for 30 more minutes. It was a man's body, handcuffed to a tree. I told you, Roxy said as our expedition circled around the horrific sight. I told you there was foul play involved. My cameraman was getting as much footage as he could. Camden and I got close to the body and began examining it as best we could. My character was a documentarian who went into war zones. His character worked private security for situations exactly like this. We would both have some expertise in what we were looking at. No injuries that I can see, Camden said. There is here, I said, pointing to the man's wrist. He broke his hand trying to get out of the cuffs. Poor guy, Camden said. He squinted at the man and then said, does this look weird to you? This man appears to have nearly skeletonized. But I don't see any signs of predation. He was right. The man had rotted until his skin wrapped his bones like a mummy's. But no animal had even chewed on him. No rats, no bugs, nothing at all. Look at this, Camden said, using a fixed blade knife to move aside the man's button-up shirt and expose his rotten belly. Gross, I said. What am I looking at? There's something in his stomach, a strange shape. Look at that, something poking. I saw what he was talking about. The part of the guts that looked the most like a stomach had something inside of it that poked out of it unnaturally, creating an edge that caught the eye. Camden had a sharp knife, so it was easy enough for him to figure out what it was. He slid open the stretched, degraded stomach, and something shiny popped out. Is that what I think it is? I asked. Camden carefully balanced the small metallic object on the end of his knife as he lifted it up for Roxy and me to see. It was a key, a handcuff key. Did he swallow the key to his own handcuffs? Roxy asked. Why would he do that? Maybe he was forced to, Camden suggested. We stared at the man, his arms bound around the trunk of the tree. He definitely tried to escape afterward, I said. He tried breaking these branches. So what? Maybe he could climb the tree and get his arms free. He was desperate. Camden said, we should bury him, I said. Camden nodded to his men, and they quickly got to work as we went off screen. The further we went into the jungle, the more carnage we saw. It was like watching a three-dimensional slideshow. A crime scene spread over miles. There had been a great battle here, but not between two righteous armies. It had been brutal and bloodthirsty. 6 or so had been shot, 2 had broken necks, and several had been stabbed. We were only on screen for some of these revelations, and we didn't go through the act of burying everyone we found. There were just too many of them, and it was all for show anyway. The thing was, some of the bodies had rotted to the bone without being touched by scavengers. Others had been torn apart. Why would animals only eat some of them? I don't understand, Roxy said. These were my husband's men. I knew some of them. Why would they turn on each other? Some kind of madness, Camden suggested as we arrived at the encampment, which was still set up just as it had been 6 months ago. The weather and time had taken some toll. For the most part, it wasn't changed. You say madness, I say greed, I said as I pointed to a wagon cart that was half loaded with gold ornaments in large wooden boxes. If they killed each other for the gold, then why is the gold still here? Camden asked. Good point. I probably looked foolish right there. I imagine they took as much as they could carry, I said quickly. If the reports are accurate, that's what Antoine Stone did. Then, why not come back and get the rest? Roxy asked. We looked around the encampment. It felt like a ghost town. People had just dropped what they were doing for reasons we knew not, and then they never returned. That is the $1 million question, I said. Camden got his men to start burying any bodies we found around the camp, just so that they would look busy in the background of the footage that Carousel occasionally deemed worthy of filming. The two of us worked through the camp, finding all the documentation that I had used my trope to ensure would exist. It was easy enough. It wasn't exactly hidden from us. When we were off screen, we had gathered up as much as we could find, and then Camden looked at me and asked, "What are we missing?" "The footage," I said. "The film." Roxy wasn't talking out of character. The rules for when paragons could do that or not weren't exactly clear, but she was definitely in there and aware of what was going on. Maybe it was for the best, because if she could talk me to, all I would want to do was interrogate her. "All right, so if there's footage," I said, "there would have to be cases that they would keep their cameras in, right? So spread out and look for the tent where someone's got a setup like that. There might even be a camera with one of these bodies." After all, the footage I had received as a result of using the props department requisition trope had to have been shot by someone. And it wasn't like Carousel to forget the details. Someone in this encampment shot that footage. Whether they were still there was the question. We spread out, looking all over, and found nothing. Not one reel of film, no camera, no extra batteries, nothing. "Maybe he went further," I said, "toward the cradle." Camden surveyed the area while thinking, "Well, we know that you found his film, so he couldn't have gone into the cradle, right? How many layers of meta are we trying to keep straight here?" "Best not to think about the meta," I said. "I like your logic, though. It's gotta be around here somewhere." So we kept looking, moving further and further in the direction of the ancient ruins where the climactic end of the sunken cradle part 1 had occurred. We continued walking, finding the occasional corpse rotting on the jungle floor, but no cameras or footage. As I walked forward, I just so happened to see a tree with a large knot in it, the kind that would get hollowed out over time. There was a mark on it right next to the knot, 3 faint lines that looked like they could have been left by bloody fingers 6 months earlier. I walked closer to the tree, expecting to go on screen but knowing that I wouldn't because of my call sheet trope. The closer I got, the tighter my chest felt. I found myself not breathing as I crept closer. "I think they're in here," I said. "Where?" Camden asked. "That hole." "I don't see anything. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation." Somehow, I felt I knew that tree. I ran my fingers along the marks where, months ago, blood had been spread. Then I reached into the dark hole and felt something hard and square, covered in a cloth. I pulled out the 4 videotapes. The whole time my heart was beating out of my chest. We had received 3 tapes the night before, not for. It wasn't a mistake, though, because one of the tape containers was empty, for some reason. That empty tape container really freaked me out. I couldn't explain to Camden why I felt this way, but he clearly saw something was up. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "I think I'm sensing a character's emotions. As silly as that sounds, you know, like Kimberly does. But it doesn't make sense because there shouldn't be a character, you know. This was done by a trope, not a real person." But that was what it felt like. Then I felt this character the same way I felt my character when fighting against the Hami bride. The only thing this character felt was primal fear. And he wasn't even my character. He would have been some random NPC cameraman on the previous expedition. I was fortunate. However, I had equipped the "it's just a puppet" trope, which was miraculous in a way that was difficult to describe. Not only would it reduce the fear you felt when facing a terrible monster, but it also worked to reduce fear in general. It was like a mental trick where, every time I thought about whatever it was I was afraid of, my mind would get deceived into thinking it was fake. I could actually feel the change every time I focused on the deep, dark, antagonistic force of this storyline. The calm thought that this isn't real entered my mind and was just convincing enough to soothe my fears, even though it wasn't true. Carousel's mind magic was beyond my understanding. "Well, you found the videotapes," Camden said. "So does that mean we can go home?" "This is your home," I said. "You won a paramilitary group in the jungle, remember?" "Yeah, my life choices are suspect," he said. "But I meant getting out of this place." He paused and looked around. "Are you feeling the aura of whatever enemy we're supposed to be fighting?" "Because I don't feel anything." "I feel something," I said, "but it feels distant." The way Antoine talked, by the time they were halfway through the journey, they were feeling the aura. Maybe it's because this is just footage gathering and not really part of the plot. "Yeah, maybe," he said. Or maybe it's because the entrance got plugged. I like that explanation, I said. I like it a lot. We added the videotapes to the other documented evidence in Camden's pack and then went to find Roxy and all the NPCs that had trailed after us. My cameraman and producer were doing their best to get good footage that we would probably have to use later, which was probably why the rest of us weren't on screen. I could see the countdown on the red wallpaper. Either Carousel expected us to do something, or it was just gathering more footage. Or perhaps something was about to happen even though nothing had for quite a while. It turned out that option 3 was the winner. We went on screen and immediately jumped into character, instructing NPCs to do busy work, just trying to play the part. When suddenly an explosion rang out in the distance from the direction of the cradle's entrance. My heart leapt because I really didn't expect much action on that front. We were supposed to go to the second entrance. This first one was supposed to be sealed. As the story moved forward, so did we. We took off toward the explosion, trying to figure out what was happening. That's when we got to the end of the forest and found what remained of the ruins where the entrance to the sunken cradle allegedly lay. And what we found was nothing but a giant chasm in the earth that looked almost like a gravel pit. Like a large mountain had fallen and left nothing but broken rocks where it used to be. Camden was quick to go through the documentation we had found and grab some photographs of this area. He raised them so that the cameraman could get them. "This whole place looks like it imploded," he said. "There was a whole pyramid structure over here that's just missing. And look at this. There's supposed to be a mountain there. It looks like it's dropped 1,000 feet. What exactly had Antoine used to blow up that tunnel? A nuclear warhead." Needless to say, the entrance to the sunken cradle, wherever it was supposed to be, was sealed extraordinarily well. But no one remembered to tell that to the strange, crazed man at the bottom of the pit. Smoke was clearing from a hole he was staring into. "What's he doing?" Camden asked. "He's digging," I said. "Look at the tools. He's got a pickaxe and a shovel. Is that dynamite? Someone should tell them that there's a cart full of gold up here." "He's wasting his time," Camden said. Except we knew that he wasn't wasting his time because he wasn't just some treasure hunter down on his luck. He was an enemy. His name on the red wallpaper was simply Torsten Dahlberg. His plot armor was 35, but I could only see one of his tropes despite out-leveling him. The trope was called the unseen hand, a pretty common one in eldritch situations like this. It meant that this enemy is guided by a greater force. There were 9 tropes not perceptible. There must have been a trope that was hiding his other tropes from me, or else the big bad was doing it. But it was pretty clear what this guy was. As we watched him, it was clear to see that he was crazed. Despite the fact that he was wearing himself to the bone, he kept working doggedly, doing whatever he could to dig further and further. He must have been there for weeks, but there was no telling how far he would have to dig to find the tunnel that Antoine had collapsed. "He may know something," Roxy said. "We should go down there and interrogate him. You've interviewed people before. Let's be cautious about this. We need to find a safe route down to him." So we sent the soldiers out looking for a path. It didn't take long for them to find one. But a path was not the only thing they found. In a clearing not that far away, we found a tent, one that didn't fit with the others, which had been military grade. This one looked like a tent you would buy at a normal sporting goods store. But that wasn't the most remarkable part. There were people at the campsite. We stared at them from a safe distance, making sure they didn't see us. A young woman was cooking something over a fire. Her name was Ilva Dahlberg on the red wallpaper, but she was an ordinary NPC, not an enemy. In fact, none of the people there were enemies. There was a young man named Vidar Dahlberg who was chained to a tree and unsuccessfully gagged. The young woman looked at him apologetically as she tended to the food over the fire. None of them looked like they were doing well. The final person was a woman lying down inside the tent on a cot. She looked very sick, even from a distance. All the signs were there. She had N4, and there were tons of medical supplies scattered around the bottom of the tent. She must have been injured at some point in time. Her name was Solveig Dahlberg. When we went off screen next, Camden asked, "What do you want to bet this is a little family outing?" "Your family outings were a bit different than mine," I said. "What in the world was happening here?" "He's going to attack us the moment he knows that we're here," Camden said as we huddled, making a plan. His battlefield intuition trope allowed him to look into the tactics an enemy would employ. I'll try not to take it personally, I said. So, to maximize this interaction, we should probably talk to the family first. Maybe they'll scream for him, and there will be a fight. Or they might not. Sounds good to me, Camden said. He had his rifle ready to go, and one of his soldiers had a flamethrower primed and ready. I almost asked Roxy to try to be the one to reach out to the family. It was an old habit from the days when we had Kimberly as our NPC charmer. I wasn't sure Roxy would do the same. Her character didn't really seem like someone who would approach this situation with gentleness. So that meant it was up to me. The next time we went on screen, I began walking out of the jungle into the clearing where the tent was with my hands raised. "Hello," I said. "Is everything okay here?" The young woman looked at me like I had two heads and ran into the tent. The young man chained to a tree did his best to turn and look at me. "Quiet," he said through his gag. "He'll hear you." In the distance, another explosion went off. At the very least, that meant Torsten Dahlberg was unlikely to be sneaking up on us. I waved for the others to follow me as I quickly made my way to the campsite. There were a few squirrels cooking over the fire and a pan of some type of gravy, perhaps with berries in it. When I got to the young man, Vidar, I quickly began attempting to help him escape his bindings, but they were quite tight. I didn't exactly know how to pick a lock, but I could probably get it to work using hustle if I needed to. "Where's the key?" I asked. "He has it on him," Vidar said. "That's okay, I'll figure it out," I said. "What's your name, Vidar?" the young man said. I looked over at the tent where the young woman, presumably his sister, was hiding and staring at us. Double quotes Vidar. "My name is Riley, and I'm here to help. Can you explain to me what's going on?" Rage rose up into the kid's throat as he started to describe what had happened. "He dragged us out here into the jungle after Mom got sick, saying it was one last family camping trip. And now he's obsessed with digging a hole. He tried to get me to help him, and when I wouldn't, he chained me up. I've been here for a week. He won't let me out. He's gone mad." Camden, meanwhile, had his soldiers secure the perimeter. Roxy and her bodyguard stayed back, but my crew was filming things. I had to get the kid out of the chains, and fortunately, I didn't have anything on me to pick the lock with. But I knew a way. "Camden," I said, "give me a paperclip from those files." My heart raced. I didn't actually remember any of the files being paperclipped. Some were stapled, though, but mostly loosely bound inside notebooks and journals. Still, when Camden made his way to me, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a paperclip from amongst the documentation we had found. It was basic improvisation, and yet I still felt a little afraid to do it. I was going to have to get over that. I unpinned the paperclip and quickly used it to pick the lock, which consisted mostly of just shaking it around in there until something clicked. Dina had been the first of us to figure that out. We were pretty impressed with it. Quickly, I worked to unbind the chains around the kid's legs and torso so that he could get out freely. Carousel really hadn't skimped on the details of what it would be like for someone to be chained to a tree for a week. The first thing the kid did was change clothes. Camden and I gradually worked our way toward the tent. "We aren't here to hurt you," I said. "We can help bring you back to civilization and get you some help, a hospital." The girl, Ilva, gently said, "It's too late for the hospital. Mama has less than a month." She looked at her mother with such hopelessness. "Dad's gone crazy. If we don't leave here, I think Vidar and I might die too." I didn't know what to make of the situation. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. "We'll help you," I said. Carousel was getting footage of most of this interaction, which meant it wasn't just an arbitrary, terrifying thing we found in the woods. It was important. Clearly, this guy Torsten was trying to get into the tunnel to the sunken cradle. Was there some legend about the cradle having healing properties or something? That might explain why Andrew's character wanted it after the lung cancer diagnosis. I didn't know yet, but I did know that we weren't getting out of there without a confrontation. So, I decided to push it forward. "Camden, we've got to get her out of here. What can you do?" He thought for a moment and said, "We can haul her out of here on that cot. It looks solid enough. But I don't think she's conscious. She may be too far gone already. She gets sleepy on her meds." The young woman said. She'll be thankful if you can get us out of here. I nodded. Camden and I looked at each other. We knew what was about to happen. He ordered his men to help pack up the campsite, which they did diligently, taking all the medical supplies but leaving the food. That way, Torsten might not starve when he was done blowing a hole in the ground. The troops had her propped up and were carrying her on her cot, with the daughter and son following right behind. That took up 4 of the 6 soldiers. In the distance, screaming could be heard. Torsten had discovered us just as we expected him to. "Don't you lay a hand on my family," he said. "I'm trying to save them." He had a pickaxe in his hand, but I was more concerned with the sticks of dynamite he carried on his waist belt. "Keep moving. We'll hold him off," Camden said to his men. "Sir, stay back," I yelled. "We don't want to hurt you. We just want to know what's going on." I had half a mind to tell my cameraman to stop filming because we were inevitably about to shoot a man dead. "I told you I brought them here to save them. What are you doing?" he screamed and charged at us. The soldiers carrying the cot were already back into the thick of the jungle. The man was crying and angry as he got close. His hair was unkempt, his clothes drenched in sweat and covered in dirt from the explosions. "Please, you have to understand," he said. "You have to understand." And while his words sounded like he was pleading with us, he was still swinging a pickaxe at me. I backed away. I didn't know how his stats were distributed, but I was clearly beating him in hustle. He couldn't beat me, even though he would charge me with the pickaxe and swing wildly, then take a few seconds to pull the pickaxe out of the ground before finding me again. "Sir, just tell us what's going on," I said. Why I was calling this guy sir, I didn't know. "I forgot what I was supposed to do," he said. "It was too late. It was too late. I should have come back earlier. Please, I forgot. I'm trying to save them." He charged at me with the pickaxe again, and I dodged as he sank the tool into the ground and fell right on top of it, piercing himself and falling off with a moan. His wound wasn't lethal. Instead of getting up, he looked at me and then at Camden, both of us with our guns drawn on him. He looked over at the 2 remaining soldiers and at Roxy's big bodyguard, and then he stared up at the sky. By the time I remembered, it was too late. He said, "I've got the sickness. That's what they say. I only wish I had it worse, just a bit worse. I wish I'd remembered sooner or not at all. But it doesn't matter anymore. 1,000 sons and 1,000 more. And all I needed was the one." He stared in the direction that his family had gone for a moment and then back at the sky. "I'll never get to go home now, will I?" he asked. I thought about answering with sarcasm, but there was something so sincere in his question that I didn't. What madness had driven him to do this to his family? Camden tugged at my shirt sleeve and then nodded for us to go. The man had attacked all he was going to attack, so we just left him there. I didn't know who was more confused, me or the man ranting and raving about sons and sickness. We walked into the jungle, and then we went off screen, and that was it. That was the whole trek into the jungle. We had learned things about the storyline, but we didn't yet know their significance. There wasn't even a satisfying conclusion to the whole captive family thing because as soon as we went off screen, the mother character got off her cot and started walking. They were all NPCs again, ushering us to the next scene. I don't know what Antoine was complaining about. "That was a leisurely stroll," Camden said. "Not counting all the dead bodies," I said. "Yeah, I forgot about those," he said as we arrived at the airport. Another 5-minute flight, and we were back in the city of Carousel. It was sure nice to get out of Carousel, the town, for a while. I almost thought the plot was done with us once the NPCs had stopped acting like people. But as soon as we departed the private jet onto the runway, Roxy got a call, and we went on screen. "What happened?" she asked. "Is Cassie okay?" Whatever she was being told, it was quite alarming to her. She hung up the phone and then looked at us urgently. "What is it?" I asked. "My brother-in-law," she said. "He's been kidnapped." I thought for a moment. "That would be Isaac Hughes, right?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "Come with me." If she was going to order me around like that, she better be paying me a lot of fake money. Isaac Hughes, world traveler, treasure hunter, and frequent collaborator with Antoine Stone. I asked as we walked toward her vehicle. "One and the same," she said. She had a very nice SUV, something analogous to a Cadillac, with a driver and, of course, her bodyguard. Camden and I joined her, though he had lost his troops somewhere along the way. My cameraman and producer assistant were still with us, though we were off-screen on the ride. But then we arrived at a large house, likely bought with the older brother's money. The place was cordoned off with police tape, and Cassie Hughes, wearing actual grunge 90s clothes that the real Cassie Hughes would wear, was arguing with the cops on the front lawn. She wasn't arguing well. "Don't let your people touch things," she screamed. "You can't find him." "Only I can find him." She sounded unhinged. But we had already been told that her character might have been mentally unwell after dealing with her enormous psychic power. The police detective didn't care for her attitude at all and was threatening to have her arrested. "Don't you lay a hand on her," Roxy said, pulling the police tape apart and walking up onto the lawn. It was a nice gated community. This wasn't the type of place where things like this happened. The home values were probably dropping by the second dot as we walked up. It became clear that this crime scene was going to be the next major scene in the movie. The question was, when was the titular hero supposed to show up? Both Camden and Cassie were working on the semi-antagonistic side of the film with Roxy and me. Who did that leave to help Antoine and his adventure? We were going to have to figure out what was going on with this storyline before it was too late. At first, I thought the plot was going to move by the crime scene of Isaac's disappearance. After all, we already knew he was gone. This could have been a simple fly-by plot point, but that wasn't how it turned out. The cops had been there for a while when we arrived. They had already searched the scene and had forensics out. I didn't know what further information we could gain because, for a long while, we weren't allowed into the house. I did my best to look around the scene, listen to the NPCs, and look for any information that might help us. The culprits had rammed the gate on both the way in and the way out. It was silly that such a simple plan could be used to get into a gated community with security like this. My camera guy, Mike, was getting all the footage he could of the smashed entrance and the police going about talking to neighbors. But the scene didn't end. It didn't focus on us either. Even Cassie and Roxy, who both had links to Isaac, were largely left out of things, being babysat by one police detective whose name was Patsy. A terrible name for a detective. While the other police did their job, the lead detective will finish up inside soon, Patsy was saying. "I will warn you that it's unlikely you'll be able to stay the night," he said to Cassie, which implied to me that Cassie lived with Isaac. After seeing how enthusiastically she was playing into her supposed insanity, that made some level of sense. Maybe she couldn't take care of herself. We didn't get a lot of off-screen time to discuss things, but in the little time we did get, Cassie confirmed that she had woken up in her room 30 minutes before the police arrived, and not much had happened to her. We stood while the police detective continued to hold us up and prevent us from entering the crime scene. Carousel must have gotten so much redundant footage from that. I was wondering what the holdup was. My theory was that something was going on elsewhere that was distracting Carousel's attention. With few exceptions, only one scene could be on screen at once. Something was forcing Carousel to stall our part. Eventually, Camden and I took to sitting on the curb and waiting, while Roxy and Cassie continued to harass the police detective. "What do you think's going on here?" Camden asked. I looked up into the sky, where a helicopter was circling overhead. It was a police helicopter. I wondered whether there would be an early scene with Isaac's kidnappers on the run. It would have surprised me. To my understanding, Isaac should already have been in a cage. I doubted the helicopter was for him. It wasn't focusing on the crime scene. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the front door as a group of police officers began to exit, and a tall man in a dark suit, dark hat, and dark hair walked outside. His name was Detective Marcus Blackwood. But he was not just any detective, he was the Paragon himself. I exchanged glances with Camden. We were both in disbelief. That meant there were 3 advanced archetypes at play in this storyline. We didn't understand why that would be. Amidst our confusion, the plot finally decided to move forward. "Miss Hughes," Detective Blackwood called out. "It's Mrs. Roxy," snapped. Detective Blackwood walked forward and got close to her, and Camden and I moved in on the group. "But I'm asking for Miss Hughes, Miss Cassie Hughes, the sister. If I wasn't dreaming." That seemed like an inside joke between paragons. She rolled her eyes. "Of course. Still in character. "I'm here," Cassie said. "Miss Hughes," Detective Blackwood said, turning to her and bowing his head slightly. "This is a terrible thing to have befallen you. I pledge to you that I will not rest until your brother's kidnappers are brought to justice." A cheap promise, considering it was going to be the players that ended up doing it. He glanced over at Camden and me shortly after he made that vow, but only for a moment. "I don't understand," Cassie said. "What would they want with Isaac? He's paid off all his debts. He doesn't know anything about anything. Why would they take him?" "It's too early to say," Detective Blackwood said. "There could be a variety of reasons. Your brother did live quite an extravagant life. There's no telling which of his dalliances might have led to this. If any of them led to this at all." "You don't believe it was his fault?" Cassie asked reluctantly, almost as if she wanted to suck those words back into her mouth. She was reading him and seemed nervous about it. "Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there." "I couldn't say," the detective said, "although many in Mr. Hughes's extended circle have gone missing recently. We will be investigating any links to those disappearances. I thought you should hear it from me first before some sleazy journalist decides to run with that theory on the evening news." He glanced directly into the camera that my guy was holding. Cassie nodded. "He's missing like how my husband went missing," Roxy said. "And you all did nothing. Forgive me if I don't have full faith in the international police." Detective Blackwood looked at her, and there was a moment of silence between them. "Your husband decided to go adventuring into unfriendly territory that is off limits even to rich men. And as we have established, the tracking device that you yourself gave us puts him nowhere near the ruins where you say he died. Yes, we have checked into your story, and short of sending armed men into the jungle, we have done everything we can to find your husband." Roxy pursed her lips and glared at him. "Tracking device?" She hadn't mentioned a tracking device to me. I would have to ask her about that when the time was right. Femme fatales were known for a bad habit of trickle-t or uthing. What was she hiding? "Do you think it was Antoine Stone, at least?" she asked. "He has to be a suspect at this point. As we've told you, he is a person of interest. While he does have connections to some of those who have gone missing, all of those people knew each other. At this time, we cannot say for certain that he is guilty. I'd sure like to talk to him, though, but to be clear, at this juncture we do not know for sure that what happened to Isaac Hughes is related to any of those other missing persons. When I first heard about all these mysterious missing former companions of Antoine's, I assumed it was narrative fluff serving as a foundation for the rescue of our captive friends, but it seems it was now becoming more of a plot point. "What makes you think that this could be unrelated?" I asked. "Oh, Lawrence, looking to win another award?" Detective Blackwood asked. But he didn't wait for an answer. He looked at Cassie and said, "None of the previous missing persons were known to have been kidnapped. They're simply missing. They disappeared on business trips or moved from country to country, and their loved ones lost track of them. These were transient people to begin with. They dealt in cash and moved frequently. It's possible some of them aren't even missing. This is the first use of violence to take any of them that I've seen. That doesn't mean there isn't a connection, but we have to consider it." He turned to go, but before he did, he whipped back around and handed a business card to Cassie. "Please, if you have any questions or information that might help, don't hesitate to call." Then he shot one more glimpse at Camden and me before he walked off. The other detective, Patsy, was back, and suddenly he had actual questions. Most of them were pretty mundane. Cassie and Roxy answered them as best they could. Then he got to a question that intrigued me. "Who is Thomas? Do you know of a Thomas that Isaac might have dealt with?" the man asked. Cassie shook her head. Roxy declined to answer. It didn't take long for the questions to be over, and the scene was cleared so that we could enter the house. Although as soon as we walked in the door, daylight disappeared to make it look like time had passed. Inside, written on a wall, was the phrase, "Thomas's daughter," right next to a pretty extensive fight scene. I wondered if Isaac had actually been involved in this or if it was all staged. Though we looked around, there wasn't much other evidence to go on. "Who's Thomas's daughter?" Cassie asked once we were off screen. There had only been one Thomas mentioned anywhere in this story, and I wasn't the only one who remembered. "It's Kelsey's character's father," Camden said. It was mentioned in the omen. She was called Thomas's daughter. Someone left a clue behind. Not even a clue, a message, I call out. The question is, who is the message for? My bet is Antoine, I said. Someone is framing him or, at the very least, antagonizing him. So they leave him breadcrumb after breadcrumb, sending him from friend to find the missing. I stared up at the red paint on the wall. Thomas's daughter. We had an adventure with intrigue, betrayal, and a mystery. Adventure, femme fatale, and now detective. I looked over at Roxy, and she was staring right back at me. I thought maybe she would be teasing me or smiling or trying to make me blush. But she wasn't. She was trying to read me, to see if I was figuring something out. I was doing my best. Her entering the storyline could have just been trolling or some random decision by Carousel or even the insider. But now that the detective was here too, it meant something more. It meant that this mystery wasn't just a narrative path for the horrors to come. It was fundamental to the plot. The thing was, we already knew who was kidnapping them, didn't we? We got a demand letter from some guy named Vogler. Even if it wasn't on screen, we, the players, still knew about it. What kind of mystery was that? That we entered knowing the answer? No, there was some other mystery involved. The detective's presence ensured that. Was there some special reason these people were taken beyond luring Antoine back to the cradle? I looked around the trashed house. Isaac was a messy fighter, largely because of his comedic trops in his hands. This smashed face, broken candy bowl, and demolished vacuum cleaner made perfect sense. I could almost see the comedy in it. Had he actually done all of this? We knew nothing about his character. Even as we searched the house, there were all kinds of trashy artifacts from around the world. But the guy didn't have taste. They were basically souvenirs. Nothing like a high-class collection. And nothing that would lead us to believe there was some sort of conspiracy. What I knew was that I had to find the right question. And I had to find the answer. And I had to get a move on. Both because the further this movie went along, the less certain I was about anything. We set out from that house to find where Kelsey's character was supposed to live, so that we could inevitably find she was kidnapped too. And there we would find a note leading us to Bobby's and then to Ramona's. Probably. It all seemed a bit much. Carousel could have been much more efficient with its storytelling. Was it going to squeeze all of this into a montage? I didn't know. Roxy still stared at me. The last bit of free will a Paragon had when they were scripted to shut their mouth was in how they moved their eyes and delivered their scripted lines. And if Roxy's eyes were any indication, a game was most certainly afoot. The pattern emerged pretty quickly. A message at Isaac's place sent us to Kelsey's place, which sent us to Ramona's place, which sent us to Anna's place, our current destination. There were signs of struggle at each location along the way. But of course, it wasn't that simple because, within the story, all of those people lived in completely different countries. They were world travelers. So in order to get from place to place, we relied on the private jet Roxy provided. And we hoped that Carousel could cut it together well enough that people wouldn't question why we all stuck together over what must have been multiple days. Sure, it made sense for Roxy and me to go. When we were on screen, she could say something about how this one additional missing person added to the supposed body count of Antoine Stone. And I could say something like, have you considered that maybe Antoine Stone is one of the victims? But Camden following us around made less sense. So we decided to just play it up that we were really good friends and that he was in some way part of our security detail or something. Though we didn't have a lot of time on screen to establish that. Cassie was more difficult. She acted a bit unstable. But throughout the whole montage, we were able to establish that she psychically needed to follow us. We had stuck together in movies with even thinner connections before. Within the world of the story, Anna lived in a boat in a marina. So while we walked down the docks on our way there, we let Cassie lead us as Roxy tried to wrangle her because we were still too early in the story for our characters to completely buy that Cassie was psychic. Something went wrong, Cassie said as we walked along the docks. She picked up the pace, and we followed. Camden was holding a map that was supposed to lead to Anna's place. We had to get it from some character that might have worked for the harbor master. But again, we didn't have enough time on screen to establish any of that. He held up the map so that I could see it and said, right, left, right, as we made our way through the docks. But he wasn't directing us. Cassie was. She knew which way to go. And he was pointing out how amazing it was that she seemed to be able to do that. At that moment, Cassie was using her soul read trope, which would give her an earned insight as long as she continued to follow it faithfully. In the past, when she had used that trope, she learned it was quite difficult to follow the trope's lead for too long. But in this story, not only was psychic power very strong, but so far she had been able to follow every instruction it gave her, even as she worked out the directions to Anna's boat like a bloodhound. It would have been a lot easier if those docks had been built by a human and not by Carousel. "She's nearby," Cassie said. "There's something wrong." We picked up the pace and ran until even we could confirm there was trouble because, as we approached a large houseboat at the end of a long row of boats in a quiet part of the marina, we saw a splash of red against the white of the boat we were headed toward. "It was blood. Those are bullet holes," Camden said as he took out his firearm. How he got to keep his gun when we crossed from one country to another, I wasn't exactly sure, but at that point, I wasn't even sure if we were on a large lake or the ocean. It simply wasn't important enough for the story to distinguish at that point. "Cassie!" Camden yelled, "Get back here." But Cassie couldn't because her soul read ability told her to move forward, and she had to follow it. There was nowhere for us to hide for cover on this particular row of boats. We didn't bother. We ran as fast as we could to get to the end. My cameraman was still following us, getting all the footage we would need for the documentary I was going to make. Although at that point I wasn't sure exactly what genre it would be. Would it be crime or history? "Hannah Reed!" I yelled as we approached the boat. We weren't at first blood yet. So while the kidnapping of Isaac, Ramona, and Kelsey made sense because that was the setup of the movie, the fact that they went after Anna should be different. Anna was part of our team. The enemy, whoever they were, shouldn't be able to capture her this early by default. They would have to work for it. Moments after I cried out, Anna screamed, "I have a gun. Don't come any closer." "Anna, it's me, Cassie." Cassie screamed as she ignored Anna's warning. It made enough sense that Anna and Cassie might know each other. Why not? Anna's head peeked up from beyond the side of the boat, and she looked from Cassie back toward Camden and me. And then her eyes settled on Roxy for a few seconds as she struggled with the same surprise we had at the presence of the Paragon. "What are you doing here?" Anna asked. "We came to save you," Cassie said. "We learned that someone was going to target you, and we came as fast as we could." "Yeah, well, you're a bit late for that," she said as she lowered her gun and glanced over to the various blood stains on the side of her boat's railing. "Are you hurt?" I asked. I couldn't tell because she did have some blood on her arms and hands, but I didn't see a wound. "Not as bad as the other guy," she said. We locked eyes for a moment as we tried to decide whether our characters would know each other. "My name is Riley Lawrence. I'm investigating a recent string of kidnappings. You may have heard something about them." She nodded. Cassie was climbing up the side of the boat already, and Anna reached out and grabbed her so she wouldn't go any further. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. "We're not alone," Hannah said. "Bobby," she called out, "you might want to come out here." A few moments later, Bobby made his way out from below deck, climbing up a narrow set of stairs. He had a bandage on his head and a spear gun in his hand. "What's this?" he asked. "An old friend," Anna said, "and a few strangers." We went off screen after a beat, and I was thankful because our characters could catch up and explain the situation off screen without any awkward dialogue. "What's going on?" I asked. I had a lot of questions for Bobby, but I needed to know the situation because we only had a few minutes before we went back on screen. "I woke up in the houseboat," she said. 30 minutes later, I was attacked by 3 men, but I managed to overpower them because I have a ton of weapons down there. They came on a boat of their own. They pulled up right next to mine, and sometime in the fight Bobby managed to get free because they had already taken him. And then we managed to run them off except for one. I looked at the blood stains as if to ask, "Did you kill him?" "No," she said, reading my gesture. "We have him tied up down below." We were asking him questions, or at least trying to. "You all had better come in." She turned and looked at Roxy and gave a little wave. But Roxy didn't respond since we were off screen. "She's Andrew's widow," I said. She's paying me to investigate his disappearance from the first movie, and she thinks all of these recent disappearances are linked. Sounds good, Anna said. We all started to climb aboard the boat. It was actually quite large, requiring us to board with a ladder. It might have technically been a small yacht, but I wasn't sure of the difference. I knew it was big enough that you could tie a man up in the main living compartment down below and have plenty of space for people to spread out and stare. So what's his deal? I said as I followed them down below. The man was tied to a chair in the traditional suspense movie interrogation style. He was dressed in old, worn clothes, nothing fancy, nothing you would expect from a mercenary. If anything, he looked like a house painter. His hair was dark, and so were his eyes. As best I could tell, he was South American, but when he spoke, he wasn't speaking Spanish or Portuguese. Whatever he was saying, he was very upset with us. I could tell. On the script, it says it's a dead language, Bobby said. Speaking for the first time, that's all it says, a dead language. I repeated as I mulled over the concept. That's fun. Have you gotten anything other than that out of him? Haven't been able to, Anna said. The man was bleeding from his arm and torso where he had gotten on the wrong end of one of the many weapons Anna's character had later on her home. We had 2 minutes before we went back on screen, and I told the others about it so they would be ready. We had to distribute ourselves so that we would work well on camera. It was something you started to do habitually after enough time in Carousel. You couldn't huddle together. No, you had to stand at uneven distances from whatever you were looking at. Some of you might be off to the side, preoccupied by a prop. Others would be sitting down. There was an art to it, and we were pros. My cameraman and assistant didn't make a peep. They had no problem filming torture. I must have trained them well, from what I understand. You've had a pretty eventful couple of days, haven't you? I asked Bobby. You have no idea, he said. First, I was kidnapped by one of the characters from a storyline we did a while back. And then suddenly I found myself tied up in the back of a boat during a gunfight. Bobby's recast trope must have activated in some way, allowing him to join the story a bit earlier than the others. I wasn't sure how that was going to work. He had been in the original movie with Antoine. Was he playing a different character this time? I didn't have time to think about it. On screen. On the red wallpaper, the man's name was Takei, and he was an enemy just like the last one we had. The only trope I could see of his was the unseen hand. All of the others were blocked. He started speaking forcefully in that language I couldn't understand. Riley, I think he just said something about your mother, Camden said playfully. You know I can't abide that, I said. Maybe I should go grab that spear over there and teach him a lesson. I didn't move to go get a spear. I wasn't actually going to torture the guy. I was speaking and watching to see if he understood what I was saying. I figured that if I mentioned the spear against the wall without looking at it, and he understood me, he might glance over at it. But he didn't. I don't think he understands us, I said. I could have told you that, Anna said. The man continued to talk even as we were speaking to each other. He looked tough, like a warrior, and he spoke as if he could somehow harm us just by being forceful enough. He's repeating himself, Roxy said. She was right. I hadn't noticed it because I was distracted by the tone of his speech, and he was saying it a little bit differently. But whatever he was saying, he was repeating it in that dead language. Off screen. We're back on in a few seconds, I said. Move around as if time has passed. Everyone understood. I had been wearing a jacket, so I took it off, and others made similar modifications. On screen. The man continued speaking, saying the same thing in different ways, sometimes louder, sometimes quieter, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. We don't understand you, Camden said. And the man didn't understand us. Camden had brought his bag along with him, and he had gathered in it a variety of books, including books on old languages. So in the moments we had off screen, he would be able to use his eureka ability to find the most relevant book among them. But even then, it was no help. It sounds a bit like Picala. But all the words are wrong, he said. Camden had been able to translate languages using the right books since the beginning. But this time it didn't work. If all the words are wrong, then how could it sound like that language? I asked. It just does. He said, we deal with a lot of tribes in my work. That's what it sounds like. Meanwhile, Cassie was staying quiet for the most part. Maybe it was too much to hope that her soul read trope could function as a translator. In fact, if anything, she seemed like she was afraid of the man. Maybe even more than she ought to. We need to call the police, Roxy said. They can find a translator. And maybe now that we've caught one, they can start taking this case seriously. That's not how we do things, Anna said. I don't see any reason why we should get the police involved. That could be a real problem for me. With all of these black market antiquities, I could see why, I said. Glancing around the room, the man continued to repeat what he was saying. I can almost get some of it, Camden said. I swear it's Picala. The man continued to repeat himself. But then suddenly he stopped, and his eyes darted to the stairwell. It is Picala, a voice said from that direction. I looked and saw Antoine, a bit worse for wear, out of breath, with sweat stains on his clothing. Actually many different kinds of stains, one of which looked like blood. It's an ancient dialect, he said. There are only 3 scholars in the world who can understand it. Antoine, Anna called out. He looked over and acknowledged her. You, Roxy yelled. You're going to explain to me what happened to my husband. He looked at her with a bit more surprise, but ultimately ignored what she said. The man tied to the chair repeated what he had been telling us so many times. Antoine got closer. His face became grave, even more so than it already was. Are you one of those people who can understand it? I asked. The man repeated the phrase. It just so happens I am, Antoine said. It also just so happened he had a trope that gave him access to his character's knowledge based on how far he had traveled and how difficult that travel had been. The trope's text said it worked on artifacts and ruins, but apparently it also worked on languages. The cradle breathes where the sun meets the river, Antoine said. Suddenly, the man stopped talking. He just made eye contact with Antoine. Is that all he was saying? Camden asked. It sounded like it should be more than that. The man had been repeating something that sounded like 2 sentences worth of information. The cradle calls you back, Antoine said with a great deal of fear in his voice. We had a nice long while off screen where we could catch up. It was nice to finally stop moving. We had been on Roxy's private jet so many times and changed settings enough that I had no idea where we were anymore. We spread out as far as we could in the main room of Anna's boat and did our best to relax. We've got 3 hours, I said. Nap time, Camden said as he spread out on a nearby stack of pillows and sheets. Not a bad idea. If there was one person who really needed a nap, it was Antoine. He looked like he was about to collapse. While it was easy to endure strain if you had high enough grit, the need for sleep eventually won out. Still, he never properly relaxed, staying seated against a wall as he watched the man tied up in the center of the room, who continued to repeat, in a low voice, the same line he had been chanting since we arrived. Bobby, I said, we could sure use an explanation. We feel like we've been shanghaied into this thing. What happened? He swallowed hard as he stared down at the ground. We got taken by surprise, he said. I noticed that he only had 5 tropes equipped, all of his basics. It must have been a true surprise if he got caught that off guard. He found a place to get comfortable, and then he began to tell us the story of what had happened ever since he and the others jumped into the Carousel River. He spoke softly, and we all listened as the water gently rocked us. He told us about the storyline they had run and what eventually led to their capture. I don't exactly know how we ended up where we eventually did. After dodging all the omens and monsters, we ended up getting taken by some random mercenaries. It wasn't like we could fight them. We were barely able to stay afloat at the end, inside one of those emergency pop-up rafts from an airplane. We floated along the river until we found a dock, and there were no omens there that Isaac could see. But as we started offloading on the shore, the gunmen arrived, and then Vogler, who was Antoine's rival from the sunken cradle. He shows up in character, acting deranged, and takes us captive. Are the others safe? Anna asked. I'm having trouble understanding what's going on. Ever since the movie started, my trope shows them as lethargic and tired. She had obsessed over the readout from her "Are you okay in there" from the day she got it. That ability basically always worked, but the cost was that it gave her very vague information. It was useful when something major happened, like death or a traumatic event, but it wasn't very good at distinguishing between more mundane conditions. Cassie could see their health status, so we knew they were alive. As far as I know, they're still captive, Bobby said. They had us in cages next to a dig site. I was asleep when the movie started. So, you were in the setting for the place the movie takes place. Like the finale or something, I asked. I think so. It was an encampment. A pretty large one. They were doing an archaeological dig near some ruins. Trying to look for a tunnel, he said. Pretty similar to the first movie, actually. So I have to assume that's where we're going. Although I hope that's not the case. The first one was pretty traumatic. He looked over at Antoine. Do you guys know what happened yet? He asked. That wouldn't be spoilers, right? Not for this movie. We just spent the last 18 hours getting caught up on the first movie, Camden said casually. We have a pretty good idea of what happened between our scenes and what Antoine told us. What were your scenes about? Antoine asked suddenly. We told them how we had gone back to the setting of the first movie and seen the results of the finale. I guess Carousel wanted to make us earn all the documentation that I summoned from the props department. I said. Makes sense, Antoine said. Did you ever see what was on those videos? Sure did, I said. We're going to try to improvise a way for everyone to see it later. I had been able to watch the tapes when we acquired them in the choice phase, but we hadn't established what was on them in the movie, and no one else had seen them yet. We didn't have an organic opening. We hadn't even acquired them on screen. How about you, Antoine? Anna asked. You look like you've had a rough time. I look that bad, he asked, laughing. I started the movie at the bottom of a well with a bunch of pirate treasure. Suddenly, my guys up top started taking fire. Luckily, whoever it was didn't know I was down in the well. I thought I had some action sequence ahead of me, but when I finally made my way out, there was no one there. It looked like they kidnapped whoever I was with. Lucky they didn't find me. I've been on the run ever since. Cops seem to think that I'm behind some string of kidnappings. They arrested me when I made the dumb decision to ask for help. They're not the only ones, I said. Roxy's whole character subplot is about accusing you of killing her husband, Dr. Andrew Hughes. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Andrew, Antoine asked. They're bringing him into this. They were bringing everyone in. Wait, Roxy, Bobby asked as he stared over at the femme fatale paragon, as if he hadn't recognized her before. Is this the Roxy, like from Camp Dyer? She did look kind of different, older maybe, and she wore sunglasses. Her name on the red wallpaper was Roxanne Hughes, but it was still funny that it had taken him so long to figure it out. We explained to him the revelation that Roxy had been a plant, helping to enact Project Rewind the entire time. He took it pretty well, all things considered. She was on the storyline where Jana went missing, Bobby said as he stared at her. All she could do was stare back. And if I wasn't mistaken, she did have an apologetic look on her face. But that wasn't going to help Bobby much. He pushed in with all kinds of questions she couldn't answer about whether she was involved in Jeanette's disappearance. All I could do was sit and hope he never turned his attention toward me. Cassie told him what she had told us. Do you think maybe this has something to do with my thread pulling? He asked. First, the NPC Jeanette, and now someone who may know the truth. I was doing my best not to speak, so I didn't answer him. Luckily, his question wasn't directly aimed at me. Honestly, at this point, Antoine said, anything could be to blame for whatever's going on here. My money is that we're on Lucky's through line. Don't ask me for evidence. It's just a gut instinct. It was pointless to theorize just yet. With all these paragons popping up, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that, I said. I'm definitely getting flashbacks to the tutorial. Somebody pulling strings and manipulating us. That might explain it, Bobby said with a worried look. Do you really think Lucky could do something like that? I shrugged. He had always seemed like such a straight shooter. But then that might have just been a strategy to make us trust him. He had acted so strangely the last time I was in the theater, staying away so that I couldn't talk to him. We kept running theories back and forth, but I tried not to participate too much. The truth was, there were too many options in recent storylines. Carousel had been experimenting with giving enemies more and more agency, especially smart enemies. For as much of a big deal as we were making out of this, the answer could be that simple. We could have run into a new kind of enemy, One that could set up elaborate scenarios like the one we were in. But I doubted that it would be that simple or that easy, that blameless. Something was happening. We had a mystery involving a betrayal. The problem was that we hadn't really unlocked much evidence that could be moved around to make it work. We knew nothing about the characters in this story, beyond their basic motivations and backgrounds. Eventually, I was able to get some shut-eye. Not much, but as much as could be expected. When it was finally time to wake up and get ready for the next scene, I was ready. Not because of mental fortitude. The truth was, I was a bundle of nerves, anxious to find something to finally sink my teeth into. On screen suddenly, after hours of silence, Roxy came alive. "Where is my husband?" she screamed as she crossed the room and closed in on Antoine. "Roxy," he said, feigning surprise. "Didn't expect to see you here, seeing as this isn't the opening of a restaurant or some type of exclusive gala." "Don't get smart with me," she said. "My husband went into the jungle with you. And then you came out with a bag of gold. I know that for a fact. We went there. We saw what happened to those people. Now you have to tell us the truth." My cameraman was on the ball, getting the conversation as best he could. Better him than me. Antoine didn't respond with anger. Instead, he was silent, with a sadness in his eyes. "He's dead," he said. "I couldn't save him. No one could have." He insisted on going down into the cradle. How was I supposed to stop him? At that point, it had not yet been established on screen that Antoine had destroyed the tunnel. The best evidence we had for it was actually the video. But again, I hadn't had the chance to introduce that into evidence yet. This wasn't the scene for him to admit to something like that anyway. "He's not the only one with some explaining to do," I said. "If we were going to be dramatic and catty, I wanted in." "What is that supposed to mean?" Roxy asked. "GPS data," I said. "Detective Blackwood said that you gave him GPS data, and that was the primary reason he didn't act on your husband's disappearance. Do you mind explaining?" A little bit of the fire went out in Roxy as she backed away in shame. "If I had told you, you wouldn't have helped me," she said. "No one before you did." "I understand," I said. "I knew I wasn't your first pick." "What is so damning about the GPS data?" Even as we talked, the man we had tied up in the middle of the room continued to repeat his chant, growing gradually louder and louder. "2 weeks before I came to your office, we picked up a distress signal from Andrew's life support system, but it was strange. It had to be an aberration, a fluke." "What did it say?" I asked. "It didn't come from the location where he went missing," she said. "It didn't make any sense. The location of the entrance to the cradle was in the Caribbean, in the jungles of Antillar." She paused for a moment before continuing. "We had trudged through the jungles of a large island called Antillar that took the place of many of the countries from Cuba across to the Bahamas and down to the Dominican Republic. It was plenty big enough to have remote stretches where ruins of ancient civilizations could be lost in. I found this out after the fact. At first, I thought that scene was set in Florida. The signal came from south of that area," she said. "Then why didn't you have us investigate there?" I asked. "Why have us go to that messed up bloodbath if you knew he wasn't there?" "Because it didn't make any sense," she said. "It was 200 miles south of where he should have been." 200 miles? I asked. "So what is that?" "The Cayman Islands." I braced myself, hoping that my understanding of geography was accurate. Although if I was wrong about where the Cayman Islands were, Carousel could just fix it so that I would be right. "No," she said. "His location was in the open ocean. It persisted for several hours before finally disappearing again. The police believed that he was on a boat and that he ran off like some sort of playboy. I chartered planes and boats to search the area. There's nothing there but water. I even sent out a deep-sea rescue vessel to see if maybe a ship had sunk there. But there was nothing. No sign of him." "So you figure you won't tell me, so that I'll go on your wild goose chase?" I said. "That's not what this is," she said, tears forming in her eyes. "I need to find him. I need to know what happened, and you have to tell me," she said, turning to Antoine. "Both of you." She pointed to Bobby. "We know you were there. We know you walked away from it. So tell me why he didn't." Antoine was considering how to answer, but he was never going to get that chance. Because right after she asked that question, Our captive in the middle of the room started to scream at the top of his lungs that same phrase he had been screaming. Just then, the boat was suddenly rocked by waves, and the sounds of motors could be heard outside. "I'll check it out," Anna said. She ran up the stairs quickly and was back down just as fast. "We have company," she said, "and a lot of it. Our best move probably would have been to exit the boat and make an escape on the docks. There was no way that they could maneuver through the labyrinth of boats to catch us. And once we got on land, we would be home free. That's probably why they blew up the docks near Anna's boat as their first move." Anna was quick to react. As soon as the explosion rang out, she was at the helm with the engines fired and moving forward to start the chase scene. She didn't even have to unhitch the boat from the dock because there really wasn't enough of it left to worry about. Strangely, our experience on the river had calmed my nerves in preparation for this. After all, speedboats with mercenaries or cultists, whatever they might be, were quite the threat. But they were no infinite waterfall. Suddenly, I understood why Anna was allowed so many weapons. They lined the walls of the inside of her boat. It was because we needed all of them, and fortunately, bullets did nothing. I knew that for a fact because as soon as the chase started, I grabbed a rifle off the wall, ran up above deck, and found a nice place to shoot at the 4 boats following us. Despite my hustle, none of my bullets hit. That wasn't altogether surprising. This was an action scene, but not the kind that you would typically find in a horror movie. It made sense that there would be a trope that would play down the power of guns, or else the chase would be over pretty quickly. Anna was motoring us through the water, winding around docks and trying to stay away from the speedboats, which was, and intuitively, easier than it might have seemed, on a straightaway. There was no way we could possibly outrun those sleek machines. But rapidly turning corners wasn't their thing, and Carousel had them running all sorts of maneuvers so that it could gather footage. "If we go to open ocean, we're goners," Camden told Anna as he got a feel for the grenade launcher in his hands. He had been aiming it since we got on her boat. "I'm on it," she said. "Focus on them. I know what I'm doing." That wasn't just her character speaking, I suspected. Luckily, the setting for this chase contained all of the usual suspects for boat chases. There were a variety of docks, lots of spectators, machinery, working boats, and many barges. We could weave in and out and try to keep the other craft between us and the speedboats. If someone were watching the chase in person, they would think it was the silliest run possible because our pursuers never missed an opportunity to do an exaggerated turn or to jump up over choppy water to get airborne. Meanwhile, Anna's boat wasn't exactly huge or slow, but it wasn't going to be able to maneuver like theirs could. I didn't know how long we had before Carousel would start taking the chase seriously, but we needed to get prepared for when it was time to start taking out enemy craft. While my gun was no good for killing anyone, it was quite good for making their gunmen duck down and stop shooting. So for a while, that was my responsibility, along with Cassie, who was getting some great mileage out of her soul read trope. We were creating a great defense. The gunmen were hesitant to fire because we might hit them when they peeked up at us. The boat pilots would occasionally duck down to stay out of sight and almost crash into other boats on the water. It was all typical boat chase stuff. We caught on pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Antoine was prepping to do an adventurous stunt. Something perhaps like we had seen Bonzabar do, but he hadn't gotten the opportunity yet. Outright shooting the enemy wouldn't work, obviously, and the prospect of jumping over into an enemy's boat must have been terrifying. But he found a way as soon as one of the boats decided to make a proper pursuit and come up alongside us so that they could shoot freely. He took out his grappling hook, pointed toward the shipyard in the distance, and casually said, "I think we might be able to find some cover over there," as he threw the grappling hook to the nearby boat and somehow managed to not only thread it through the steering wheel, but have it wrap around a couple of times and then lock its spike snug. He tugged on it as the goon driving struggled to keep the boat straight. Then he quickly wrapped the end of the rope around one of the cleats on the side of Anna's boat. "Turn right," he said. Anna quickly obeyed. As the boats parted ways, the grappling hook held firm against the steering wheel of the speedboat, and there was a loud popping sound as the whole steering wheel came off. Without the ability to steer, the speedboat kept going fast because slowing down wouldn't have been as dramatic. The goons on board panicked and started jumping into the water before the speedboat hit the docks in front of us. ramped up over them until it was flying through the air, and somehow exploded before hitting anything, creating a huge fireball. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Antoine pulled in the steering wheel, entangled his grappling hook with ease, and then gave it a quick kiss. That was one boat down, 3 to go. Camden was the next to show off what he had prepared in our little chase. He pointed for Anna to get close to a nearby construction area where a new dock was being built, while he had picked a grenade launcher. If he pointed it back at one of the boats to try to take them out, it might do just as well as the bullets had. So, he had to do something else. He didn't shoot the grenade launcher at a boat. Instead, he shot it at a crane. It was one of those large ones that had to be constructed before it could be used. He took aim, waited for his moment, and fired at the scaffolding around the crane. He had enough hustle to make that shot, and as soon as the explosion occurred, the crane started to tilt and lean down toward the water, falling so fast it almost hit us. 2 of the boats chasing us managed to avoid it, but one didn't. The crane fell smack dab in the middle of it, splitting it in half. We kept going, 2 boats pursuing. Not a bullet doing any good at all. We have anything else? Antoine asked as he looked back at us. There are no more explosives, Camden said. How much artillery did you expect me to have? Anna asked as she steered the boat aggressively. The boats behind us were easily able to keep up with us. And more than that, they were herding us into a kill box, a dead end in the shipyards. No matter which direction we went, there was no outlet that I could see. The whole area was blocked off by a shallow seawall. A large crowd had gathered up on the land, along with photographers and a bunch of business people. It was easy to see why they were there. A humongous ship was all set to be launched for the first time. A woman in a white blazer was smacking it on the side with a bottle of champagne, which burst and sent suds pouring down onto the ground below. Turn there, I said. Anna was skeptical, but she didn't have a better option. So she turned the boat, pointing it toward the small waterway right next to the place where the ship would take its maiden voyage. There's nowhere to go this way, Antoine said. I know that, I said. Full speed ahead. What? Are you nuts? Roxy screamed. It's a dead end. Not for us, I said. On the right, we had the ship, which was about to be dropped into the water. And on the left was the seawall with a small walking path on top. The kind you might find people walking on and taking pictures while buying food from a vendor. Its function was probably just to block waves that were about to head into the shipyard. On the other side of the seawall was the marina and the open ocean. The seawall wasn't high, but even at our best, it wasn't like we could ramp over it and expect our boat to continue to function. But that wasn't my plan. Straight away, I said as the 2 boats closed in behind us, firing the whole time. Antoine looked at me, and sure of my plan, I would have told him. But I knew that this was the type of thing that had to be demonstrated. It was like a balloon. If I told him what I was up to, all the air would be let out. We only had 1 shot. Antoine could play the part of an action hero when it came to athleticism, charm, and even cleverness. But he had one weakness. He didn't watch enough movies. Luckily, I did. I also happened to watch quite a bit of YouTube. I knew what happened when a ship that size was launched. They were constructed on land. Their first time in the water would be a traumatic splash, as the gigantic structure was literally rolled down specialized ramps and dropped into the water. The entire ship would plunge in at once. Anna's boat looked minuscule next to it. Our timing had to be perfect, and I wasn't sure whether hustle or savvy governed the outcome. But I was confident in my plan. What are we doing here, Riley? Anna screamed. There wasn't much runway. If we kept going straight, she must not have seen what was about to happen with the ship. I knew that the drivers of the boats behind us hadn't. Right next to the ship, a loud clanging could be heard as a humongous chain was released, and the gigantic vessel was dropped down a short hill into the water, displacing thousands of gallons at once and creating a splash so big it could be described as a tidal wave. Everybody hold on, I screamed. They all did because as the ship splashed into the water for the first time, the wave it created picked up our boat, pushed it to the left all the way over the little seawall, clearing all the land, and then dumped us into the marina cove on the other side. We all gave our best screams as Anna's boat bobbed and shook with all the action of having surfed over the seawall. The other boats weren't so lucky. One of the speedboats must not have seen the ship about to be launched. They got crushed somehow. I wasn't watching. Either the ship landed on them, or they ended up hitting the seawall because they didn't time the wave correctly. The other boat timed the wave correctly, but they were a much smaller boat than us, much lighter. So when the wave picked them up and carried them over the small strip of land dividing us from the open ocean, their boat went end over end, and all on board got thrown into the water. I started to laugh from pure adrenaline. Any one of those moves would be stretching it in a normal movie, but this was an adventure. It could take it. "Get us out of here," I said. Anna pushed it into gear and started piloting her craft out toward the sea. As we drove away, we hooted and hollered the way you were supposed to when surviving a scene like that. We managed to take down 4 boats and 3 times that many gunmen without losing a single person. It was such an adrenaline rush. I didn't even look at the plot cycle until we were making our getaway. When I did, I saw that the needle was stuck firmly on First Blood. "Is anyone hit?" I called out. No one was. Not a single bullet managed to find its mark. Although many of them had torn up Anna's boat, it wasn't until we made it out to sea and Anna finally slowed the boat down that we knew what was going on. Down below in the room where we had left the tied-up man, all I could hear was loud chanting. The same words he had said before, but something had changed. His words weren't just coming from his mouth anymore as we stared down below deck, wary about walking down there. "What's going on?" Roxy asked. "He's getting what he wanted," Cassie said confidently. "What?" I asked. "He's getting what he asked for," she said. Slowly, we made our way down below deck. The man that we had left tied up was now on his side. The chair had held firm, but in the chase, he had fallen over. That wasn't the most concerning part. The most concerning part was that the man had changed. His skin was wriggling and expanding. Pressing against the ropes that bound him, he was transforming. It turned out First Blood was never going to be resolved by a boat chase. I could use words like explode or melt in a situation like this. I might invoke visuals of molting insects, growing plants, or decaying bodies. I could do all of these things, and I would never be able to describe what I saw the man in the boat do. At first, I was confident he was transforming. It was simple. I had seen that before. I had once watched Antoine turn into a werewolf out of the corner of my eye while pretending not to. I had seen statues come to life. These eyes had witnessed many impossible things. But what I saw happening to the man below deck defied all description because it wasn't even possible. My mind literally couldn't perceive what was happening. His size was changing. Sure, that was easy enough. Or maybe his true size was being revealed. But when the ropes tying him to the chair began to loosen as if falling through his body without breaking, I had to assume that he was some sort of spirit. But that wasn't right either. It didn't look like they had fallen through because he was intangible. It looked like they had simply gone around his body from the middle out. It made no sense. My brain couldn't comprehend it, because my brain could only comprehend 3 dimensions. And this man's body was far beyond that. I remembered being in high school and having a teacher try to explain to the class how the dimensions worked. Not dimensions like other versions of the world or pocket universes, but dimensions as in length, depth, and width. Those were the 3 ways that we observed things around us. But if we were 2-dimensional, we would only see length and width. And if a 3-dimensional creature were to stand in front of us and step to the side, it would disappear from our vision. That was what I was seeing. The man was being consumed by another dimension. His body was going everywhere, as if it were exploding. Except that wasn't exactly what was happening. It was more like it was unfolding in front of me, a mass of organs, viscera, and limbs that were all connected, but not in ways that I could perceive. He was unfolding further and further. "Back up the stairs," I said loudly. I had half a mind to tell my cameraman to stay down there just for the footage, but I thought better of it. "We need to get to land," I said.